Hello and welcome back to another day here of the APEC 2023 season's final day of the knockouts. I'm Achilles here with Avril to guide you through both of our matches here. Our grand finals for either side of the bracket determine who is going to be moving forward to take that final auto seed spot in the playoffs.
What if we just don't explain it? You know, let's play two games, and we'll
let them tweet it. And
whatever happens. And at the end of each game, we'll be like, I know what just happened here, but I'm not going to explain who actually qualified and who didn't. You're just going to have to guess.
I think that sounds like a pretty good idea. So yeah, we're not going to tell you guys anything other than what's happening in the game, but we're not going to say what the ramifications are for the match itself. So go ahead and you'll look at the Overwatch League Twitter at the end of the broadcast, and then I'm sure that they'll tweet out what all the results are 8 hours after they've happened, and then you'll know who's qualified and who's going to be going to the Toronto and who's going to be playing in the play-in tournament. Yeah, there's a couple different things though, to be serious, that can happen here today. We've got two teams that are going to be competing that very much are in the running and could potentially get their spot in Toronto, as well as one team that has already clinched their spot. So Hangzhou Spark sitting pretty. This match for them, it's more about pride than anything else, beating down the fuel and maybe having some fun with the potential results.
Yeah, and so, let me explain the stakes. We have medium rare, well done.
We're off to a roaring start today.
You get ribs, you get lamb. 3 teams out of our 4 can actually make it, right? Hangzhou Spark, as you mentioned, they've already clinched. They're kind of just here for fun / pride / whatever they want to do today. They can do some really funny things if they like to. I'm not insinuating that's actually what they're going to do. Dallas, so they got some serious stuff happening here because they have the most direct pathway through. If they beat Hangzhou Spark in their Group A final today, they are immediately in. That's the number one thing to consider. That Dallas, if they win, they go to Toronto. That's it. If they lose, they go to play-ins with the rest of the Overwatch League teams that unfortunately don't make it through this knockouts. If Dallas do not win and they go to play-ins instead, we look at Group B. Group B bracket is only relevant if Dallas lose. If Dallas win, Group B's final is just for fun as well. But between O2 Blast and Seoul Dynasty can't actually qualify. They have already been knocked out into play-ins technically, but they are still playing in the final. I know that's confusing, but essentially Dynasty are playing for fun, but O2 Blast have an opportunity. So if Dallas lose and O2 Blast can beat the Dynasty, then O2 Blast get to go to Toronto. They qualify to playoffs as a contenders teams. The first time that's ever happened in Overwatch League history. That would be insane, actually.
Yes.
If both those teams lose, if both Dallas lose and O2 Blast lose, which means Hangzhou and Dynasty win, then the Seoul Infernal, who played yesterday and got knocked into the play-ins, they actually get to qualify. They don't have to play the play-ins anymore. So that's how that works. The 3 teams in contention that can actually make it are the Dallas Fuel, O2 Blast, and Seoul Infernal. That's how that works. Hope you guys got all that. And if not, Achilles is going to explain it again using probably less words.
Yeah, but the main thing for Fuel, we'll focus on that because that is going to be our opening matchup as we take a look here at Group A. It's a rematch between the Hangzhou Spark and the Dallas Fuel. The easiest route for Fuel is win game, go to Toronto. That's all they need to worry about. Everything else, anything else that they have in their brains, they need to shut that off because it's just going to be distracting them. So they need to come out here swinging. It was not pretty the last time that they played against the Hangzhou Spark. Hangzhou absolutely rolling them with some dive comms. Kuchwei and the Doomfist looking incredible. Perhaps we'll see more of that today. We'll have to just wait and see. But Fuel need to have a very leveled up performance to take down the Spark, who kind of currently look like they're going to be the top team, given that Infernal, obviously some struggles, what fix out and whatnot, but needing to find their groove. Dynasty, on the opposite side of the bracket, kind of on the up and up as of late, but as you've also pointed out, they've played against O2 Blast in the past this season so far, Avril,
twice,
and it has not gone their way.
Twice, and neither time. They are down, ironically, they are down 0-2 to 0-2. Seoul Dynasty, for whatever reason, cannot beat the O2 Blast. And that is across different versions of the O2 Blast as well, because now the most recent version of O2 Blast features 2 former members of the Seoul Dynasty. You have Prophet with the PH, Lil P in there, with Lee Soo-min as well. Both members who previously played with the Dynasty this season, now on O2 Blast, now in the grand finals, having already taken down Dynasty in this particular bracket as well. And honestly, trying to remember the scoreline, I don't think it was that close. No, it was 3-0. They got 3-0'd by the O2 Blast, so it was not close.
Certainly not. And you can see here, who wants to go to the playoffs with me? Because, yeah, Hangzhou, as we were teeing up, they kind of hold the fate of every single other team depending on the match results. So they are the key team in this picture here. And whether they win or lose determines a lot of different outcomes for the three other squads that want that clinch spot.
And a lot of it falls into the hands of our opening match. I mean, like I said, the Dynasty O2 Blast game and also Infernal, who don't even get to play today. O2 Blast and Infernal, their pathway into knockouts, or into playoffs rather, through knockouts through this phase of the tournament, is dependent on how the Dallas Fuel play against the Spark. If Spark win, Dallas Fuel get knocked down, and then O2 Blast and Infernal have a pathway open. So if you are O2 Blast or you are the Soul Infernal, you need Dallas to lose. For Dallas, you just got to win. So the first match has really important stakes immediately. But honestly, this is an insane sort of day for Dallas, because yesterday we could have had a situation where today's matches wouldn't have had any stakes at all. This would have been a totally for fun day. But yesterday with the Soul Infernal losing, it opens things up for the Dallas Fuel to go straight to Toronto by just beating the Spark and see if they can do it.
Just defaulting to that far too quickly. Too slept. Ungodly connection there with the Rampage. And Harpy, he's come up with the goods again. And Fielder goes down. It's going to be a Sal Barry ready for 4-1. Michael's down. Went free. The Dallas Fuel Overwatch League champions.
Champions indeed, the defending ones, in fact. We'll see if they can now get some revenge here on the side of the Hangzhou Spark. I mean, things are looking up for them at the moment. After we see that patch on the horizon, we look at this squad and we say, yup, seems pretty damn good for them. But can they get qualified to Toronto right now? So they have that extra little buff once that patch rolls through to have a chance at a back-to-back championship. That is the big question. They've been looking on the up and up. Their last performance, obviously, versus Poker Face, Challenger Squad, one that struggled very much in that series, only taking a singular map. Can they, though? They looked better overall, is what I'm saying, for the side of the Fuel compared to when they played against the Hangzhou Spark. Can they show that same form versus a very strong team in the Spark today to take them down?
You know, the more I think about the Dallas Fuel, the more I'm convinced that maybe this is still the anime protagonist team, because think about it. They have to overcome a lot of difficulties over the previous seasons to get to where they are. They won a championship, like Ash finally winning a Pokemon championship after 20 damn years or something like that. But now, after winning, well, you got to think, well, what are they going to do the next season? They can't just win again, not easily anyway. You got to have some trials and tribulations, and it's exactly what's happened so far for the Dallas Fuel. They've had to really fight, and against a new rival as well. It's like you sort of you introduce a new villain. I'm not saying specifically Sparker villains, but they're the heroes to some people. But what I'm trying to say is there is a new rival for the Dallas Fuel in the Hangzhou Spark, and that rivalry has been really brewing over the course of this particular season. And for the Dallas Fuel to have slowly shifted up in strength, they've gained a lot of strength, like they have to start over again, and they're in their best form ever so far. But guess what? So the Hangzhou Spark.
Yeah, I mean, another team not quite as stark of ups and downs, I guess I should say, but, you know, a couple struggles here and there, unable to take on the charge at the beginning, and end up going over to Mid-Season Madness. Going over, but, you know, playing from the Mid-Season Madness. And then coming back into the second half of the year and just kind of roaring their way up to the top of the standings. And they just look like an absolute powerhouse across their last few series. So definitely a squad that very much demands respect, and I think it's very safe to say will have it going into this series, because the Dallas Fuel, they know that they're in a rough spot. They know that they need to try to get this revenge right here and now, and you're not going to be able to get it by disrespecting your opponents or thinking less of them. So I think that there's going to be a little bit of trepidation coming into this one for the side of the Fuel, but we'll see if they're going to be able to find their comfort level where they can really start stepping to these players that have just been absolutely fantastic as of late here on the side of the Spark.
I mean, both these teams are so amazing to watch, and it's so interesting, this particular matchup, because for Dallas Fuel so far, especially in the second half of the year, here in the summer stage, they really haven't had that much difficulty. They've kind of rolled over, or at least have been more than competitive, beating everyone along the way. There's just been one team that's constantly been the hurdle that they cannot get past, and it's been the Hangzhou Spark. They just can't beat Hangzhou Spark for some reason. I mean, you look at their record head-to-head versus the Spark for the entire year. It's 0-3. They've lost every single time versus the Spark, and now we're playing a first to four BO7 format. We can go really far in this series. At least, you know, we're not gonna. The last time they played was a 3-0. This time, minimum we go to 4 maps. Minimum we see a push, and I think push is a great game mode for the Dallas Fuel, given that their comforts rely on those types of maps and that type of gameplay. We have the chance to go a decent amount of distance here. We're adding control and escort down to the back too, so chance to see escort twice as well.
Yep.
I want to talk a tiny little bit about Ilios as well before I hand it over to you, which is to say that, just as a funny meme, but I talked to somebody from Dallas yesterday. It's like, so do you think Hangzhou will take you guys seriously tomorrow? And he says, well, they just picked Ilios, so I guess they are taking this seriously.
Well, there you go. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to dive into. The Ilios pick coming through for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, and dive is the key word because that's what we are expecting to see from them. Dallas Fuel, a fairly known quantity. You kind of know exactly what they're going to be running for the most part, but we'll see how they change it up. Now moving over to this map that we have not seen too much of as of late. It's very much been the Lijiang Tower show, an Oasis thrown in, but widely Ilios, Hangzhou's kind of been the only team to really bring this one to the forefront. So we see it now, and we also see a couple flips around as Edison getting ready to just go ahead and TP forward for the rest of the squad. And looks like Sparkle going to be taking to the skies to try to match up against Leave.
Yeah. And you have to be prepared on a map like this because Junker Queen is probably not a great matchup. You have to think about what Spark are going to play. You know that Leave is going to force the Echo here. Sparkle is keen to take that battle. But you also do know that this is a very diveable map with D.Va being the head of that. And Gushui's not going to play a D.Va, so Hanbin can play something that is signature to him.
All right, well, high ground going to be taken here from the side of the Dallas Fuels. The point gets ready to unlock in 7 seconds. Skirting around the side so far, not so much damage going to be found for either side. As you see, Hanbin just coming to the rescue, looking to try to pressure off this angle, receive those sticky bombs, but he doesn't have too much of a target. Sparkle now pushing down here onto the low ground, gets a little bit of damage there across onto Leave. The healing is quickly going to come through, so he's going to be safe for now. Hanbin down the half, Edison under fire, gets chunked out, drops that health back, gets himself back up to full. It's going to be fine for now as we enter into the neutral fight. Is the point unlocked? Just Spark going to be occupying for the time being. Edison getting dove on. There it is. The stomp comes through. Which way takes him down? Shot going to be falling low, but pulls back just a little bit, receives some healing. It's going to be top right back up. Now it's just looking to try to pressure Sparkle out of the sky. Hanbin in the meantime going to be antied out. MCD taking a big chunk of damage. Looks like Bliss is coming to heal. Gushway kind of messing up there on the leap out, but the Soul is not going to be getting punished. Kill's not going to be found yet here for the side of the Dallas Fuel. Point locked in. Already ticking up 15% here for the side of the Spark as the anti-connects onto Gushway. Now Nato's going to be exchanged. Gushway's still going to be low, but Leave putting this one to good use. Breaks Hanbin out of the mech. Sparkle, however, going to be finding Lengza, so trading out for that support. But now the build-up onto the ultimate. Leave going to be broken out of that Soldier 76 before he can try to find the attack visor. Down to a sliver of HP, 8 health up into the sky, and somehow no one killing him off. Sparkle in the meantime goes for the dupe here onto the Winston. To try to build up that primal rage. The flip comes through. Dallas Fuel now going to be in control. 31% on the boards. The sleep will connect here. Goes out of the duplicate. Takes right back up to the sky. Down to about half HP now. 15. Still manages to survive. Grabs that mini pack. And it's going to get topped up as Gushway falls.
Lee finally getting Sparkle down here as well. Sparkle got nanoed early in the fight and just survived against everything. And speaking of which, Gushway went down to about 1 HP multiple times. Monk had to do a lot of work to keep him up. And finally, the Dallas Fuel with Gushway down. They get that cap. Edison in a bit of trouble here, though.
Okay. Not going to over pursue there. Has the recall for the bailout. We've forced off the angle. Rally now rolling here from Bliss. Langsa just built up one of his own. Monk currently outpacing MCD by about 12% or so. Towards that next nano boost. We'll see when that comes into play. But Bliss going to get dove on. The anti had connected from Monk. And he sets up for the kill. Finds that one for himself. The primal rolling. Just going to knock them around. And Hanbin's going to be taken out of the mech. Forces the self-destruct. The Baby D.Va out into the open. Can he get back in? The answer is going to be no, as Gushway will be able to scoop two. Leave the only casualty so far on the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Looks like they're going to be sitting pretty here. Monk nearly with a nano. The rally online. And the cleanup comes in. Back in control here are the Hangzhou Spark. And they should be able to gain the lead.
I mean, it's a good amount of percentage gain by Fuel, though. They get up to 50%. It took a while for Spark to get control back, even though Spark was slowly winning that one. Primal from Gushway successful. Fire Nade's connecting from Monk, and double support ultimate down online for the Spark to try and snowball this one a little bit further. They're ahead in many regards on more ultimates across the board than the Dallas Fuel on their comeback now. Just a nano to play through. Nano likely for Sparkle here.
CD. Wheeled away at. Pulse bomb at the ready. Shy just going to be holding it. About half. Now receives some healing. Pulls back away. Sparkle up into the sky. You can see Leaf
good
pursuing
Nano.
forward, trying to find that kill, but now Gushway going to be diving in, as you say. Nano got slept for a brief little moment, but not before Edison did fall. Answer to try to stop him from pushing forward. Leaf just look to try to break him out of this duped mech. He just pulls back. Now looks to re-aggress, moving forward, but will get taken down. Sparkle able to find that one. He goes into the pilot form. Pulse bomb still at the ready to dive forward. Lobs it in. Not going to find the connection. Not going to find the kill, but now just backs his way out. Anti up shy, managing to escape. Receives a little bit of that green HP from the rally right on the back end of it. Which way up onto the high ground, just getting whittled away yet and cannot exit. Yep, doesn't have the primal, was shy of it by just a couple of percentage. Been fine shy at the same time. Now Leaf going to be taken down. This is a big opener here for the side of the Dallas field, who need to get this flip in their favor right now as 99% comes through.
Yeah, honestly, the Ana players have done a great job of pocketing so far. The good Nano was for MCD onto Sparkle. Sparkle was about to die to the focusing beam and leave, and then you just see him boosted up straight away and kept it alive that entire fight. Eventually finds a duplicate onto Gushway's Winston, gets his own primal, and they punish Gushway down at 94. I think he died at, so very critical. That would have been a primal. Would have kept the Spark alive in that fight, would have pressured the Dallas full out. Now some looking a lot more even. Rally coming up for Bliss should be pretty big.
Everything to play for here from the side of the Dallas Fuel. Trying to close out this round. Double struck online. Gushway diving in, goes low, has the primal, pops it just in time to stay alive. And now the sleep's going to connect, but Leaf already finds Sparkle, takes him out of the skies, and now is close to yet another duplicate. Been low, broken out of the mech. Another self-destruct going to be forced here. The Baby Diva going to be protected, and Shy actually caught up in the explosion. Must not have had a recall, or maybe he thought he was in the clear. Either way, ends up getting taken down, and that could be very costly. Leave with the dupe, ends up going for the break, trying to build up for a rally, but he just doesn't have any targets in range. Swinging away wildly, just trying to peel here for the rest of the team. Gushway receiving the Nano just to try to stay in the fight. Manages to put that they could use, takes out Bliss. Dive forward here. Hanbin's desperately trying to peel, but Team Matrix does absolutely nothing for this app, so the kill comes in and MCD is gone. Edison now going to be taken out. Counter flip getting ready to come through. 99 to 99. Hangzhou Spark once again going to be in control as Hanbin gets broken out of the mech. Bliss swaps over onto Lucio, looking to rejoin, but now the Baby Diva is going to be killed off. Looks for the pulse bomb. Not going to be able to find it there, but Bliss still ends up getting gunned down, and 100 to 99. Hangzhou Spark take the opening round of well.
It's a critical double kill for Gusha. That would have been within extremely small margins. I'm talking less than a second here of difference. If Gushway doesn't get both Bliss and MCD, specifically MCD at the end of the fight, I think it's a completely different look for that final fight. And honestly, MCD's played out of his mind. Despite Dallasfield losing that opening round, MCD had so many clutch bio nades. He had that clutch nano boost on Sparkle as well. Generally was extremely difficult to kill with a huge amount of output. And it comes down to, again, I'm pretty sure that Gushway double kill was what secures it. If it was just one support, MCD lives, Dallasfield still have healing, it'd be a different story there. Edison on the Soldier might have been, in my opinion, a slight liability on that map. You just don't have the same output as a Tracer. You're far more diveable than a Tracer as well. And we just didn't really see that output out of the Soldier. I just don't think it was a correct pick. But maybe for hero pool reasons, Edison not comfortable on the Tracer.
We're getting a bit more brawly here for the side of the Dallas Fuel. Sparkle back over onto the Genji, but take a look here at the Hangzhou Spark. Gushway onto the Wrecking Ball. Shy on that Widowmaker that absolutely needs to be respected. Made a name for himself with this pick right here. First shot, though, going to be going wide. Edison poking around the corner. The teleporter play, trying to get up on top of the Widowmaker, and it works. An absolute treat. Sparkle able to hound him down. Dashes through, puts some damage into Langza. Looks to finish him off. Like going to be burned. Sparkle falling low, pulls back away, manages to get sustained up as Hanbin is going to be able to go ahead and confirm the kill. And the opening volley from the side of the Dallas Fuel works a treat.
Monk needs Ana. I don't know if they just didn't expect that Hanbin would roll on the jungle me straight away. See the Brig coming through. Let's see what Monk does. There's the Ana. You really need the Ana to stop the pressure of the TP. Bionet on top of the TP straight away. You also have the Sleep Darts and the Bionet for Hanbin as well. These things are very important. Gushway, by the way, still pocketing the Doomfist. He hasn't shown it just yet. He beat the Dallas Fuel with it last week. He wants to make sure that he can bring out for a later map. So for now, still the Winston.
Hear that dink coming across. Hanbin, though, antied out, taken down. Lang's able to get on top of him. The deflection not going to do much there against Gushway. He's able to just go ahead and zap Sparkle down. The kills continue to be found. Whip shot out. Bliss ends up falling. And the Brawl comp very much broken down after the swap here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Only 32% established for the Fuel.
MCD must have thrown Suzu earlier because that Suzu should have come out to save Hanbin. Bionet connects from Monk, and you see instant value. Also, the speed in which the Spark can take down Bioneted targets, including a tank, insane. Hanbin just melted. Purple health down to 0 instantly, and this team comp for Fuel doesn't operate if your Queen is down. Spark taking huge advantage. By the way, Monk nearly onto a Nano. It's just a fresh Ana, by the way, for most intents and purposes.
Good opening kill, though. MCD able to find that headshot there on a Shy, and now Leave taken out. Edison just rejoins with a Bastion. The nade comes across. He and Sparkle finding 2 apiece, and there's the counter flip before the lead is even gained to the side of the Hangzhou Spark. So Fuel now a good opportunity to run away with this.
And they do that completely neutral as well. No ultimates available even for the Dallas Fuel. They're getting close. To be fair, no ultimates for the Spark either in that previous fight. Talked about how Monk was getting close to Nano, but didn't quite have it available yet. That would have been a bit of a game changer had it been there. Is now plentiful options. Nano Visor on the table.
Back cap pressure.
Dallas Fuel. Now just pull Junker Queen back.
Pulls the Junker Queen back. Sparkle now going to be in a bad spot as the anti goes across, and MCD is only able to clear one with a Suzu. Either way, they still survive as the Kitsune Rush comes across. Edison finding yet another kill with a nade. Sparkle pulls the blade. Finds one, so going to hound down the Soldier 76, and Shy will get taken out before he can grab the health pack. Exiting jump there from Gushue. Sparkle trying to find an angle. He just won't be able to get that punish, and now Gushue is going to be swapping over onto Doom.
Yep. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Gushue wanting to make the Winston work. He played out a couple of lives there to get the Primal Rage, but 80% now for the Dallas Fuel. It's time to get serious. Couple members knocked off. That's a good start.
Yep. Big slam as well, so Gushue getting that green HP. Goes for the jump back up onto the top, trying to apply that pressure even further. Now, you can see the beat coming through.
This could be it.
Hanbin hounds down Shy. The cleanup continues. The Sparkle and Edison get one to pop. And leave down to about half. Grabs a health pack off screen. Now just dashing back to try to exit, but Overtime is bleeding away, and somebody's going to have to get the touch, but I don't think that they can. It's 130% in reply. We go to the distance all the way to Lighthouse.
There was just no Nano from Monk at all, under pressure the entire way through. 2 lives we had the Nano. Didn't get to use it. 2 full lives there. And Gushue bringing out the Doom only in the, what is essentially the final fight as well. I mean, I think maybe Spark were just trying to see if they can make the Winston work. They looked at New Junk City yesterday. Saw Muse make the Winston work. It's like, is it possible? Do I have to bring out the Doom immediately? I think the answer, largely for me, is going to end up being a yeah. I think you got to bring out the Doom now. If you see the Junker Queen, likely the Doom is going to have to be the immediate answer. Spark, they're not going to mess around this time around. He's just going to start on the Doom. However, Fuel for Lighthouse are going to go towards a Diva comp. Okay, Gushue might end up being back on the Winston here after a single life. We'll see how that goes.
Yep, Doom out the rip. Off the rip, I should say. Words are difficult today. Either way, Sparkle versus Leaf once again in the skies. Edison back over onto the Soldier 76. That was a little bit of a hindrance for them back on well. Certainly better sight lines, though, on this part of the map. Still not getting too much damage across there on the Leaf. Moving down on the low ground, taking a little bit of self-inflicted damage there from the Helix rockets, but still is going to be safe for the time being. Shy down to half HP as Steve Gushue just pulling back away from the point for the moment.
They're waiting for opportunities here. You need to see Monk connect the boner. He has Hanbin in trouble.
Oh, and he's going to be broken out. Yep. Ends up getting taken down. Follow up there from Lee with the sticky bombs, able to find it. Now he's going to try to pistol his way back through, but that's just crucial timing found here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark to get that elimination. But Sparkle doing some wonders here. Lee and Langsa both going to be taken out. Finds those kills, looks for a little bit more. Gushue receiving all of those sticky bombs. Point blank ends up falling. Shy able to answer one back. Pulse bomb nearly online. He gets it. If he can find a stick, it would be good enough to try to find the target and maybe turn this one around, but I think he actually gets sent off the side of the map there by Bliss. Maybe it was just his corpse going flying. Either way, Fuel in control.
This is a huge performance from Sparkle so far. This Echo has done wonders for the Dallas Fuel. He outdeals Lee first and foremost, and then just kills another 2 to 3 more members after that. And that is how you prevent a situation from going poorly. Hanbin's down, but Sparkle still up and alive and still in a position to carry the team.
Really good stuff there from Sparkle. I mean, he's talking about the 776, but Sparkle having that kind of impact is also something that was missing on the first round here of Ilios, but now double anti across MCD, the first to fall. Edison able to answer one back. Going to be a support for a support. Bliss still down a little bit low, though. Whittle away at, has to keep himself alive and can't save Edison's life, so he ends up falling. Shield bash into the, I believe, the sleep dart onto the floor. Shy, it's an easy cleanup for him. 38, 40% here for the side of the Fuel as the flip gets ready to come through. Cap is in, Sparkle dead on the back end for a little bit of added stagger, and Leaf somehow actually manages to return and beats him to the dupe.
I mean, both players, legendary Echoes. Leaf has certainly had a little bit more time to play it so far this season than Sparkle has, given Fuel's propensity to run rush compositions, but there it is. Leaf took Sparkle down, and this will take him down to the side of this fight.
Attack visor nearly online. Gushue trying to hold this high ground. Still going to be 30% off from that primal rage, and that's why he's got to exit for the beam. And as well as Hanbin managed to hound him down, Sparkle just nanoed up, putting it to good use. Now looking for a little bit more, but Shy and Leaf coming out of nowhere just absolutely shut him down. Antitas connect on the 2, leaving legs up. Oh, have to play a little bit more hesitantly there. Shy now just going to be looking to go ahead and get this flip back into their favor. The lead just now gained here for the side of the Fuel. Attack buys are going to be popped. Edison looking for a target, but it gets left on there by Gushway, pressures him out as the dupe comes through from Leap, going over for the D.Va, trying to build up that self-destruct and be able to clear out the point. Gushway going lower, big anti connects on to 3, but Hanbin gonna get off the side of the map. Not quite sure exactly what happened in that moment, but now they have to try to pull back because Bliss is low on HP. Sparkle and Edison are both dead. Cleanup comes in, Hangzhou Spark gain control, and now they're gonna gain the lead.
Yeah, this is another situation where Edison's soldier's being caught out. Gushway can just jump on top of Edison every single time. Even with the visor, you're not going to beat Gushway in that duel unless you get some sort of support. So far, it's been a lot of Sparkle. He is the emphasis of this map and the team for the Dallas. So you got to keep Sparkle alive. Han being thrown off that map was definitely huge as well, especially given that Lee put an extra tank on the field with his duplicated D.Va. We head over towards final fight now. Nano available. Doesn't have to be forced on a Gushway just yet, which is good timing for the Spark. Oh my, that's carried out.
I was going to say, MCD nearly has his Nano up, but that's the key target right there. Would have gone over the Sparkle. Now he gets taken out. Nano in a sleep onto Gushway. Leaf going to be down low, ends up falling. Bliss finding the elimination. Self-destruct here from Han, but also going to get him. Pulse Bomb goes out from Shy, but it's not going to find a target, but he still manages to double up, or follow up, and finds Edison. 100%, somebody needs to get the touch, and Bliss just can't get there. Lengza just doing his best to try to body block them, and it works a treat. Hangzhou Spark managed to take the round away.
Yeah, a shield bash as well from Lengza. That was an insane play from Lengza, honestly, because Spark were losing that fight. I'm fairly confident that the Dallas field were about to make a comeback happen. They want to push their own 99. It was going to get super interesting. But as we reach the OT, Hangzhou Spark, like defensive linesmen or something, they just completely block out the field from reaching the objective. And the Hangzhou Spark will take away Ilios. But man, that was really close for what is a map choice from the Hangzhou Spark. In a heavily favored matchup for them. We're playing dive versus dive essentially the entire way through outside of Ruins, which was Harbin going the Jungle Queen, and maybe an early teaser for what the rest of the series is going to look like. Dallas Field looked good when they won the Jungle Queen. Hangzhou Spark did win when they won the dive, but I want to say only by a margin.
Yeah, it was very close the entire way throughout, so that's a good sign so far for the side of the Fuel, who now have their map pick getting ready to come up for Hybrid. So we'll see where they elect to take us, and whether or not they're going to be able to tie the scoring line after it when we come back in the break. And we are back, and it's time to go into map number 2. The Hangzhou Spark able to pick up map number 1. They had their selection of Ilios coming in as a higher seeded team, and they put it to good use, though. It was a little bit closer than we might have anticipated. One round, obviously going the way of the Dallas Fuel, given that they got to play their brawl. But then the dive ended up getting them in the end with a very nice forced C9 at Langs' hand.
Gonna leave a jersey in the middle there, number 10 for the Spark. Leave, who had a bit of work to do in that matchup, as Sparkle was looking really damn good on the Echo, but I think this is probably going to be the end of Dallas Fuel really playing too much dive for the rest of the series. Maybe if we get to that second control, map number 6. That's right, because we could go to 7, if not more, in this particular series today, and I think these two teams are close enough in skill level that that might actually end up being the case. I'll start talking about the next map a little bit. I'll spoil it. It's not Midtown, and, well, no Pineapple being subbed in. If it was Midtown, Kushra goes to Rissa. Monk and Pineapple play their double flex support situation again. Maybe we see some more Captive Sun highlights, but we're actually going to go to Nimbani instead. It's an interesting map choice by the Dallas Fuel, because previously, this would have been a maybe risky choice for Dallas. You can't really play the Queen as well on this map, but we've seen Harbin Flexo, which was a Sigma, just for this particular map in Nimbani, and it works a treat. So if you want to keep playing a sort of fashion sim kind of look for the Dallas Fuel, you just swap the Queen over towards a Sigma. You can even force a Queen in some cases, but reliably, I think Sigma is probably going to be Harbin's choice.
Alrighty, well, time will tell as we get ready to load up here on the Nimbani. Dallas Fuel, as we were talking about it, I mean, the last time they played against the Spark, not really a close series by any margin, but already a lot closer in that first map. So we'll see now with their map pick if they're going to be able to get one on the board. You and I kind of suspecting that this is going to be a bit of a longer series, especially given that we are in this best of 7 format. So let's see if this one can in fact go the distance. Maybe just some trades back and forth between these two squads all the way to that final map.
We got the potential for 2 escorts in there as well, and in the escort pool could be rough. I mean, it's interesting. There definitely saw a lot of capabilities for the Dallas Fuel to play what they want to play, but I think once you get into more high ground, low ground type of maps, Sparks dive type gameplay starts to look a lot better. So the important map types that you need to see the Dallas Fuel come on top on, I think you're looking at push primarily. Number 4, that is going to be a huge swing map in favor of the Dallas Fuel. They have to win that, in my opinion. Beyond that, Barney is not a bad shout. I think the flashpoint in the middle. Largely, I think Fuel can get a lot of momentum here. Right now, between maps 2, 3, and 4 is a good time for Fuel to start picking up steam.
All right, well, here on Nimbani and Gushway now going to be going for that Orisa on the defense. Shy on the Soldier 76. Leave, once again, just going to be hovering in the sky, sticking with this Echo.
Okay. So I want to play this quickly. Sigma would have been the slower gameplay. You push up, set up the shield, get Edison in place on the high ground, and start beaming down with your turret. Whereas this, they might not even go top lane. They could just force main, TP to the high ground. Leaf's going to do some advanced scouting. Okay, they are going to go top. Everyone's prepared. Kusho's already in position. You have to be careful for the TP bait and switch. For the TP, you can still play on the top and then go immediately right. They're going to go below and TP to the back.
TP into the back.
Bliss.
Teleporting going to be broken down. Yeah, Bliss so very low. Both supports getting clipped by that anti-nade. Been just trying to play the corner. Now that's going to be wrapping around the side. Leave ready and waiting. Sends in the sticky bombs. Going to be getting a decent amount of splash damage through.
TP again.
They're going low. Now TP across. There's the anti greeting them as they come out of it. 4 players going to get clipped by that one. Immortality Field going to be forced out. Hanbin now going to be taking a nap on the staircase, but Shine doesn't want to play up against him, so ends up rotating out. So far, Dallas Fuel is kind of playing ring around the rosy, rotating around this point, giving Leave an enormous amount of ult charge and not really touching the point itself. They now drop down. Doucheway looking to pressure him out. He's a little bit of HP here, just trying to
he's
pop him
not
back
down.
up. Now the nano available, but no, Han been able to hound him down, find the elimination. Shy as well going to be tagged up. Now going to the corner, the second tick going to be grabbed here for the side of the Dallas Fuel, playing this out patiently, and it's working for them. Ends up paying off, and nobody else can really occupy the point. After Kushway falls, that's it. Langsa does manage to pistol down Hanbin, but now they have the forward spawn. Rampage going to be coming through. Can see Anti across on a 3. MCD quickly going to bleed out as Edison tucks away, trying to just grab that mini pack. Looks like he will be able to do so as MCD and Bliss will both fall. Stagger's going to be found here on the back end, but now Hangzhou Spark have to rotate out.
And the problem is, Fuel already capped, so... I mean, they got a spawn camp, but the Fuel already capped, so all of this is nice. Is it going to be enough? Unfortunately, they couldn't keep Goucher alive. You saw Monk, by the way, find his nano at the end, but Goucher's out of LOS. Goucher had to run backwards. He got assaulted upon by the Dallas Fuel, who just rushed him down in the side room of the Mega Pack. And this is going to end up being the adaptation. Edison goes Sombra just for Goucher.
TP onto the high ground again here. Shy now popping that attack visor, looking for target. Managed to find Bliss Sparkle. Will be taking down Goucher as well. That's the sound barrier committed into the fight on the side of the Dallas Fuel, and they fall short as well as that photon barrier. Cart. It's going to be
Look at the respect.
Inched forward here by Edison, but he's got to make his exit.
They don't want to chase Harmon because if they know if they go in that room, they can get mega cleaved, and Harmon's about to get 3 resets in there, like the highlight clip we saw when they played against Pokerface. So they're just not going to force it. They're going to allow Fuel to regroup in the stairway. Cleave is still keeping, I think, 1 player stuck in spawn. Not sure that is Edison, who's been repeatedly revealed. Rampage nearly up.
Gear Strike also online here in case Goucher needs to go and bail himself out. Mortality field going to be cleared down. Next duplicate
down.
14% away. Goucher does end up falling with Sparkle now going to be taken out. Lang's under a little bit of fire here. Will get top back up, and Shy finds MCD. Continuing to struggle, but the cart now moving forward. Just getting a little bit of steady distance here. And Spark look to go ahead and snatch this one up for themselves once again. With Hanbin falling, they will be able to do so if this spawn camp continues.
Edison's done a lot of work, though. The Sombra is the one that's going to push the Spark back. Spark cannot ideally they can't just spawn camp the entire way through, because at any point Edison could just slowly inch the payload forward. Spark, if they want to spawn camp effectively, they can't just keep someone on the payload either, so the effectiveness of the spawn camp is weakening.
The dive looking for Monk. Managing to survive for the time being, but then Hanbin eventually able to hound him down. Goucher takes a Meteor Strike out to safety. He's going to be dropping down all the way into the back lines. Only casualty so far just going to be Monk. Trying taking a little bit of damage, but now onto the cart here go the Dallas Fuel. Good amount of time bought, though. But the side of the Hangzhou Spark, draining that clock down steadily. Can they reestablish some control? Duke comes in, Leave going to be going for the Diva. Rushes forward, rockets ablaze. Looking to try to build up towards that self-destruct and reestablish some space here, but he will be broken out of this one. Into the pilot form, pistoling away. Can get back to the mech very quickly here, but he's going to be running out of time. Maybe a squash kill, but no, they pull back away from that one. Now they break him out of the Duke, and he's got to make his exit. Shy, in the meantime, going to be eliminated. Sparkle able to find that kill. Langsa, however, gets the res through. Back on a Goucher, pulling back, takes the punch out for safety as the nano comes across. Leave the recipient. Hanbin up on the high ground, knows that the struck going to be broken out of the mech, taken down swiftly. Pulse bomb going to be committed, but Sparkle finds nothing, and Leave is able to double up, finds another kill. Support's now trying to exit, but they manage to chase in, and Bliss will fall.
Huge res, by the way. Link's getting that res onto Shy, allows the 100 Spark to just stay in. You have Leave delaying the fuel as well by copying over towards the Diva. He stays alive for ages. Yeah, loses the mech, but even the pilot form is just annoying. And every single time Fuel get a pick, Goucher ends up coming back, and Monk comes back, and Shy gets rezzed, and Dallas can just only hope to slowly inch the payload forward, but not quite enough. We're not past the green bus yet, not past the second corner. Some decent ultimates, but the real one we're waiting for is Edison on the EMP again. That has to be the impetus for the Fuel. Suzu's been burned so early.
Yeah, very early there. I don't think there's Bionate on the Sparkle. I guess just one target. He's still playing elusively here. Seismic Slam will find him, so Goucher trying to stay alive. That pocket healing coming through from the Mercy. Meanwhile, Backvisor up onto the high ground. Pivot, keep Shy alive. Breaking line of sight, but now down to a minute remaining. Sound barrier going to be coming through off the back of the Kitsune Rush. EMP puts Leave down onto the floor. Healing coming in, but it's not going to be enough to try to keep him alive. Lang's getting tagged up, chased down, hacked, eliminated, so the res cannot come through. Man advantage now here for the side of the Fuels. The self-destruct not going to be able to find any value, but Goucher gets hacked and killed moments before he would have had the Meteor Strike online. Now, it's a meter away from pushing through, and with the final kills coming in, they will be able to get that minute and a half bump up.
So much of that was Edison. I mean, the EMP onto Leave, and unfortunately no dupe available. You need to see Leave find that dupe to be able to save himself. They just caught out, and the follow-up kill then onto Lengsa as well. So it's just 2 players down, basically for nothing. And a further hack of the Goucher as we head over towards the final point here. Goucher goes back over towards Winston. Hanbin says, bet, let's go Jungle Queen here. This is a good matchup for me. From Dallas Field, they get to sort of play the comp they originally wanted to play. Now, they get past, I think, the more difficult parts of the map for them, and C should favor this comp now as they push through.
A lot less high ground to be worried about there, especially when it comes down to Shy. Over on the Bastion, just looking for that regular impact that we've come to expect from him. Dupe, however, going to be coming through, Leave into the back line. Goes into the tank form, but he immediately gets leapt on, taken out of that one and taken down. Han been able to confirm the kill. A big overstep from Leave, thinking that he was going to have a nice timing, but the full force of the Dallas Fuel just turns around and takes him out.
Goucher has to be careful. might end up forcing the Nano here if he gets into trouble, but he's actually delaying payload at the moment.
Nano on
Now the Nano comes
really
through.
trying to keep him alive. Session Slam is going to be decent. That gives him the Meteor Strike. Window going to be dropped in. He drops down in front of it. Trying to stay in this fight. This race, keeping himself protected with the healing through. But is it going to be enough? Oh, the punch. The kill Edison off that ensures his survivability. His survival, I should say. That's
Pixel perfect.
Fight 1 now. 50 seconds remaining.
I mean, he threads the needle between life and death so cleanly there. Very low HP for Gusha, but never goes down. Props to the healers for keeping him up as well. And just manages to thread a punch in even onto Edison. Spark will now go over towards the Sombra. Things are slowed down significantly with Theo. Gusha outplaying the window of MCD amazingly. This is exactly what you want to see out of the Doom. You see the Ant Matrix drop, threaten that Ant Matrix with the Meteor Strike, and suddenly things are really difficult for the field.
His exit right as the hack comes in.
Time.
Gets himself out. 19 seconds remaining. Touch.
And no TP, by the way, so...
From the drop down here. Sparkle.
It is Sparkle touching, I think. He has to. No one else can... Okay, the payload's actually really close, so... They can get the touch, no issues.
Looking for the setup here. Okay, artillery to try to open this one up. Sparkle for the touch. I know Hanbin's there. Sparkle stays in stealth.
He's just holding the artillery, so it buys some time.
Sends it out, leaves, tagged up, stays alive, tucks back around the corner. Attack visor online. The Nano nearly there to couple in with it, but it might go over to Gushway all this either way. Try to keep him alive instead. Down barrier now coming through. Rampage across, only finding Gushway. Nano still not quite there though. Monk building it up, trying to get it online. Now has it at the ready. Rally expired. Hack on the leave. Taken low. Fire around the corner. Spots him. The opposite side of the card to clear up there onto the Immortality field. The blade can come through. Now he pulls it. Edison dead. Hanbin disappears. They clear him off the cart. It's going to be the final resting place. Just on the final corner here of the map. They cannot get to see Hangzhou Spark give themselves a win condition as the Fuel get ready to go on the defense.
That was really big from the Hangzhou Spark. I think things start to get a little bit more difficult for Dallas Fuel, where you have to now consider swaps between Sombra and everything else. What do you sacrifice? Do you want to sacrifice the Bastion for the Sombra? Do you want to sacrifice Sim for the Sombra? Either way, you're sacrificing something, and that's not ideal. This is the play that I want to highlight as well. Completely counter out the Ant Matrix, and then Threads need to find this punch onto Edison as well to enable that kill. But one of the main strengths of the Dallas Fuel comp, as we discussed yesterday, is their ability to just spam infinite damage through the window via the Bastion in the turret form. And if Spark can work their way around that and prevent that value from coming on through, that's a lot of the damage output from the Dallas Fuel prevented. So, something that I think the Doom does exceptionally well. You can punch people away from the window, you can Meteor Strike on top of it, you can disrupt people's angles successfully, or you just power block, and that absorbs a ton of damage. So, it's partially why Doom is, I think, really good into specifically the Bastion here, but where the strength of this Jungle Queen Bastion comp lies. And towards the end, Lee swapping up to Genji, I think, was really good as well. You start to really move away from Flyers on Sea of Nimbani. Flyers just, the value drops significantly. And the Genji is also just a great matchup into the Bastion. And a lot of the pressure from the Spark is specifically onto Edison. You can see, even in the trading of the poke damage, Shy on a Soldier, specifically trying to poke out Edison as his primary target.
All right, well, still just going to be sticking with this pocketed Echo. Shy goes out here on this Hanzo. He's going to be sticking through with this one. He can break down a Bastion decently quickly with the Storm Arrows, but see if he gets the opportunity. Teleporter set up as they make their way over here onto the high ground, but the teleport's been dealt with, and Leave gets the sticky bombs onto Sparkle. Takes him down, and this could be catastrophic here for the Dallas Fuel. Edison now gone. That's the damage output completely eliminated. MCD taken down by Gushway with a punch. Nancy onto Hanbin. He'll get a parting gift kill onto Monk, but that's about it. Bliss just trying to make his exit as swiftly and safely as he possibly can. He'll get out of dodge, but that should be the point cap coming in a 5.5 minute time bank here for the side of the Spark.
Yeah, his Hanbin's too far away. You know it's gone already. That is so big. You got to look at that nade again. Monk lands a 4-man bio, and Sparkle melts instantaneously from that bio. It's an immediately 5v4. Dallas Fuel then get a little bit shell-shocked. As you say, the TP is gone straight away, but their team actually rotates in different directions. You have MCD, and I think one of the play going downstairs, Gushray sees it, instantly gets a punch kill to MCD. I mean, it's gone. It's done. After that happens, that one kill they got to Monk, rezzed.
Okay, and there's the jump forward from Gushway. Gets hacked, puts the fists up, negates the damage. Immortality kill going to be burned early here. Now Sparkle found, and Gushway takes him out. Massive size to clam forward, gets some damage across, sets up for shot to get the elimination on the Edison. Hanbin now going to be antied out. Deep dive here on the punch, but now the slam back to close the distance. It's just right up in front of MCD. Waits for him to hit the fort. Knocks him into the wall. Hanbin taken out, just desperately trying to get this Rampage online, but it's 5 ults here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, and they didn't have to commit anything to win the fight.
Yeah, and usually when I see the situation, I'm like, man, attacking team on 5 ults, they must be doing something wrong. But this stage, it's because they're winning so hard, they don't need ultimates to be played at all. Now MCD has to swap as well because, well, you got to be able to support Hanbin when Monk throws these Bionades. The Suzu needs to be there. But Dallas Fuel's composition has disappeared. I mean, what even is this now? There's no Bastion.
Oh, he gets out with a sliver! Guxue so low, manages to escape with a Meteor Strike into the back lines. Now can be healed back up. The supports, they don't even need the ult charge. They're still just holding on to them. Langza does manage to go ahead and pop the Guardian Angel. Now the Nano comes across. Guxue immediately diving forward. Finds Edison. Down barrier too late from Bliss to try to keep him alive. TP away from MCD. Keeps himself elusive. Keeps himself alive. Monk falling to Hanbin's hand. But now the dupe comes in from Leave. And there's another Jungle Queen in the mix now on the opposite side. Sparkle making his exit, jumping up for the EMP to come through, and Axe through onto Bliss just to try to really chunk him down.
Raise the knife.
We'll be able to find 2. There's the knife on the Langza. Gets the follow-up. Leave now losing out on the dupe. Hanbin, however, in too deep, ends up falling. Monk scooping the kill. And 3 meters left to go here on this push. Cart going to be contested for the time being. Guxue just trying to make his way back through, but has to wait out the hack.
Yeah, the reset is there, though. Fuel did their job. They actually denied the Spark, and Spark had to
Hanbin's not here.
He needs to get back quickly. Hanbin has to get here immediately.
Okay, EMP managed to get the catch on the 3, but the kill's not going to be found on either side. Everybody's staying alive for the time being. Sparkle down a half, Edison as well. Working his way back into the hallway, just trying to stay in this one. Try to re-aggress. Rampage goes through, managing to connect onto 3, but Guxue goes into the Meteor Strike to go ahead and just get that invulnerability. Shy is going to bleed out, but the rest of the team is falling to the wayside here from the side of the Dallas Fuel. Here, Kitsune Rush committed just to try to really turn this one and keep themselves in this fight, but eventually they're going to get pushed off the cart. Now 0.89 meters left to go as Hanbin will fall to the sticky bombs. The Suzu going to be burned, trying to buy some extra time, but it's inevitable here. The cap is going to be coming through.
And the time is great. 4:21 as well. Bliss late death possibly. Surely they kill him. No, they don't. You'll be happy to have at least 1 extra member survive that. This is the power of the Doomcom. Fuel, they're running out of options. Hanbin's like, well, let me check my hero pool real quick. What else can I play here? Zarya. Wrong patch, buddy. We'll see if it works. So, I mean, at this point, you got to do something. It's 1 more good push until Spark take this map.
Because Sparkle's sticking through on this Sombra, it means that we just get the extended stay of Edison on this Symmetra, not something that we are used to seeing at all. Guxue now off the Doom, onto the Winston, rushing forward, just playing with his limitations, and Edison is gone again. Rally now rolling, Nano built up, Leaf goes to the dupe onto the Zarya, says, yeah, I'll just use this one against you completely and utterly. It's not even necessary to try to build up the grab. That is just going to be it. The full push coming in with still so much time to work with. Dallas Fuel's map pick does not work in their favor. Hangzhou Spark grind them into a fine paste.
I gotta be honest here, I don't think that was close. I mean, scoreline-wise, we went to see, but the manner in which it was done was not close. Hangzhou Spark, instantaneous, 1 and done. Leave is laughing. Guxue's having a great time. They're slamming at the moment. And I want to shout out Leave as well for the final play. I don't know if anyone caught this, but a small micro detail there. Bliss sound barrier onto 3-man, but it didn't catch Hanbin because Leave body blocked. I think he bubbled it out. And we saw Smurf do that last year on Lee Jung when he was on Seoul Dynasty. He bubble blocked somebody from getting sound barrier. Leave just did that with the duplicated Zarya and prevented Hanbin from receiving sound barrier. So that's one of the ways you just shut down Zarya. But just the fact that Hanbin goes Zarya right now this early is a sign of weakness from the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, I mean, Guxue's just donk walking on everybody at the moment here, so something's got to give for the side of the Dallas Fuel if they want to get themselves back into this series. They have map pick again, but it's limited options as we get ready to go into Flashpoint. We'll see where they like to take us and whether or not they try to get one on the board. Otherwise, it's going to be reverse sweep territory for them to try to get into the playoffs. We're going to go to a break. We'll be right back. And we are back, and it's time to go into map number 3. Things not looking great at the moment here for the side of the Dallas Fuel, who once again will have their map pick. Didn't work out for them. They elected to take us to Numbani. They couldn't make it to the end of the map, and then they kind of got destroyed on the opposite side. So, let's see where they want to take us for Flashpoint and whether or not it is going to be good enough to be able to get a win on board. Because if they can't find it here, as we get ready to go into push, that will be them looking to reverse sweep if they want to get placed forward into the playoffs immediately. Get that ticket punched to Toronto. Otherwise, they're going to be play-ins bound, and they do not want that.
Currently, it's looking very similar to what we had last week. You know, it's somewhat competitive, 2-1 on the opening control. You have at least a point or two taken by the Fuel on map number 2. Map number 3 last time, though, was Survivor. That went 3-2, and it was actually quite competitive. And I think there's a little bit of hope there for the Fuel. I think, again, these middle 3 maps, or not quite middle, but you know what I mean, 2, 3, and 4 should be a strong point for the Fuel in this particular series as far as the map choices go. And, you know, if they can get this Flashpoint and into a push win, suddenly we're 2-2, the series opens up. From then onwards, where we get, you know, a lot of escorts and controls and escorts, I make no guarantees for the Fuel, but currently, I think the game is still pretty open. But I think if they lose the Flashpoint as well, you're down significantly, that's match point, by the way, and then you have to win the push, I still think they're favored to win the push. It's a 1-3, and the chance of coming back when the last 3 map types are control, escort, control, or, no, sorry, it's escort, control, escort, either way, it can start to get pretty rough, possibly.
All right, well, it's going to be New Junk City coming up here for the side of the Dallas Fuel. See if this can be the turning point for them, or if it's just going to get further and further away. Looking for that rally back. So time will tell as we get ready to go into the action. See if, you know, what they're going to be running. I mean, we could take a very easy guess at what they're going to be running, but whether or not it is going to work out, I suppose, is the big question.
They're going to play this one lore accurate. So Junker Queen's going to show up on New Junk City. What I'm saying. No Junkrat, though. As I can imagine, if you are the Spark, the Doom will be instantly out for display with no hesitation.
Hey, we had an unironic and legitimate Junkrat yesterday and didn't get to do too much, but we did see Prophet bring it through for a brief little moment. And Sparkle is very well suited for it, so I wouldn't be that opposed to it. It wouldn't be good for their odds of closing the map, I suppose, but it's always fun to see.
Genji.
Yeah,
a far stronger hero in this meta.
Maybe that's
and
maybe
also
that's
Sparkle is one of the most legendary Genji plays we've had in the history of Overwatch, so that's a good shout. Edison now gets to play his extremely favored Sojin, which he used to win the grand finals last year. So,
well, you can correct me if I'm wrong,
but
I think, wasn't this maybe the first map that Gooshway showed us the Doomfist dive on, and he against the Fuel, and he crushed? I could be wrong if it was the first time, but I believe it was on New Junk City when he brought it out. So
he definitely played Orisa more in the last series. He hasn't played much. He played a little bit of Orisa in Numbani. I'll have to go back and check, but in either case, look, the Doom has been fragging today. That's for sure.
Gooshway under fire.
Might be dead here.
Yeah, Nade not going to be enough to bail him out. The healing throughput is not strong enough. Edison able to scoop that kill nice and early over here onto the Sojourn, and clean up duty now for the side of Sparkle, who wants to try to take out Shy, but knows his limits, doesn't want to overstep, allows for Bliss to get into the action. And that is going to be the first cap coming the way of the Dallas Fuel. Ooh, yeah,
wow, Spark is just going to go for full switch. Does Shy go like a Tracer here as well? Like, what do they want to do?
Looks like the Soldier is still going to be sticking.
I actually like the Fuel. They're not doing a big adjustment, but they're just doing a slight tweak to the comp. They're saying, okay, well, the Sim Bash and stuff, I'm going to shelve that for now because we're getting punched around the map and Edison's not having a great time getting punched or just shooting into a power block. So let's go towards the other Junker Wing comp. The faster one with the Queen and the Sojin. Sorry, with the Genji and the Sojin, which we're also really good at. The Spark get kind of stomped in that first fight. See how Gooshway does in the Winston again. This is not a good comp for Winston to play into.
The rush forward there from Hanbin lets out the roar, pushes out with the axe, and Monk gets taken down. Edison with a headshot, able to find him. Now Leng's going to fall as well, and that's going to be a supportless Spark that just kind of fall to the wayside as the cleanup continues. I believe taken down, does very quickly build up to match Sparkle here with this Genji. He's actually kind of technically in the lead, which is amazing. Good
as
amount
long
of work
as MCD can save his Suzu specifically to counter Monk, Dallas should be fine. Cannot have your Suzu force early or Monk's going to completely roll you with a Baronade.
Okay, well,
As it's going to be
leaping
Gushway
forward.
backcapping. He's got to be a little bit careful here.
Yeah,
He does
leaps
pull
off the
some
point.
fuel members back.
Rampage across finds Gushway. He's already so low. It's actually the disrupting shot of all things that takes him down. We've now under fire. Deflection going to be burned. Lengths over the whip shot will only be able to find Sparkle. The rest of the team, however, just going to be falling apart. Spliss does get antied, but no cleanup to be found. The first point goes away the fuel.
I'll just accept their fake there. It's 0 to 100. They save all their ultimates. No, it's a lost fight. Allow fuel to commit to in there and just try and out-ult in the fuel in the next fight. See if they can get that done. That was pretty comprehensive coming through from the fuel. Like I said, just a small adjustment there, but it does change things up quite significantly. Their win conditions change as well, which means Spark have to think differently about how they want to play this game. Should be a Nano engage on the Goose Ray. Actually, Nano Blade and Nano Visor, both good options too.
Okay. Nano Visor across. Been taken down. Shy finding the first one. Sparkle just trying to backtrack as best as he possibly can, but eventually will end up dying. And the beat is just not going to be enough to save the fuel. Cleanup continuing here. Monk the only casualty. A slow run back here for the Ana, but first point snatched up here for the Spark.
What you do have there is a sound barrier that does not save Harbin. He was in a lot of trouble. Less beats, but Harbin just gets melted. It's a 4-man beat. Sparkle tries to counter Blade. The Nano Visor is just shredding through the Dallas Fuel, and Sparkle is essentially deflecting his entire blade because, well, you can't afford to not be deflecting when Shy is just looking at you with a visor. So now things got a little bit more difficult for the Fuel, but we expected this. I mean, I think Spark come through with a lot more ultimates. They were always going to have a pretty decent fight there. Losing Harbin early is obviously not ideal.
Yeah. The clock popped here for Medicine. Looking for some targets. There's a couple shots going to be going wide. Everybody just breaking line of sight. We're at the point for a brief little moment. Feel close on the cap as Gushway goes diving into the back line. Sets up the kill. Medicine will fall. Blade now pulled here from Leaf. Jumping forward. One more swipe. There's the kill. It's the double up. Finds both supports. Team kill comes across. Nobody lost on the side of the Spark. And now looking like they're going to be able to tie the score line.
And they're pushing up. They know they want to try and catch Fuel out of spawn here. Fuel are not going to have any flankers. Edison's gone over towards the Torb. Trying to just survive against a dive. That is going to affect Edison's kill pressure, though. They can live against dives, but Edison better be hitting some nutty left clicks on the river gun, because otherwise it's not looking good. Bless. Oh, he's okay. He's alive.
Okay, tag in does come through. Dive into MCD into the back line. TP, but the zap from Gushway just lines him up, shuts him down. Edison with his Torb, not going to be providing nearly enough fuel there for the supports. I'm just looking to clear out the point, which looks like they will be able to do here. Shy just rotating away, doesn't want to die, wants to be able to stay alive with a full 5 to get the pass rotate over the next point. Hangzhou Spark will tie us up 1-1.
Very clean fight. No ultimates expended. Spark knew they were ahead. And if Dallas Fuel can set up early on the next point, then they're not going to get the early step because sadly they have to wait for a place. I was going to say a good position for Edison with a Torb would be if you already have point control. Then the Torb, I think the value increases quite a lot. If you have to attack into the Spark and you're rushing into the Torb, that feels a lot worse. Worse still when Spark still hold on to 3 ultimates.
Alright, well, unlocked now in 3. Gushway diving into the back. CD popping that Kitsune Rush, but the ante from Monk goes on to 2. Edison and Sparkle now needing to play a little bit more cautiously as Gushway just continuing to harass with that primal popped. Doesn't find too much value though, but now they look to occupy the point and get this cap into their favor once again. They have to pull away. Gushway takes a good amount of damage. Langsa's going to be using that to go ahead and try to catch up and get this rally online, however.
Rampage
on to Winston.
Rampage is obviously good here, but you don't want to be out of position as hard, but as well, you have to be very careful.
Counter dive. Roar comes in. Gushway going to be taken down. Rampage goes across and it catches everybody else. The cleanup comes in. Hanbin doing wonders for them. Sure that Spark cannot get first grab at this point. Go ahead and cap it for themselves now, looking to take the lead.
Yeah. Really respect that sound barrier from Bliss as well, just to make sure that Shy on the Nano Visor wasn't going to apply in value. If he gets even a single kill there, things could go really wrong for the Dallas Field. Now the situation where the Torb gets played defensively, Molten Core's there as well. Now this is where Edison should start having more impact, as it's Spark then have to dive into the fuel. The Rally and Blade coming online for the Spark. Blade online for Sparkle as well. Could be a really interesting battle between the two Genjis.
Alright, well, some poking and prodding, 50% crested here for the side of the fuel. 2 ults apiece between the two teams. Blade Rally versus that Molten Core Blade here from the side of the fuel. He decides to open up first. Drop down. Leaf going to be pulling it. Sparkle pulling one on the opposite side, but he's instantly stunned up, taken down. Leaf finding the punish. He himself going to be falling low, but Hanbin on HP drops down, but he drops right into the
Edison.
molten core, and Edison finds two. Leaving Scheinfeld's going to be eliminated now. It's all on Gushway and the supports. Try to turn the tide of this one, but it does not look good for them. Lengths are going to be taken out. This point is a wash, and the fuel now going to be moving up the map point as the pull in off the knife. Monk just completely assassinated.
I can't believe how good that molten core was. Leave probably didn't expect it to just be right below his feet, but it was looking good for the Spark. Leave actually gets the player's blade, tons of damage onto Hanbin. Sparkle was instantly shield bashed and dead via Linksa with the rally. But it ends up being a double from Edison that sets it up. Late respawn from Monk as well to slow things down as we head over towards number 4. Refinery looking like. No, this one, this was Ducks actually. Never mind. Refinery next.
Hangzhou looking to tie us up once again. Extend this map into a 5th and final. Otherwise, fuel.
Bliss.
Have this work out for them. Sparkle getting zapped away, whittled away. Epic Kushwik does not pop the primal. He ends up just dying, thinking that the healing throughput was going to be enough to keep him alive. Now Lang's going to be taken down mid-rally. After the nano was committed onto him. Shy able to find one. Leap gets another one. Just trying to keep them in this fight as Gushway looks to rejoin. They're going to be cleared out. Point applied for the time being. Fuel just trying to get the cap, trying to tick up, but Leave is pushing forward, trusting in Monk to try to keep him alive as the techs continue to come through. We're going to work him down lower, but Edison, the arrival there from MCD, a little bit too late, and now he delivers himself unto death. Kitsune Rush not finding any value whatsoever, and Hangzhou Spark will grab this for themselves.
That actually ends up being a negative from the Dallas Fuel. They started to win that fight by punishing Gushway, who greeds his primal rage. But Gushway dies early, which means he respawns early, and the huge trade on the Hanbin means that Dallas Fuel also don't have staying power. And guess what? Fuel never capped despite having control of the point. Leave and Shy clutch up big. They get a ton of counter frags, and MCD even loses an ult. So Dallas Fuel come out massively behind after all that is said and done.
Pretty catastrophic. Gushway holding onto it, ends up being a bit of a boon for him, and now has the primal rolling. Tac visor as well from Shy off screen coming through. Good damage out onto him though, and the ante from the Rampage is absolutely monstrous. Hanbin looks to turn the tide of the fight. Leave narrowly surviving with a sliver of HP. Does have that blade built up for himself now, but the flip is going to be coming through inevitably here from the side of the Dallas Fuel. But in the meantime, while they're still trying to kill off Leave, they have not gotten this cap, so the Spark are getting closer and closer to 99.
I think they're within one fight territory here. I think 77 is probably good enough. I can imagine you cap and you're already into the 80s and feel at that stage that if they don't touch basically instantly,
Almost have an nano blade.
Likely to be gone. And that's the other thing as well, right? Well, you also get rid of Hanbin's Rampage, which is obviously a huge ultimate. The only thing that has any capability of countering is the rally, which I don't think Linksa actually had in the previous fight. So good capability. Spark can play this one slowly. Just wait for Monk. As you say, the nano blade, likely the carry here.
Trying to take down that turret.
Monk low.
Sends out the rocket. That's going to be the turret dead. Langsa pops the rally now to keep Monk alive. The blade pulled from Leave, dashing through, finds Bliss. It's the second elimination. Sparkle was dead moments before. Again, the blade just not getting anything, just completely gets outdone here by Leave. The counter flip it back into their favor. 80% now ticking up here. Hangzhou Spark might just be able to extend this one. Dallas Fuel.
They got to push up us off.
One last opportunity, but Bliss likely going to have to try to go for a touch.
Maybe Molten Core in the small room.
He's getting armored up. Molten Core now coming through, going for the chase. Going to be sleeping now within it. Spleen going to be burned down, but Sparkle again going to be taken out. Now Gushway able to find Edison to boot.
He's stuck.
Of the damage dealers taken out here. Monk going to end up falling. Over time, starting to bleed away. MCD touches forward onto the point, extends this a little bit more. Drops to Suzu, but Bliss cannot survive. Again, the Kitsune Rush just going to be leading to a lost fight here on this point. Hangzhou Spark will tie it. Now have a chance to move up the match point if they can close out.
And that extra Kitsune Rush, I think, was unrequired by MCD. You have to know you lost there. 2 supports versus 3 up from the Spark.
I mean, that's both.
It's not going to be enough.
The last 2 that he's used just haven't gotten any value.
Well, the last one specifically, I think, was just a bad idea. You could maybe make an argument for the one previous to that, but no more Kitsune Rushes at all. It's going to be the Moira now, which I think is a big mistake as well, because you need the Kiriko versus the Ana. Now there's just no Suzu support at all. Hanbin or anybody who eats a Bionade could just be game over. Bionades are key in this matchup, and Spark, especially Monk, now know they have a major win condition that Dallas Fuel can't really counter.
Tank Visor online, point unlocked. Visor coming out first and foremost, beat. If they go on the aggressive push, I've been looking for a target there with that axe doesn't bite anything, and Leave dashes through, managing to find Sparkle. Rampage going to be used, leads to Shy's death. Leave still trying to stay alive, and it looks like he will be able to do so. And Hanbin's going to get pressured out, so now it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade up here in favor of the Hangzhou Spark. Look at 3, as Edison will also get dropped. And the Stem very much poised to go ahead and get the initial cap once more.
Yep, looking good. And the more you look at the series, the more you look at the matchups, the more you think about New Junk City from yesterday. Remember, Fuel lost this to Pokerface. Muse playing the Winston.
Yep.
Maybe showing a little bit of the blueprint, saying, look, on this map, you can just make the Winston work. And Gushu's like, yeah, that's good for me. I'd rather play the Winston, actually. Doom is great, but Winston is the signature for Goose, right? Now they're leading. Well, this is the final. It's not really leading, but they're leading on this particular point, on the final point. And they have 4 ultimates, by the way.
Way again, looking to apply the pressure as Leaf pulls the blade, looking for a target. Edison going to be prime real estate, cuts him down to size. That's all he's going to be able to find on this one, as we see. Continue here with the Moira, Coalescence rolling, but tries to keep the rest of the team alive. But as soon as that one expires, Leaf jumps right back in. Diff Sparkle once again comes up with the elimination stun on the Hanbin as the shield is raised. Langza shuts him out. It looks like this might just be a shutout on the final point as well. 75% now for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. One last attempt from the Fuel, but somebody's going to have to touch.
And there's a Primal as well. I mean, you can prevent a lot of people from touching just from the Primal alone. And this is a tough game now because Sparkle, he needs his ultimate. The Molten Core's okay, but really it's about the blade. However, I don't think Sparkle's had a successful blade yet. Every time he plays, he's just been, no, we're not even going to touch.
Yep, no, okay. Just can't make it back in time. Seconds too late there from the side of the Dallas Fuel, and I think it's a similar story to what happened yesterday versus Pokerface when it came down to the last point. Either way, down and out, the Dallas Fuel will find themselves in such a bad position. If they want that auto qualifier, they now need a reverse sweep, and so far their map picks have not been delivering any wins.
And their win conditions are not really showing up either. Then it's not delivering where, okay, Sparkle thermally, I think, outplayed Leave in the Echo battle on map 1 on Ilios, but now in the Genji battle, it's been Leave night and day. Sparkle dead constantly, 11 deaths. Everyone else on the team dies 7 times. To be fair, he's also been targeted. To be fair, his team is not playing the same dive comp. You have Anna and Briggs supporting Leave. Sparkle is just trying to make this Genji work with the Jungle Queen composition where the commanding shout is realistically what you have to work through. I think the swap in Moira was a mistake as well. Dallas Fuel down 0-3.
Down to the wire, one last shot to try to start something, to try to get a map win here in this series. Otherwise, maybe just another blowout delivered to the hands of the Hangzhou Spark. We'll see what happens when we come back from the break. We are back and potentially going into the end of this series as the Hangzhou Spark clearly are hungry for a 4-0 sweep. Dallas Fuel now need the reverse sweep. If they want to get themselves into the playoffs, get that ticket punched over to Toronto. Otherwise, they might have to go the long route, go through the play-ins to try to qualify. And see, yeah, we got some fans coming in from Texas and somebody from Daegu as well outside of Seoul. Hello, they can't hear us.
Two very far away places from each other. The Dallas fans are here, and the good news for Dallas is that was at least a close map. The bad news is it's match point now, 0-3. Means reverse sweep. You got a reverse sweep from here on out, and in order to reverse sweep, the other thing to consider is Spark are going to have every single map choice after this. So if Dallas can win push, which is Esports, by the way, as chosen by Dallas, that's their best push map, given that they want to play a lot of Queen. I think Goose Ray just rolls out on the Doom here because you know it's a Queen map. But even if this is a push map win, look at Escort, Control, Escort. All three are going to end up being Spark picks, which means you can forget about playing Lee Jung Tao. It's not going to get picked. Even like any map that might be of the available pool, you can forget about Circle Royale. Not going to get picked. So all the stuff that Fuel would really want to play for the last 3 maps, suppose that we go there, not going to get picked.
Yep. I gotta win early, lose late when it comes down to these series. Well, now, it all comes down to this. Esperanza to see whether or not it's going to be a sweep or if the Fuel can try to rally back, run something back into this one. But right now, it just feels like at every twist and turn, even when they're playing their comps, when they're playing on the maps that they've elected to, they are just frankly getting diffed by the side of the Hangzhou Spark. I mean, Leave crushing Sparkle on the Genji. Gushui just dominant in the tank position. At every twist and turn, they have just had their number. We'll see what happens now, though, as we go into this one. Fuel need to give it everything. Otherwise, it is going to be a long week before the play-ins begin.
I think this is a good map, though. Like, I teased this at the start. I said if there's going to be a map somewhere in here that will favor the Fuel, it's got to be push. The only additional commentary I had to add to that was, ideally for Fuel, they don't end up on push 0-3 down. They would like to have a couple more maps in there somewhere as a bit of a buffer, so that as we get deeper in the series, they can have some extra map choices here or there to favor them, like, for example, the Circuit Royale, where you know that Harmon can play the Sigma and Gushui can't. Important things like that. Now they are 0-3 down, so bittersweet moment where I think they've got a good chance of winning this map, but still an upwards hill to climb. So the first step forward will come through an Esperanza. It's no Sim-Bastion. Probably a good choice. You know Goose Ray's going to roll that on Doom. Don't even bother with Bastion this time.
All right, well, let the opening neutrals begin. Listen back over onto the Soldier and saw some early value from that there on New Junk City. Needs to have similar impact coming into this one now as the bot gets ready to unlock. We're playing forward, just going to be making a quick little exit there. Bot for now in the hands of the Dallas Fuel as Lee kind of sticking around the backside here, looking to see what he can spot. Maybe a little bit of an opener, but will get forced away. So for now, very slow going from both the squads.
I actually think Gushui might swap back to Winston here. The more I think about it, the more I think the Doom is specifically good against Sebastian, but not so amazing once Sebastian's gone. And with Leave sniped out by Edison, that's the advantage Fuel been waiting for.
Sparkle also going to be taken down. Some exchange on the DPS. Fast rejoin for both of them here. The bot still steadily pushing forward to the side of the Dallas Fuel, making its way through this little underpass. Knife from Anvin getting the connection. Just a little bit of extra damage going across. 50% of the way towards that Rampage. Gushui nearly with a Meteor Strike.
Nano is going to be important here as well. The Fuel will get a little bit there. A decent trade coming through from the Spark. Just allows the Spark to regain a little bit.
Leave trying to get on top of MCD.
Found, and that's going to allow Gushui to play a lot more aggressively.
Recall going to be forced. Nano now going to be going across. That goes over to Shy. The attack visor nearly online. Edison down low, but managing to stay alive now. Both support ults here from the side of the Dallas Field going to be committed into the fight, and it ends up working out. Langs and Lee both going to be taken down. Meteor Strike out from Gushui. Likely dropping down into a safer position, but for Monk and Shy, there is no escape here, and it seems like Gushui as well will fall. Kills come in. Very clean stuff overall here for the side of the Dallas Field. It cost them their support ultimates, but they got quite a bit out of the Hangzhou Spark as well, and now can continue the push.
Yeah, it's decently played in terms of the value brought on by the double support ultimate. Shy tried to get a little bit of damage done, but just didn't have the visor in time. Nano was available, but you couldn't link up both the Nano and the visor at the same time because Shy just was lacking slightly. Get at that on ultimate. It does cost a spark. I think a Nano visor would have definitely shifted focus a lot. And there is a swap. Like I said, I think Gushui recognizes that Winston actually is better in this matchup.
Hops into it, overclock. The shot's not finding too much, but it does buy enough space to go ahead and safely get the push into the checkpoint here for the side of the fuel. And now getting themselves that forward spawn, and Leaf just caught way into the back lines, ends up getting taken out.
Yeah.
Very good punish, and now the push can continue.
He's really been able to shut down Leave, and with the Tracer gone on the flanks, yeah, I don't have to worry about what's coming behind you too much more. And Dallas Fuel can focus on this front-to-back type combat, which is what they'd rather do with the Queen. Bushui's already low.
Back visor rolling here from Shy, pushing forward, and everybody just making their escape from the side of the fuel. They know that they have some space to give up, wait out the visor, and then reaggress onto the bot. Very patiently and safely played here by them. They want to maintain this lead as best they possibly can, so Hanbin just looking to hold the gateway here. Full spawn from Leave, going to be going wide, no punish found.
Nano and Linksa with the rally coming online soon. Shy dead though. Spark can't catch a break. They're constantly down one. It's constantly 5 versus 4 from Fuel.
Bliss with a nice early opening kill. Hanbin going to be antied out, but surviving for the time being as the blade gets pulled. Rally rolling. Linksa trying to stay in this one. Looks like he will be able to escape. Back themselves off from the fight. The bot, again though, in the hands of the Dallas Fuel, continues to get moved up here, staying near the checkpoint. Kitsune rush in from MCD. Kushway going to be taken down. Monk sends out the Nano. It's over on a Shy, but they're just backing away once again, breaking that line of sight, and Shy just can't get into a position safely enough to try to find any value here. Now Sparkle diving forward, finds Linksa. Shy taken out as Bliss claims another one. Cleanup will continue. Dallas Fuel looking alive and well here on Esperanza.
Yeah, I thought the Nano was going to go to Gushui, but that actually went on to Shy. Maybe that's a mistake. Maybe Shy caught it by being in the way. A number of different things could have happened there, but Gushui needed that Nano for sure. And we've seen a couple of situations now where you just have Spark not able to align the Nano with something important. And these just neutral Nanos onto players that don't have ultimate combo have not been successful so far.
Okay, another overclock here for Medicine. Looking for some additional value. Shot in towards Leave, but doesn't find the kill. Backs away. Leave sends swamped over onto the Echo, of course. All comes up with nothing. Edison gonna be down low, but they will go ahead and use the sound barrier. They want to keep him alive. They want to still operate as a full 5-man. Primal, in the meantime, at the ready here from Gushui. He's going to pop that one after falling down below half HP. Puts it to use, finds Bliss off the rip, but now Shy going to be traded on the opposite side. Edison, however, taken out. 2 for 1 here in favor of the Hangzhou Spark, who desperately need to try to find some control of the spot. I think it will at long last get it, but again, Dallas Fuel, they have forward spawns. They're going to be able to intercept.
This is a huge amount of distance to get as well. In the first 5 minutes, they get to nearly 90, 89.98. Is a really insane lead, and they basically got the cap off of 1 or 2 fights as well. So Spy got a lot of work to do. They haven't even seen a single meter so far, so it's been very one-sided for the first half of Esperanza. And, you know, as expected, this is a great map choice in terms of Esperanza itself, but also the game mode of push for the field. We expect them to be strong here. They deliver it so far. Leave with the copy.
Under pressure, Rampage out, catches on to 3. Leave with the copy, trying to build up a Rampage of his own, but can't really play out around the corner where he desperately wants to. He's not going to be getting too much value here other than holding the bot in this position.
Where's the Nano?
Now going to be taken down. I mean, it's dead on the floor. That's where it's at. Gushui trying to stay alive, but Langs has only got so much healing. Leave can't really do much of anything here as Edison will snipe him. Shot comes in. Edison finds a second. Gushui now going to be falling. The bot is once again pushing towards the Spark side of the map.
I think Spark are reading here a little bit too hard. You see multiple low HP members, specifically Gushui is low. You can't do anything until Gushui's healed back up. You've already rallied. I mean, just throw everything into the mix. Put the Nano into Gushui. Play the rally so slowly heal up. I think it was Leave that was low. But make sure that Gushui can actually stand on the front lines. Otherwise, Dallas is just surrounding you. And eventually, you're going to bleed members down. And 16 meters is all Spark get. That's a bit of a pittance, I'm not going to lie.
All right, another overclock and Shy just dead right in the middle of the ult. Edison finds himself a second. The cleanup is swift and thorough. Only one casualty here for the side of the Fuel as Bliss gets that next barrier online, and the push will continue. Now hitting triple digits are the Fuel and threatening the completion of this map.
At this point, Spark's thinking about their map 5 pick. What do we want to play for Escort, fellas? Again, not Circuit. From 17 to 16 is basically lights out. Sparkle, ooh, he survives.
Yeah. Does. Now just back away. Dallas Fuel very well aware of the position that they're in and how advantageous they are. Dash in, I mean, it's just so brutal. Monk Langs that both fall. Gushue dead, just nothing. No legs to stand on here. Kicked out from beneath them. Leave. Slink his way back into the respawn room as the bot gets closer and closer to the final checkpoint here with still 2.5 minutes to remain. There's still 2.5 minutes to play through. Dallas Fuel looking very much at home on this map.
Might be 20 seconds remaining because we could see a full cap here coming through, depending on how these ults pan out. Sparker ulting first, Fuel holding.
Not going to be finding anything to deflect us up. Bliss tagged low, but still holds on to the beat. If the rush doesn't lead to anything here, dupe out from Leave, getting closer to the Rampage this time compared to the last. But now, barrier going to be dropped. Rampage goes in, but let's get the connection on to 3. Sparkle, however, pulls the blade, dashes across, finds 1. He will end up getting taken out by Gushue, but the damage is dealt in the bot. Will continue to push forward. It looks like it's all over here. A couple meters left to go. A final tag in from Gushue as the nano comes across, but now he's going to be Rampage taken down. And that is going to be the map completed here from the side of the Dallas Fuel, barely giving up any ground to the side of the Hangzhou Spark. This series not over yet. They keep themselves afloat, but there is so much more work to be done here for the Dallas Fuel to pull off this reverse sweep, and now the Hangzhou Spark have map picks.
It's looking like an exponential journey up the mountain here. First steps, looking comfortable so far. You can still see some greenery around you. The trees are still available. But as you scale that mountain, it's all ice cold from that point onwards, as it'll be escort controlled, escort. And as mentioned previously, maps 2, 3, 4, we're going to be in the Fuel's favor, specifically map 4 on the push, and they deliver. Finally, they deliver as foretold, a full cap. But now what's going to happen for map 5?
We'll have to just wait and see. Hangzhou Spark bleeding for the first time here in this series. How much more blood do they have to give? They want to go ahead and stem that as quickly as they possibly can. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that during the break. Alrighty. We are back, and the Dallas Fuel are holding on by a thread. They get themselves a very concise map victory. Not going to Esperanza, but now there's still more work yet to be done, as they need to pull off this reverse sweep, and that has to be done through the map picks of the Hangzhou Spark.
And all the map picks of the Hangzhou Spark will only be their map picks from here on out. A pathway is certainly still there. It's not impossible for the field. They get a huge confidence boost from winning Esperanza. And it's not just a win, right? I mean, they completely destroyed the Spark there. It's a full cap through. That is the most comprehensive way you can beat another team, because on any push map, capping through the entire map is quite rare. So for Dallas, we have to do that to essentially win every single fight. Spark ended with how much meters? 16? Basically nothing, really.
Yeah, barely anything.
Spark were kind of missing from that game overall. I mean, Leave on the Echo started to apply a little bit more, but still not quite enough. But we expected push to be good for Fuel. Spark, not their best map, sadly. Pineapple not coming in for Langset, which means it's time for double flex support. Goose should come through on the Arista next map. And you know what, might as well talk about it now. It will be Dorado. So Spark are going to obviously pick everything that they believe is going to be good for them. I did not originally... I was debating whether Dorado would actually be a good pick or not. And the reason for that is I think what Dallas Fuel bring to the table is actually still pretty good on Dorado. Now, we saw a little bit of that Dorado yesterday between Infernal and Dynasty. And when you consider the TP strats with the Bastion setups that you can do on Dorado, it's actually not that bad for what Fuel want to play.
Sure.
So it is possible here. It is possible here for sure. This is, you know, of the available escorts, if I run through them, Circuit would have been top tier, obviously, for the Dallas Fuel. You're just not going to see that today. I would have thought Gibraltar would have been a better map choice for Spark, but they can still go to Gibraltar at number 7 if we go that far.
Well, we'll see if we get there, what it's going to be. There you go. All right, so Dorado to start. More potentially on the horizon, depending on where Hangzhou Spark opt to go if this series gets extended. But Dallas Fuel, they need to be entrenched. They need to have just feet firmly planted on the floor to be able to bring this one back and carry on their merry way. What a reverse sweep it would be. One of the most meaningful ones that we would have seen in quite some time. It's still such an upward path.
Especially considering what you get when you reach the summit. I mean, this isn't just a nice photo for Instagram. You get to go to the playoffs. You get to get really, I mean, not quite a trophy at the summit, but you get a nice plane ticket. You get several plane tickets at the top of the summit, and handshake from Sean saying, welcome to Toronto, and that would be really nice for the Dallas Fuel. But even if they lose, they get to go through play-ins. That will be potentially a tough journey. We'll see how that plays through, depending on how our Group B final goes as well. For Dallas, hope remains. Esperanza was an incredibly good map. You can hold on to that for now, and hoping that as you go mountaineering, that hopium/copium is as useful as oxygen in terms of what you can breathe.
Yeah. This is the first summit. This is the first base camp. There's many, many more along the way as they climb this Everest that they find themselves on. See if they can reach the first one, the next one rather, or if they're going to run out of oxygen, as you were putting it. But we'll get ready to go out the gate here, up onto the high ground. Hanbin here on the Orisa.
Okay. A different look for the field. He hasn't really... Yeah. I mean, obviously it's Hanbin. He can play whatever, but it's been Junker Queen like the entire time through. A little bit of Diva, a little bit of Sigma. Haven't really seen the Hanbin Orisa come through, so they're now looking into, you know, what other teams have been playing. I mean, we obviously talked about Dynasty and Infernal. Both teams have played plenty of the Orisa double flex. Now it's Fuel's turn. But of course, if you want to play some Bastion, Gushue is like, it's time for Doom.
Shy along the back sides there. Mortality field going to be cleared out. Gushue dead, trying to dive forward off the back of the ante, which was huge from Monk, but kill's just not going to be found. Monk now going to be taken down, as I mentioned his name. I believe also in a bit of a precarious position here. I think this guy's trying to make his exit. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. Continuing to
see the lamp coming through. Blitz dropping the Immortality field really saved the day for the Dallas field. And then Gushue was just stuck power blocking instead of being able to punch away Edison. That's that line of play. Leave, though, getting a ton of damage. I mean, for one skirmish and you lose, Leave getting 72 is pretty good.
I mean, he's been doing it consistently no matter what the pick is. Seen that from him all day so far. Shy, however, going to be taken down. And well, the one ult that you might really like to have rapidly built up is that EMP, but it's not going to be the case. Only at 32% as he falls once more. Leave the Duke now about to be online, and Shy says, screw it, I'm going for the Widowmaker.
They go for some long range here. Pineapple down as well. I mean, that just is going to slow things down significantly. The Spark have no payload push, by the way, so it's not like they're secretly moving the payload up and now they're forcing map control. Nope, payload is essentially still at spawn. Spark have done very little for a minute 30, except build up this duplicate. What do you even call? Okay, just
okay. Rough spot. Wants to use it. Doesn't manage to take him down. Now spinning forward, looking to try to get MCD. He's going to take the quick burst up onto the high ground here. As the next follow-up Javelin is not going to be able to find any connection there. Leave now going to be broken out of that dupe. Terror Surge not built up, not going to be finding anything as Hanbin just TPing back, keeps himself alive. A little bit of space bought here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark with half the time bank taken away. Cart brought up now into the underpass. Breaking through into the marketplace, that's where things become increasingly difficult. Shot there, would have been a big opener from Shy, but he's unable to find it.
Spark have momentum now. I do not know what Blood was doing down there. What? Edison, why? Why were you there? Are you just dying? Now the snipe comes through Shy. He was going to find one eventually, and now things are looking really bad from Dallas Fuel.
Sparkle's dead. Bliss does manage to find Leave. Peels off quite a bit of that damage, though. It's up for that healing pylon, but he's going to get knocked into the corner. Taken out. Monk with it. Lob in there on that anti, managing to find the kill. Hanbin up here onto the high ground, finds one, pops the Terror Surge, wants to try to confirm the kill on a Monk, does manage to do so, and Hanbin looks to hold the line. Grabs the mini pack and stops the push a little bit here for now, but Shy, oh my god, quick push on the corner, just takes him out.
We're holding the choke so far. Dallas, that is a super late death. Well, Dallas can't contest without Orisa. Hanbin's got to get back ASM, and they used all the ultimates, by the way, and they did not really win the fight. Sparkle
pushed away from the teleporter. He's looking for the catch here. Shy finds yet another headshot. Yep, Sparkle will end up going down to the Meteor Strike. The slide in from Edison. This, I mean, set up for it. Has the spot on him from the poison trap. Gets the kill. And that's going to be Hangzhou Spark getting themselves over here towards point A. After they just clear out the cart. Hanbin dead again means that this one is absolutely done. So,
wow.
2.5 minute bump up.
I mean, that was like really bad for the Spark until they got a tiny bit of momentum. Just a tiny bit. And just like a journey up the snakes and ladders, this is where Fuel unfortunately hit a massive snake and down they go. My goodness, and they have had to make some considerable swaps to the comp here as well. This is a very different looking team now. They're still playing a Wrestle double flex, but with now the Genji and the Sojin, which normally you saw that with the Junker Queen, so it's a bit of a mixed bag type of composition with the Bastion Gone Goose Ray swaps off the Doom. Are longer requiring than that. Nano Blade's about to come online also.
Yeah, I mean, Leave again. I mean, just moving over onto the Genji, rapidly building up the blades. What else is new? Sparkle has his work cut out for him now to try to catch up. On the hunt, really just trying to pursue and find Shy, who does get top back up to full HP. Takes the card for now. So just inching forward. Decently easy shot whiff there from Shy as he continues to challenge. He's going to try to spray from range, and Edison says, what the hell are you doing, man? My Gatling gun's a little bit better than yours. Manages to take him out. Gushway narrowly escaping while antied.
Leave, here we go. Nanoblade, that's what we've been waiting for.
And it's popped. Sparkle the first to die. Now the dash forward, looking for the follow-up kill. It's going to be Bliss. Taken out. MCD trying with this nano to put it to good use, but we'll just end up getting Goomba stomped here. So all wasted. Edison now sliding into the wall. It's taken out. Gushway will just Goomba stomp another one. The cart can continue to push forward. Decent time here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Half the time big drained away, but not far off from getting that extra little bump up.
Spark just jumping on old reliable there, the Nanoblade, always going to deliver value, and shades of what map was it? New Junk City, with Sparkle just getting destroyed by that blade. See if Edison can turn things around. And good on the overclock so far. Yep, there it is. Goose rate dead, 93%.
Terror Surge coming through. Good opening kills. Terror Surge just clears things out. And some quick peek on the corner. We'll go ahead and just get the headshot across. And that's going to be the shutdown. 2 meters away from point B. Now a minute remaining here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Ult's expended. So Shy going to be swapping over onto the Hanzo. It's just going to be that primal that they have to play through.
Once you're getting ready to cap, I can see the value in the Dragon Strike. Part of me kind of wishes he's on Soldier, but I can see the Hanzo as well. Some of the high ground control is nice, being able to wall climb and just instantly set up with your other divers. MCD with the Captive Sun. Blade time for Sparkle. No nano, unfortunately, from Bliss to back that one up. But Fuel have the tools required. I think Fuel can definitely hold. Shy. Oh, caught something. Caught a spear.
He's going to be safe for now. The dash in Sparkle. So very low. Dashes up onto the high ground. Receives the healing. They keep him sustained for the time being. Bliss, in the meantime, operating all on his lonesome. Left out the dry. The sleep dart not connecting. Even if it had, he was already dead on the floor. Blade pulled from Sparkle, finds one. Leaf gonna be taken out, looks for a little bit more, sets up the kill on the Shy as Edison gets the headshot. Zaps in from Gushue, still holds onto the Primal Rage, looking for a little bit more. Now pops it, juggles Sparkle into the wall, finds the elimination. The cart pushing forward, the touch needs to come through. It's Hanbin there, he tries to force them back. The Javelin comes across, but there's just too much pressure coming through. Kills being pumped into Hanbin, but the ante goes out. Monk able to set up for the kill, and the cap comes in. A minute and a half now remaining for the Hangzhou Spark.
Yeah, that was almost, I wouldn't say it's a clutch, but they certainly were able to bleed that time and down. Hanbin just staying alive. The pylon on the side of the map living for a long time, and that was what was primarily healing Hanbin when MCD and Bliss went down. On to C we go now. So much early damage from the Spark, just put directly into Sparkle, and so it was under pressure from the get-go. Still just enough time, I think, for Spark to maybe cap it. There's still a Nano Blade about to be there as well. We saw what Leaf did with that last time.
Well, could be an OT finish, unless they just manage to stomp their way through the rest of this one. They do have the Nano Blade to try to set up. Monk just tries to keep everybody alive for the time being. Another Javelin connecting there on the Shy, but yeah, the distance is pretty slow going. But there's the Nano out cross. The Blade going to be pulled. Edison jumped on, has a Nano himself, but cannot survive. Shy hoping to set up, making him a little bit more easy to chase down with that nade across. They get the kill. Find a couple more. The support's now backpedaling over in towards the spawn. Bliss narrowly staying alive. Sleep Dart going to be on a cooldown for now as the cart rounds the final corner. 18 seconds remaining. As you say, Kitsune Rush is at the ready. Sends it. They're looking to try to body block this one. Somebody's got to have the touch. They jump forward. They manage to get it. Sparkle going to keep this one. Finds enough space and time here for Hanbin, but he's going to die before the Terror Surge can come online. The cleanup continues, and it looks like with just 2.6 seconds remaining, Hangzhou Spark will make it to the end of the map.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush adding tons of value there as well. And Sparkle having to swap over towards the Tracer just to enable the touch. Straight into the loving arms of the Hangzhou Spark, collecting kills. Shy coming through even on the Sojourn. Talk about legendary Sojourn players. Dropping Edison down. And I think the most important part of all of that, Hanbin, unfortunately, not quite there with the Terror Surge just yet. As a payload is trying to he's trying to figure his way out in terms of parking there. A little extra parks required. A little bit of highlight reel from Shy on A. Took it a little bit for Shy to warm up in the Widowmaker, but he got there eventually.
Yeah. I saw the first couple shots not going his way, but then it very much started pounding. But decent effort here from the side of the Dallas Fuel, slowing them down. Can't quite force them into OT, but granted, it's on escort, so it doesn't matter too much. Either way, there's going to be a bump up if we go to extra innings. It's going to be a very close affair between the two teams, just given that there's not much time remaining for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. But it's going to be a change up now. Shy starting on the Widowmaker, leave onto the Tracer with Gushue back onto the ball.
Hello. I have to work with you. Babysitting is
This is that Soul Dynasty type beat we're looking at on the Dorado A defense. I mean, this would have been a great place for Lee to play the Echo again, but they want to go for a lot of long ranges again. We saw this comp earlier, right? It's a double flex support. Shy Widowmaker or Shy some type of sniper. Leave and Gusho working as a two-man unit. And if Ballas Rhea was anything to go by, it's a lot of slamming on near the spawn gates during this early choke as well. And then your long-range snipers just start pumping damage onto the members knocked up.
Waiting for somebody to go ahead and poke their head around the corner. Teleport. Can get on top of this Widowmaker very swiftly. You can see the wrap around the corner, and he's left out the dry. Shy cannot exit as Edison just guns down two. Looks for a third. Clears out the immortality. Now goes into the recon form, and it's going to be the nade that actually takes out Monk. A very swift play here from the side of the Fuel. Gushue goes bouncing into the back lines, but it's just delivering himself to death. Edison giving all the kills there in the fight, and now the cart broken through into the marketplace right off the rip.
See what Gushu does here. Is the Doom going to come through straight away? Because, you know, the ball is okay for the early parts of A. I don't know really how long you want to stay, so there it is. No surprises, the Doom, but he's fairly delayed, which means a touch is going to have to happen in the final hour. Maybe even leave going for this. Spark have no setup at all.
Seems trying to make this entry to the point completely unassailable here for them. As Hanbin up onto the high ground, trying to keep them at arm's length. The touch not going to be found at all. As Monk and Leaf will both die. Yep, just pushing their way through, just absolutely steamrolling, and now 5 minutes to work with to try to get to B.
It's just a good counter comp from Dallas Fuel. I mean, they see the lack of the Doom there. They see it's going to be a ball composition. They know what the game plan is. Let's go back over towards Bash and Sim. TP on to the back line of the snipers. Instantly take them out. I mean, you got to be ready for that if you're Shy. And Spark just never recovered from that momentum that Fuel had. So instant cap onto A is going to give them a lot of confidence. But see how things slow down now as the Spark are on the actual comp they'd like to play when there is no longer a Bash and as Edison will swap off.
That's the counter half HP. Shot still going his way here from Sparkle, but Hanbin going to be taken out, and that's going to be some card control established for the side of the Spark, just trying to lock it on this corner. These players potentially in a bit of a precarious spot, but so too is Leave. Playing back behind this one, but Sparkle eventually ends up falling Shy on this hard angle right from the exit of the marketplace. Yeah, Edison going to match.
It's been a while. It's been a minute since we've seen Edison Widowmaker. This is how they want it. It's just straight up pressured by Gushra. He's waiting.
One of his old debut picks all the way back in Contenders 2018 that really put him center stage. And for Scythe, though, built up here for Shy, gets the dink through onto Hanbin, continues to work him lower and lower, but the heals are going to be found. As Bliss tries to get that nano online. Otherwise, they're just going to be waiting out this ultimate, it would seem. Edison, however, jumped on the combo of Leave and Gushwei. They managed to find the kill.
It's just annoying for Edison to deal with at the moment because, I mean, they can't put the same pressure on the Shy, whereas Gushwei is just around the corner every time Edison wants to scope in. He has to start considering whether this is the right pick or not. Also, by the way, this Symmetra pick for Sparkle is starting to become less of value as well. I'll talk about that later.
Blade pulled, Sparkle instantly dealt with. MCD going to be gone as well. Very swift triple kill coming through, maybe even the 4K. Now Gushwei will take that one for himself as they just look for Hanbin. They won't allow him to escape, so Leave does get his fourth in the end. It's going to be a very nice little double ult combo into a fight win. So far, 2.5 minutes bought off the time bank.
I mean, there's a lot of ultimates with Feel, and that's partially why that last fight was particularly tragic, because you would have liked to have seen Feel maybe initiate with something, get rid of that photon barrier, start opening up Sparkle's picks as well. Oh, there it is. Okay, that's not bad.
I mean, that's pretty damn good, if you ask me.
Spark can't just pull back, though. They just give away some space.
Still more to work with here for them. Photon barrier TP up onto the high ground for the side of the Dallas Fuel. Just continuing to open up space. Everybody in the Hangzhou Spark exiting back through the bank. Over towards the spawn exit. Staying alive for now. Edison, that final shot builds up the emphasize. Shy, however, finding Sparkle before the teleporter can be taken. Still trying to duke this one out here versus MCD. Pulls back away with the grapple hook. Gushwei jumping forward, puts the fists up, keeps himself protected for now. Has the meteor strike in case he needs a bailout, and Hanbin now going to be antied out. Punch away, knocking him back. MCD. Kill comes in. Shy again finds his man.
The time is significantly down now as well. Speaking of finding your man, Gushwei chasing Edison once more. And he ain't done chasing. This could be a kill. 6 HP. Good night. Dallasfield still sitting on a ton of ultimates, and they've only just spent like the 2. I mean, the Infrasight came up a little bit later on. Spark's still holding strong. They got a little bit more distance, but it's about 1:30 left to go through here. Where does this nano even go? I mean, I guess it's nano Hanbin. No one else to really nano here.
Yeah, not really a good choice. I mean, that or MCD, which we did see before. With the Captive Sun, I mean, I guess it could be a good play, but now Sparkle going to be taken out. Pineapple.
He's on a respawn
simulator.
simulator.
The kill. Yeah, it's not been able to stay alive at all. MCD now in a rough spot, jumps forward into the bank, but he's isolated himself. Nano now has to be invested. There's the Captive Sun, there's the kill. Leave going to be taken down. Gushwei exits with a meteor strike. Himself safe for now. Cart again inching forward. 1 minute remaining here for the side of the Dallas Fuel. Gushwei getting whittled away at, still at half HP. But Pineapple is utilizing that low bar to try to get that Captive Sun up. Gushwei gets a punish. MCD going to be taken out. Fists raised, just tucks around the corner, stays alive. Terror Surge, massive dragon, looking for the eliminations, and they'll be able to get Monk before he exits, but then Gushwei follows up with a punch and gets the kill. Body shot in here from Shy, takes Bliss low, just trying to stay alive as best as humanly possible. As Bliss tries to actually kind of counteract that. But yeah, the stagger comes in, and that's catastrophic here for the Fuel, who now have 30 seconds left.
I mean, cool, Hanbin ulted, but that's not worth him dying. He just gets punched directly into Spark's face. Time! And this is the final map, by the way. Potentially the final map is looking like it will be. Double support ultimates on board for Monk and Pineapple. Was the Nano Sun cool from MCD? I guess, and Lee felt that personally. However, don't think it really allows the Fuel to be able to win this map. Not just yet. They're completely out, and I don't think the Infrasight is going to be the difference maker.
Shy. Heals coming across. He's down to 14. 44, I should say. to keep him alive. Gushue going to be antied out. Nano committed on the Leave. Now Gushue will fall, but Leave can do all of the work himself. Edison dead. Dashes down onto the low ground. Finishes off Hanbin. The overtime now starting to bleed out, and Sparkle is the only one left standing, and he is nowhere near the cart. That is going to be a successful defense here in front of point B. Gives Hangzhou Spark the win. They shut down the reverse sweep dreams. They shut down the playoff punching ticket dreams here for the Dallas Fuel. They take them out execution style and they say, you know what? We are the gatekeepers and you are not allowed to pass. You have to make your way to Toronto through the play-ins.
Hangzhou Sparks say, we've already clinched, and then you don't clinch twice. We want to really make sure you don't clinch twice, even though we've already clinched. And, you know, there was that question of what does a Hangzhou Spark team look like when really this game to them was kind of just for fun. They had no stakes here. They were just kind of rolling up, playing a game of Overwatch and getting ready, packing their bags to Toronto a little bit later on. However, for the field, they had everything to play for, and Spark still said, no, you got to do this the hard way. Go down to the play-ins. And, well, for the Spark, I think the good news for the other game is now the Group B finals does have stakes involved as well. But Gushue, player of the match here, you know, early on, you just see once again the Doom ruining the day for the side of the Dallas Fuel. But surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly, he played a ton of Winston today. That's what he's known for.
Yeah, I mean, and it was just immaculate. Every time he ended up shifting over to that one, the Winston was looking quite strong for them. Just a very strong effort overall from the side of the Hangzhou Spark. I mean, everybody had their moments here. Monk with some fantastic antis. You think back to Langza forcing out the C9 all the way back on Ilios on Lighthouse to close out that map when it was a winning fight for the side of the Dallas Fuel. Everybody had their moments in the spotlight. Shy, great highlights. Leave, I think, definitely right up there in contention for player of the match today, because good God, he was on one. Every single time he decided to pivot a pick, he came out of a fight and basically had an ultimate online. His ult build times were rabid. But Gushue, throughout an incredible amount of impact here, leading the charge, leading the Spark towards this victory, shutting the door here on the Dallas Fuel.
I mean, any player, any Winston player that can make a Winston work into the counter of the Jungle Queen, that's something to behold. Especially into, it's not just any Jungle Queen, we're talking about Harbin here as well, who's in contention to be the best Jungle Queen maybe in the world. And Gushue is like, well, I'm the best Winston in the world. Well, with an asterisk, some people might contest that, but he's one of the best. We'll just leave it at that for now, because we don't have to get into an argument on the broadcast. He's a primal blade. He's on the Mount Rushmore of Winstons is the point. And, well, if anyone can make a Winston work in the Jungle Queen, it's got to be Gushue. And by and large, Hangzhou Spark, they had all the comps ready to go. They completely removed the Bastion from play, because that's what the Doom is really there for. It's to ruin Edison's day. I think Edison's day did get a little bit ruined there. He looked good on the Sojin, but the Bastion was honestly a no-show, because every time you bring the Bastion out, you just get punched around the map. And then what else was there? We had we had a little bit of Soldier. That was okay, but I think we agreed that wasn't the best look for the field. And then the Widowmaker, unfortunately, well, Gushue is once again just always in your face.
Yeah, I mean, Gushue was in your face. You've got Shy on the opposite side. We also saw him kind of forced onto the Symmetra because the Sombra was being played on Nimbani by Sparkle. So I think overall fairly disjointed. And I think that the Fuel fans, this is going to be a disappointing loss. And I think that they're going to be pointing quite a many few fingers at different players. I think that they need to point the fingers at everybody, because honestly, maybe Hanbin, you can give an excuse.
5 fingers, 5 players.
Yeah,
you do it on one hand. That's called efficiency.
Yeah, people are going to be like, well, MCD did this, and that's why they lost. Like, trust me, everybody was just getting diffed across the board. This was not an individual player's performance that ended up costing them this one. This was just the Hangzhou Spark in every single role being leaps and bounds above them here on the day. And that's now twice in a row that has been the case. So I think that Fuel still with a decent shot going to the play-ins. Obviously, we still give them quite a bit of favor, given that the Infernal are in a weakened state without Fixa, given that the Dynasty still have a lot to prove for themselves, etc. So there's still a decent opportunity here for them, but they need to have stronger performances. We need to see that impact from Sparkle that was significantly lacking. We need to see Edison finding value on Bastion, something that he was not really able to get too much aside from that opener there on Dorado. So overall, it just needs to be a level up for them if they want to make it over to Toronto.
They caught Spark slipping with the whole ball composition. You know, a little bit too much cooking with the ball, I think, across a couple of days here in APAC. But Yeah, I think when Gooseray has the Doom in the pocket, playing the Bastion, you ask me just to lose there. Again, there was some weird moments as well. I mean, there was that moment where Dallas Fuel looking great, and then Edison's Bastion was randomly on the floor. Maybe he got punched. I don't know how he got down there, but that one death snowballed the heck out of Spark's push. But to be honest with you, this one was going to be a bit of a tough run for the Dallas Fuel, given that they were 0-3 to start out, and this is head-to-head for the entire year versus the Spark. Yep. It's now 0-4. This is the one team Fuel just have not been able to beat. You could argue progress has been made. They've at least got a map this time, because, well, you have to go to a push when there's a first-to-4 game format being played in the finals. It's the other maps. It's the first three, man. It's the first three maps that you can't do much against the Spark, and that needs to be addressed. But for now, Dallas Fuel, they got to address the other teams. The good news for the Dallas Fuel is Spark's gone. You don't have to worry about the Spark again. You now have to worry about the other teams of the planes instead.
That boogeyman is out of reach for the time being, but you never know. Might have that clash later on if they can make it to Toronto. Maybe it ends up happening. Maybe those, the APAC teams end up having to cannibalize each other depending on how brackets shake out. We'll have to just wait and see. But a somber day, I think, for the side of the Dallas Fuel. Would have definitely liked to have seen them push this a little bit further. Yes, they get that one map win, and they did look quite good on it. But unfortunately, it's just not nearly enough to be able to find a victory here. So Spark continue to hold their heads high. They're already qualified, and now they get this to really just prove a point, saying like, we need to be feared. Everybody who's going to be going to Toronto, be scared of us. So I think that they got their message across. We're going to be talking to Monk, I believe, in a little bit here. So we're just waiting for the interview to get set up. And of course, we'll have translations. And we'll go ahead and get ready to pick his brain about, the playoffs in general. So excited to talk to him. So as soon as that is ready, we should be diving into that interview. So it will be interesting to hear what he has to say. Hopefully he's got something a little bit spicy for us.
While we're waiting, I'll just sort of update everyone on what the current stakes are. So
yes, please.
Dallas Fuel down and out, out in the play-ins. They're not eliminated, folks. Their season is still alive, just to be clear. That means a Group B finals, Dynasty versus O2 Blast. Here's how it works. If O2 Blast win, if they just win, they go to playoffs. They go to Toronto, and the contenders team gets to be in the playoffs of the Overwatch League. If the Dynasty wins, Infernal go to playoffs. Dynasty, they're in the plans no matter what. Dynasty's fate is sealed for now. All Dynasty can do is help out Infernal, really.
Yep.
And also, arguably, help themselves out by, I would say, weakening the play-ins bracket, because if Infernal get dropped into the play-ins and O2 Blast go to Toronto, it makes the play-ins more difficult for everybody. So, actually, there's good incentive here for Dynasty to still win. I'm sure they would have wanted to win anyway. But I think the interview's here, so we'll have a chat with Monk first.
All right, let's go ahead and jump straight into it here. So, hello, Monk. Ni hao. Good to see you, and congratulations on the win.
Hi.
All right.
Monk.
All right. I'll wait.
Oh yeah. Please go on, Avro.
All right. Just wanted to ask. You've now taken down the Dallas Fuel. You were already confirmed into the playoffs. But did you want to really send a message with this series and say that, you are a scary team that everybody in the playoffs is going to have to worry about?
那么首先也是恭喜获胜，然后杭州队现在其实是一个已经确定进入季后赛的保送席位了。但是对于这场比赛，你是不是还是有没有想说的话呢？因为我感觉在这整个 knockout 里，好像杭州队都有点像大魔王一样，就是谁都打不过。
谁都打不过，
我就是说大家都打不过你们，就有点这种感觉，感觉杭州队现在状态很好。
就五个人都很想赢啊，所以就打得赢。
So for the whole series, it's just like all of us just really eager to win, and we all work hard. So that's all. We are keep winning.
I think
so before we talk about playoffs, I'll just ask you a question about the match we just played. This is the fourth time this year, but the second time in the playoffs you played against the Dallas Fuel. Now, previously you beat them very comprehensively. It was a 3-0. This time around you did lose the push, so it was a little bit closer. Do you think something went wrong on push? Do you think Dallas improved a little bit? What happened on push?
上一次打达拉斯是比较干净利落的3-0嘛，今天在 push 图上面是被达拉斯扳回了1分，想问一下，就对于输掉的这张 push 图有什么看法呢？ 觉不觉得今天的比赛好像打得更加接近一点？
达拉斯改变了很多东西，他大白图让我们有点意想不到，然后我们自身技能也交懒了嘛，所以没打过。
And so we can see that as they made a lot of changes in order to perform better, and they like bring us a lot of unexpected issues on that push maps, so which made us like a little bit nervous. So we also had some like mistakes on ability and ult controls, so that's why we lost that map.
I want to talk about the playoffs now, because obviously you guys have been qualified for this one. This was just kind of a cherry on top, denying the fuel, pushing them into the play-ins. I'm just curious, how confident are you going into the playoffs, and are there any teams from the North American side that in particular you really want to challenge or maybe get revenge on, after midseason madness? So who are you looking forward to playing against in Toronto?
那么说到接下来季后赛，想问一下杭州队这边有没有哪支队伍是就哪支北美队伍是特别想面对到的，或者是说，比如可以是，因为在季中赛中觉得没有打好，然后想在季后赛中获得复仇的北美队伍。
我想打一次神枪手，我想复仇一下树。
好的，有什么要补充的吗？
没有了。
Okay, so Monk said he personally really want to face against Houston Outlaws again. He want to get his revenge on Shu. Yeah, another really great flex support player.
Final question from me. We are also looking towards a new patch as well. How do you feel about the recent mid-season patch? Zarya's looking very strong there. Not something that Gushue usually plays. So is that going to change much for your team as we head into playoffs?
那么下一个问题是关于新的补丁的。我们感觉新的补丁里好像扎利亚变得强势了很多，但这个英雄并不是孤血的强势英雄。想问一下，你觉得这个补丁你个人有什么样的看法？然后觉不觉得它会对你们队伍造成一些影响？
还没尝试吧这个版本。但我相信血神，他一定能拿出他最好的东西。好了。
好的，就这样是吗？
对的。
So I haven't played this new patch a lot, so I can't say much about it. But we always have faith in our God Xue. We believe he can perform his best no matter like what tank meta it is.
All right. Well, I mean, I think that's about it. So thank you so much, Monk. It's good to pick your brain, and we look forward to seeing you in Toronto doing some damage and representing APAC. So shisha, and we'll catch you next time. But that's going to do it for the interview, and I believe that's going to do it for us for the time being, because now we're going to get ready to go to a break. And then when we come back, we're going to have our final series here, the Group B Finals, Dynasty versus O2. Let's see what happens, but don't go anywhere. And we're back. That was a quick break, wasn't it? Well, now it's time to go into our final series of the evening of this knockout bracket. We dive into Group B's grand final between the Seoul Dynasty and O2 Blast. It's for everything here for the side of O2.
Exactly. They would make history here. And part of me wants to see it just to see them make history. Because I don't know if this kind of thing will ever happen again. Really, we just don't know what's going to happen generally. So, what a way to end Season 6. End things generally. If O2 Blast can make it happen, it would be a legendary run for what is, in my opinion, I think the opinion of many out there, unanimously, the most legendary contenders org of all time.
I mean, it's pretty much indisputable at this point. We'll have to just see if they can, in fact, get it done. They have been able to get it done in the past. So for the side of O2 Blast, likely going to be feeling, not overconfident, but confident enough in knowing that they have taken down this opponent before.
And that's the thing, right? Dynasty have not looked good versus O2 Blast so far this year. We want to talk about a team that's been the kryptonite. Spark have been that for the Fuel, and O2 have been that for the Dynasty. I think it's especially quite a bit of a sting for the Dynasty, given that their ex-members keep on consolidating themselves on the O2 Blast, and the O2 Blast team seem to only go from strength to strength when they collect former Seoul Dynasty members. So there is also that to contend with. There's the mind game factor. We saw, Lil P Prophet spray the X on the Tiger in the previous game on Mbani. I mean, it's all sorts of competition out there. You got the actual game itself and the mind games between the players, and it's all out there. It's a bloodbath.
Alrighty, well, fans abound here in the audience and cheering for either side. Obviously, see that Infernal jersey, and they're hoping that O2 are going to be falling to the wayside here so that they can go ahead and qualify forward, rooting for the opposite Seoul team this time around. Dynasty, they have other players' fates here in their hands. They cannot affect their own. They are play-ins bound no matter what, but they could disrupt history from being made. They could stop this from happening. They could stop O2 in their tracks. Just have to wait and see if they're going to be able to pull it off.
Dynasty would be able to give themselves a better shot at playoffs by beating O2 Blast here, because you are going to be sending Infernal over to the playoffs, which will then weaken the rest of the play-ins pool. And really, for Dynasty, I think their most major competition in play-ins will then be the Dallas Field, instead of having both Dallas Field and Infernal to contend with. So yeah, it's a lot here for the Dynasty. After knocking the Infernal out of the bracket yesterday, they now have to do Infernal a huge favor.
Alrighty, well, as we can see here, Prophet, Lil P, as we got Who Are You, Protect, Lego, and Lee Soo-min on this squad. Prophet getting revenge before. Let's see if he can get it again against his former organization. One of the things, obviously, to keep in mind is going to be Who Are You, who was putting on an absolute clinic when it came down to that Genji performance versus the Infernal just last week. Zest did not really find any footing whatsoever. It was very much akin to what we just witnessed between, Leave and Sparkle. The diff was just so very significant. So Who Are You? If you put up a performance like that once again, the Dynasty are certainly going to be sweating.
I think Dynasty looked good yesterday, and that they have to work through in terms of their own personal confidence. They need a good win versus the Infernal like that, another top team in the region. And Ballastri, I think, was a huge part of that, playing that Orisa to perfection. I mean, his Orisa looked so clean yesterday, and beyond that, Dynasty now, they get to also have Void come through for Jungle Queen when required. And when you look at O2 Blast, I think they're a really cut and dry team. It's Protect on the Jungle Queen, and probably just on that the entire way through. Maybe he comes through on some of the other off-tank picks, the likes of the D.Va, if applicable, the likes of the Sigma, if applicable. But O2 Blast, to me, have been a little bit of a mini Dallas Fuel in terms of they kind of just play the exact same thing, same style as well. The major difference here is they're going to favor a lot more Genji for obvious reasons. Second man on the left, bottom down with the hairpins. It's Who Are You, the most legendary Genji player of all time.
And that he is. And we'll see if he can put up that performance once again to really just help carry them forward and get them across the line. I mean, 20 eliminations per 10 minutes is it's nuts.
Yeah, he's a factor. Everyone's going to contend with him. Prophet versus Who Are You will be lots of fun. I don't know how much Dynasty are going to get into the Genji today.
Well, a little
They
bit.
have done super well playing. They've done super well playing Sim Bastion. So I think today's matchup is going to be a lot of Sim Bastion versus. We'll see what O2 are going to do into that. Do they want to play their own Sim Bastion? Are they going to go mostly back over towards the Genji Sojin type of look? I think versus Void, when they know Void's in, they can definitely force the Genji. And we're going to go over towards Lijiang Tower. This is Brawl favored, so who picked this? I think O2 picked this because they're higher seed now.
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, if you're going to pick a map that's going to be good for O2 Blast playing the Junker Queen, this is the one.
Indeed it is. Well, get ready to gear up for this one. Not going to be seeing that Ilios, not going to be seeing that Oasis. We've already gotten past the Hangzhou Spark series, so now we go right back to Lijiang Tower, and we get ready to see who is going to be able to lock down a win right off the rip, take an early lead here in the series. O2, I imagine, a lot of very young players here on this squad. A couple of them obviously with plenty of Overwatch League experience, honestly, with the side of who are you there, but that pressure, knowing that you can be the first team from challengers to make your way into the playoffs. That's got to be that extra bit of pressure here applied for the side of the Dynasty. Everybody probably just whispering in Prophet's ear, saying like, this counts as playoffs. We're in a bracket. This is a grand final. Please have the performance that we're used to seeing from you.
So what you're saying is you want the Prophet Junk rank that we saw yesterday.
I mean,
but if it works, it works.
We didn't get to see enough of it to really know how strong it was going to be looking. It was like right at the end of the end of the map there, so I would take it again. Why not?
I am curious about the O2 Blast Sim Bastion look, because while Sim Bastion is kind of flavor of the month in terms of playing with just about everything. No, I lied. There's no Sim. Who I use like, no, I will not play Symmetra. I am a Genji.
He's indeed a Genji, but Prophet is not a Symmetra either. He's going for the Mei. Some change up here. So are you out into the open? Got a little way out here. Wall coming up. Off some of those lines of sight, but inside track to the point. Established here for the side of O2 Blast. Point getting ready to now unlock. We'll see when they decide to back away. Beltry, however, swinging on the corner. Just puts up the javelin, but getting some damage here. Well, not too much going to be found as that one would have helped set up for a kill on a Who Are You, but he gets away from it, and now the point is locked down. O2 Blast currently in control, but the push forward continues from the side of the Dynasty, and opening kill is found. Prophet takes him out. So Little P on the floor. Who Are You and Protect now going to be taken out. I'm a Child. Javelin across finds Lee Sumin. Who Are You will fall, and that's going to be an extended team kill as Lego should not be able to survive, and he won't.
And now Prophet goes over to the Sojin. So the Bastion short-lived there for O2 Blast. You also now see the Kuriko. So they want to play, essentially, the classic Summer Showdown comp minus the Brig. This is the default for the Junker Queen comps. And look, I think you either fully commit to the Sim Bastion or you don't at all. I don't like this halfway play the Bastion, no Sim kind of thing. So here we go, O2 Blast doing what they should be doing. But can they actually engage? Because no TP means it will be hard, running into a lot of poke. That's an aggressive wall.
Window set up where you play out in front of it there with the deflection up, but then has to back away, and Protect is getting taken down by Prophet with a headshot. Prophet will be again going to be killed off here, this time by the veteran. Ends up falling, so very firmly in control here are the Dynasty, with ults getting ready to come online across the board, other than that window that was just expended.
And that's the trade-off, right? You get to put Who Are You in the Genji, you get to play the default composition for the Junk Queen, but now how do you close the gap? You have to try and abuse some of the geometry of the map, but that's difficult to do as well, because Lijiang fairly flat. Have the sound barrier available. Do you really want to use ultimates just to run into the Dynasty, though? Dynasty are collecting a lot of their own ultimates as well.
Everything built up here, and Vidame halfway into that next window. O2's a little bit off, having Little P's overclock. Now the artillery going to be coming in from Easy Han, setting it up on the back side of the point, forcing them inward. Well, they're trying to collect the kills, but now up into the air goes Who Are You. Up into the air goes Krillin, looking to set up that captive Sun, gets the hit across, damage not really being found, and Krillin has to try to dip out of here, jumps up over the top, manages to escape, but he's very disconnected from the rest of the team. In the meantime, though, Soul Dynasty still just going to be holding the point, and the blade do not find any value. As he gets to the swing around the backside, Who Are You trying to apply some pressure? Overclock now going to be coming in. Protect gets on top of Vindam and she's going to find the kill. Two going to be found so far here for O2 Blast, who desperately need to get this flip. Point is still going to be contested, so that OT is going to be forced out. But Krillin finds Prophet. He takes him out. Where you will find the other Prophet, though, is the Knife will claim Krillin, and that's going to be O2 Blast finally clearing the point and getting themselves back in control. But 99% set up. Ults across the board going to be used. Lee Min, the only one holding one.
Healing pylon, one of the most OP abilities in the game, changed my mind. Just saw one of the craziest outplays and outduels there. Krillin is just infinitely healed up by that pylon in the 1v1, and well, he dies eventually, but that was pretty cool. Sooner rush now for Lee Su-min. Nothing online for the Seoul Dynasty. Seoul Dynasty, see how they inch forward. They need to be able to just work through these easy hand turret forms, and a couple of plays may be caught here, possibly.
Will be almost dead to that nade, but now who are you getting taken down? Prophet finds a kill. Protect is out in the middle of nowhere, ends up falling. That Kitsune rush is just going to lead to the flip here for the side of the Dynasty. In control, respawns waiting. Who are you? The only one alive, and he's just not going to be able to get the touch. The first round going to be going the way of Dynasty as they claim Night Market.
Yeah, huge amount of frags from Krillin, by the way. 5 final blows at the end of the map, end of the round, rather.
Every time he gets his hands on this Illari, the guy just starts crushing.
I think this is his hero, 100%. Like, when you see Krillin on the Illari, you know that's going to be good for the Seoul Dynasty. And, you know, they can be flexible as well. Prophet can, at any point, decide to play the Sim stuff. I think the Mei into the default Jungle Queen composition, which this is, and that was a nice shot from Prophet, by the way. It is decent because it just slows down the pressure, you know, and quite literally with the left click, but also the wall can just split up the team of O2 Blast, make things difficult for O2 to dive into. When they don't have the TP, the Mei suddenly looks pretty damn good. And for O2 Blast, it'll be TP out the gates, but who are you? He's got to stay on the tried and true.
And teleporter deep around the back side. Dynasty on the approach. No Mei to be spotted this time around, obviously. Prophet just going to be looking to work that Sim into the mix here. OP getting jumped on. Stays alive. Tech doing his damnedest to live up to the name. Knife going to be going a little bit wide there. Being able to find the shot. Takes down the goat. Prophet now eliminated. And that takes away so much mobility. Everybody just kind of contained here into the side room. Immortality Field, however, just coming down here from the pit image. They look to try to keep themselves in this one. Belstria with a melee hit. Takes out Protect. Good damage across the board. Everybody other than Who Are You? Very much limited on HP. So no one plays the point, but now the Dynasty, you certainly can. They work their way over here. The cap will not be allowed to come in. They find some additional kills. Lego going to be taken down, leaves them in a rough spot, as is LP. It will end up falling. The Dynasty will get the first grab. Prophet immediately swapping back off the Sim, rejoins the Mei once more.
And I actually quite like the Mei here now, because once you start to look at this matchup and you see that O2 Blast is not going to TP into you anyway, you can just play this one slowly. You know you outrange them heavily. You can poke better on this, debatably on the Mei. But what you absolutely do better on the Mei, as I said previously, is just to disrupt and slow down the push and the rush from O2 Blast and cut players off from LOS, which is super important in these types of matchups, especially on Lee Jung Tao, where you look at this white room in the bridge, a simple Mei wall covers the entire thing.
Window now going to be set up, protecting such a bad spot, walled off from the rest of the team. Lisa Min was desperately trying to get through there, but Easy Han takes both of them down. And that volley very much shut out with just a singular ultimate. You can see, yep, going off the side of the map there as Belstria nails the javelin right into the chest. And that is going to be a very firm hold with some additional little staggers in the back end. And yeah, Belstria having a bit of a dance here in his seat.
That was a proper level dance. When Proper gets a 5k, that's the kind of dance that happens. Belstria is like, not quite a 5k, but one spear off the map, I'll take that. But you blast her, 3 ultimates.
3 ults, but the Rampage, not one of them. Love to have that one online as approach over from White Room side. Artillery just going to be scattering across, and that's the slide out from Lil P. Manages to keep himself safe for the time being. Who are you? Blade at the ready, not yet committing it. Pops that deflect, and now, okay, Blade is going to be pulled, but he's instantly dealt with. Krillin just shuts him down completely, but he's kind of stuck up in the sky, stranded. Looks for an easy target there for Lil P to find the shot. Follow-up rail, goes through Vinde, managing to find it. Now supportless here are the Dynasty, and Prophet still commits forward with the Blizzard, but it actually brings down Protect. The point is not yet flipped. Belstria very healthy. Works his way forward, wants to try to keep this one contested. Brings the javelin, gets pushed off. The O2 Blast stealing away the point, but Lego falling lower and lower, ends up getting gunned down before the sound barrier can come into play. Shots flying, Vinheim 5 health, just trying to keep Belstria in the mix, and he's able to do so. They can get a counter flip very swiftly here, can the Dynasty.
Yeah, they need the kills though. I mean, that was this huge boot coming through with Lego. That is what gets O2 Blast the point. Our Dynasty, not quite onto the 99, but what incredible pocketing as well. Sound barrier, nothing else to play through, it's just a sound barrier.
Does rejoin. Krillin going to be taken out. A key target, as has been proven time and time again. Immortality Field out. Keeps Easy Han alive for a little bit longer. Another window committed as well. Just to get that extra healing. Belstria able to find 2. Easy Han getting 1. Who are you? Finds Vinheim, but there's so much more work that needs to be done. It's just him and Lee Su-min. They really just need to play back, try to keep themselves alive while the flip comes in.
Looking good. Not much left to play through here for O2 Blast, hoping that Prophet finds this overclock soon. They don't have the speed either to really work with. Luoyu's kind of flirting with the point there, but then you get the rest of the team in. What a shot into Prophet from Prophet.
He's finding one. Now the overclock in. Bellisria down low. Immortality Field committed forward to try to keep him alive. Has to break line of sight. Wraps his way around the corner for now. O2 Blast looking for the flip, but it will be surrendered over. Dynasty realizing that they have some time to play with, and they have some crucial ults coming up from 3 different players now, as that artillery is also online. It's an opening damage zone. Bellisria pushing forward, but he's overstepped. Does get shut down. Artillery still going to be committed into this one. That might be an overcommitment now. The timing just a little bit off. Dynasty Widely just going to have to back away.
Can they back away though? Okay, the wall should be good enough for them to rejoin the team, but you can tell that O2 Blast smell blood. They want a little bit more. They got the knife into the chest of Easy Han, but can't quite pull him back far enough. Got to mention earlier, the Dynasty got ultimates though. Like, okay, the artillery's gone, but that's a pretty useless ultimate anyways. The other 4 I care about, and the other 4 are damn good. They need to be able to stop the Rampage. If they can survive against the Rampage, it's good. You got Spare, you got Ice Wall. Those are 2 key abilities to stop Protect.
The aggro setup here. Captive Sun goes out, manages to catch on to 2. Rampage across, however, finds 4. Immortality Field set up from Vinham. They're trying to keep him alive. The window is well going to be invested, but it's not going to do a damn thing. You just kites back off the Blizzard. Does manage to find 2 as Bellisria will clean up a second, but that is going to be it. The team kill comes across, and that should be the round win. This Vinham can go for the touch. He's looking for it now, but just 2% left to go. Can he make it there in time? The answer is no. And we go the distance, the 3rd round of playthrough.
Yeah, I mean, it really starts for me at the flip that Lego gets with, I think, Lucian Min. A few fights go, 1 boop onto Bellisria, starts to tick themselves up. They get a little bit more percentage points, and it reduces the ability for Seoul Dynasty to get more fights in the game. Pretty important. But we end things out with a very successful Rampage. Like I mentioned, there's only 2 real ways to stop that Rampage, and, well, this time around, you're not just going to kill Protect while he's channeling the Rampage. He's going to get it done. The Seoul Dynasty had very little to play through despite all those ultimates. I think the Captain Sun might have only hit Protect and not going to be good enough to get that kill. Blizzard got 1 trade. You want to see the Blizzard on the point. You just couldn't really get to the point. So I'm going to play the same thing again. Everyone on exactly the same heroes. Yeah, no reason to change. We're looking good.
Slipping through with it. All right, Protect taking a massive bit of damage there off the rip. Trying to get those shotgun blasts across. Build up towards that Rampage. You just saw him basically end that last round. Find a bit more value though. It's close quarter combat here on control, but quite a bit of damage across. OP trying to slow them up. Bouncing nade. Catches multiple targets.
Prophet. Oh, there it is.
Okay, gets taken out. Bellisria finding 1, but Prophet going to be traded, so both Prophets now out of the fray. Throwing up that Blizzard even more, which can also be incredibly valuable. Who are you? Off the deflect, takes his exit, grabs that mega back up onto the high ground. Trying to stay safe. In the meantime, Krillin getting closer and closer. The Captive Sun, 27% away from that one here. As Easy Han taking a bit of damage, but still just full focus, trying to work down these supports and help set up for Krillin to find it. Lisa Min now going to be out of the fight, and that gives Vinham access to the first window, but he might not need it as Easy Han. Yeah, just going to be able to melt down, protect. Cleanup comes through.
It's slow going for Dynasty, but, you know, if they can just slowly poke out the O2 Blast, they get some advantages. Punish Huayu here would be really nice. The wall's just going to block the exit and just left-click him down. Yeah, no issues there for Prophet. And yeah, it's going to slow things down further for O2 Blast, but Krillin sets it up right. He gets the early kill to enable the 5v4. Both the Prophets traded, so I guess it's more like a 4v3 at that stage. And the Seoul Dynasty start to really get the frags afterwards, and this is before ultimates are even a factor for either team. At least Sumin's window, it's going to be okay, but you're not going to beat Vindine's window with Easy Han just pumping damage.
Okay, well, Easy Han getting pressured. They're trying to rush him down. Captain Sun now going to be defensive here from Krillin. But looking for the follow-up. There's the burst onto 2. As Who Are You and Lego will both fall. Time he actually gets 2. This spoken last round. But now Lisa Min just going to be gunned down, and that's going to be another attempt here from O2 Blast. Shot out as the door slams in their face.
It's a free Captive Sun every time. The only thing that stops is Who Are You. If you can get a deflect, then the timing has to be really good on that. And he has to have the deflect as well. So Lee Sumin swapping over towards the Kiri, which I think is better for the comp anyway. It's maybe a little bit surprising that he was even on the map. Suzu's going to be important for dealing with that. However, look at the resource of Dynasty. Look at the time. 63%. We're looking good.
Overclock in play. Block, jump up over the top, and him trying to stay alive, and he just dives on top of Lil P. Comes up with the goods. Lego escapes the sound barrier. About to be online for him, and that's going to be a crucial ultimate here. The Rampage is going to be pulled through. It's the anti out on 2. EasyHan instantly flattened. The wall comes in, locking, protecting to the side, and allows for Ben Aim to survive. The surge out from Bellisria, not really going to be getting the catch now. The cleanup come in here for the side of O2. Second kill found. Now Krillin taken out. Lucimin finds one, but EasyHan still making this costly for him. The flip is still not there. Gold Dynasty should be able to at least extend this up to 99, if not get the hold. With Profit falling, it seems like this is just going to be the bleed out, and the member's gone. Tick up.
99.
99 comes in as the flip comes through. O2 Blast starting at 26.
Yeah, I mean, totally worth late death there for Bellisria, but with the tankiness of the Orisa, easy to find the last vestiges of the percentage on that point. And O2 Blast, they had to really empty their ult bank to get it as well. Overclock not necessarily enough. At least men now finding the Katuna Russian. Gonna need some mileage on that because Dynasty getting ready for the big boy push. Everything just about ready to go. Artillery first.
Artillery up over the top. Kind of
Takes low.
escorting Bellisria forward. Doesn't really find too much of anything there, but got the sun now going to be invested. Hits in Profit, taken low, and does get taken out. That's a Sojourn now gone out of the mix. EasyHan still pushing the corner, Protect rushing up into his face, but just cannot stand his ground. Immortality was there to go ahead and back him up. The Bastion comes out on top. His Prophet goes into the ice block and eventually gets a headshot off screen on the Lee Min. The counter flip is back into the hands of the Dynasty. OT is bleeding down. Who are you? Dashes forward to try to extend this out a little bit further. They just don't have the players to play through this one. Protect re-arriving. The Doomfist quickly dealt with as Krillin comes up with yet another elimination, and the Sojourn around the backside, very much in the hands of Bellisria. He keeps him busy, he keeps him off the point, and the Dynasty, they take Lijiang Tower 2-1.
It's a much cleaner looking Dynasty. I mean, you can just tell the confidence beaming through the players. They're laughing, they're smiling, they're having a great time because they took down the Infernal yesterday. They look very well practiced on this Orisa, and it wasn't that long ago when they just lost 0-3 to the O2 Blast squad, and it was a completely different looking Dynasty. And I'm talking in terms of players, I'm talking in terms of confidence, style, everything. They looked dejected. It was just a very different Dynasty in the vibes department. Sorry to have to use that word, but that's the most accurate way I can describe it. And they're vibing today. 1-0, and that was a great Lijiang performance by Dynasty.
I don't think anybody's going to fault you for that one. Yeah, clearly the vibe's looking very good on the side of the Dynasty, only dropping that singular round to O2 Blast, and even then still fairly close between the two squads. But they get off to an early start and looking to shut down this contender team's dreams of making it to the playoffs. But O2 now have their map pick. Once again, we'll see where they take us for Hybrid when we come back. And we are back. A fairly close bout between both of these squads here as O2 Blast are fighting for their lives, fighting for that playoff spot. But Dynasty managed to strike them down off the rip with that map choice of Lijiang Tower. So O2 suffering a loss on one map pick. We'll see if that happens again as they get ready to select our hybrid map, moving into map number 2.
And as mentioned before we went to break, it's immediately a good look for the Dynasty. I mean, you kind of felt that yesterday when they beat Infernal, because, well, look, while Infernal have had to deal with the roster swap situation with the fixture in Hyunjae, okay, that's going to weaken the squad somewhat, but the rest of the team, I mean, it's still the Infernal and Dynasty. By far, throughout the entire year, have not looked to be on Dynasty's level outside of that very first opening match where they got that map 5 win. Once again, they got another map 5 win yesterday, and from that moment, you're like, okay, maybe Dynasty are real contenders in this bracket. Maybe they can still make some magic happen. It's late in the season, but when it's playoffs time, Profit locks in.
Alrighty, well, Bella's Rio going to be sticking through here as we move into hybrids, so I'm not going to be seeing probably too much brawl. Can just stick with the Aristo that he's been looking very strong on.
The real irony is, it's not even Prophet doing some hard carrying, because he's mostly playing supportive enabler type heroes. So as much as we talk about playoffs Prophet, this is playoffs Dynasty. Like, he's given the power, the aura of the playoffs Prophet to everybody on the team, and the team generally overall looks better.
Yeah, I mean, like we've been saying over the last couple days here with the Dynasty picking up some wins, they haven't really been putting Prophet in a position to really hard carry. We've seen the Genji from time to time, but Wiley, it's been that Sim, it's been that Mei. He's playing much more supportive role, setting up for the team to have that mobility so they can really just dash around the map very swiftly and get on top of their opponents. But I honestly, as far as like a kind of hard carry goes, it has been Krillin with the Solari, who has been putting up some significant figures for them. So we expect fully that is going to continue, because yeah, this is the map where Krillin has been pounding the hardest.
O2, why? O2, why have you done this? You've chosen the Krillin map, and this is why you should not have chosen the Krillin map. Okay, this is there are maps you can choose, and this is one of them. O2 Blast have decided to go to Eichenwald, of which I think this is maybe currently in this particular meta on this patch. Like, this is one of Dynasty's best maps by far. Yeah. They look unbelievably clean on Eichenwald. The systematic destruction of the Infernal yesterday on this map is the evidence to support that.
Yeah, it's just been, I mean, it's been their pick. Every time they drop a control map, we've been seeing Dynasty saying, like, okay, our map choice, we go to Eichenwald. So this is a bold one here from the set of O2 Blast. We'll see if they maybe figured out something. Maybe they know the tendencies and positioning of the Dynasty, and they think that they can work through it, but we'll have to just see how they pilot this one as we get ready to jump into it. As for O2 Blast, granted, yes, this is going to be a first of 4 series. You still don't want to go down 0-2. You don't want to live up to the name in the match scoreline.
Well, good news for O2 Blast is, even if they were down 0-2, it wouldn't be match point just yet. It's crazy that we're already thinking about, man, O2 are just behind in this series, and maybe with this choice they'll be behind even further, because they've had Dynasty's number the whole year. The first time that Dynasty, you start to feel the tables turn, and even with that shot, like EasyCon out the gates, that's one of those, I play the Widowmaker to just go for a grapple shot and see what happens, and very rarely does it connect, and here it connects.
It's like putting $10 on green when you're playing roulette. You don't think it's really going to hit, but when it does, god damn, is the payout good. At least the men going to be taken down. Obviously, you can join in back pretty quickly here, but now the P is going to be taken out as Krillin again delivering with the Alari. Krillari, let's just start calling him that. Why not? It looks like he is just that hero at the moment. Who are you going to be able to find? One does take him down with the deflection, but Lee Seung-min re-arrives. Lee Seung-min goes back to the spawn room as Prophet finds him. Lego now dead, and that is a point A cap.
You get deflected the spear. Sorry, that was really funny.
Do you think they regret the pick yet?
Dude, the pick should have been regretted immediately. I don't know who picked the map from the O2 Blast side. What was that? Can we see that? That needs to be replayed again in 0.25. Okay.
Yeah, somebody clip
That's
the
wild.
hell out of that one.
Jesus.
Nastiness.
I think Krillin just gets another snipe right afterwards. It just don't end. Don't end.
All right. Well. Push now beginning, 5 minutes, 15 seconds as Who Are You going a bit of a walkabout around the backside, finds Vinheim kind of by himself. Immortality Field will be expended to keep himself alive here. Who Are You now going to be at risk as the window is going to be popped, and yeah, I mean, they're ulted. They say, screw it, you want to step to us, we will shut you down. OP now has making to slide away, protect, stuck out just in an impossible position, ends up falling. Prophet finds Lil P. Submit and Lego, though. Supports will be able to get their hands dirty, coming up with 2 kills a pop. Lego end up dead on the backside. At least a mid does fall as Vinde managing to find 2 eliminations himself. That means that the card continues to roll.
Right on. That would have been really, really bad for the Dynasty, but they managed to actually win a competitive fight out of that. Protect and super deep. Blast kind of, well, they split themselves up really far, didn't they? Confused by the window, but it ends up paying dividends. Now we're starting to get into ultimates, and the payload is moving. That thing got somewhere to be. We're already on the bridge. This is the second push. No, this is the first push.
Okay, Blade going to be pulled. Immortality field there. The Terror Surge as well, just to try to force him away into the corner. It does go Lego, but he manages to break himself free. Krillin going to be taken down. Who are you? Finds a follow-up. Binham as well eliminated. That's the support's gone. Heart's still inching forward, but now going to be intercepted. And Belstry going to try to back out of here, but instead he's just going to be a bit of an ult battery here, it would seem, as there's just no hope of escape for him. Ends up falling. The cleanup is there, and finally some semblance of control is found for O2 Blast.
Only a Who Are You could make that blade still work when every bit of CC that Dynasty had was basically used to push him away. And Krillin using his shift, and Belisariya even ulting for it. With about 1 second of blade left, Who Are You still gets a cleanup. That was pretty clean. Now the real defense begins, but you are still playing this Junker Queen comp, which means you can't just camp the high ground. This is not what your comp is designed to do. You have to come down, you have to actually brawl against the Dynasty, you have to give up your positioning.
Rampage at the ready here.
Prophet wants to go
Backfires are
push.
built up. I mean, yeah, he wants to just try to drag them off this high ground. Pops the wall. Still just escorting this one by himself. Who Are You dropping low? Goes ahead. Stops it from moving forward even further. As Belstry just backpedaling a little bit here, but Krillin there for the covering fire. P taking quite a bit of damage off screen.
Look at the
Sustained
rotations.
back up.
Dynasty's position is so good here.
Rampage used. Finds 2. Krillin and Belstry are both going to be antied out, but Belstry pops that fortify, stays safe. Lil P finds Vinheim. Rail shot goes across, gets the kill, still holds that ult in the back pocket, and Prophet's going to be taken out as well by Who Are You's hand. Zihan sends out the Helix rockets, but doesn't get a direct connection. Prophet, Lil P absolutely does. Apologies for any audio listeners if this is confusing. It is for us as well. The kills come in, the hold continues.
I'm doing it on purpose to make it more confusing, and you're actually trying to be helpful, so we're not aligned here, and that's fine, because I'm all about the chaos. As seeing an O2 Blast contenders team to the place would have been, that's maximal chaos, so I'm here for it. If it wasn't for the rail shot for Prophet, though, I think this could have been a Dynasty cap already, because they had the ultimates, they had good position, they rotated around the entire map. They're about to do that again. This time they don't have to deal with the Rampage. That Rampage also made things very difficult for the Dynasty.
Disrupting shots sent to try to stop them from getting up onto the ramparts, but widely, I mean, Dynasty are fine with that one. Just the Captive Sun out, extends it. It's a connection, Terror Surge, going across, but the cleanup is coming through. O2 Blast answering back in a monstrous way as Easyhan has got nowhere to go but back into the spawn room. Not a single death found here. O2 Blast, they managed to just keep everybody alive and get the team kill. Even more time bought, now down to 1 minute and 43 seconds.
Dynasty were hoping for a lot more out of the Spinny Sun combo. That's what it is now. And Orisa goes for the Terror Surge and the, the Captive Sun. That's right. Oh, no damage. That usually pops a lot of players. O2 Blast, they had a decent amount of ultimates there as well. I think the Suzu might have been burned at some stage during that. Would have saved a bunch of players. And now,
Getting a bit there.
I mean, this comp is slowly working out for O2. They just have to keep rotating back over towards the payload, play the ground fight. This early staging portion of the fight is kind of where O2 Blast comp is a little bit weak, but once we pull everything to the ground, because Dynasty, they gotta put members on the payload to eventually cap. That's when O2 Blast are ready to go in.
Cart locked in place, Prophet just continuing to leap down and keep this one contested, not allowing for any of that free space to come through. And the Blizzard's only going to be good for a portion of this push. I mean, maybe if the cart was right up against the gate, they would find some maximum value, but that is not going to be the case. Blade now going to be pulled out. Like, a little bit down low, but Easyhan maybe killing himself off with the Helix rockets would be my assumption. Either way, Blade going to be resheathed. Full Dynasty, once again, brought to a screeching halt. Axe across, gets the hit. Blizzard going to be committed, but they just drop down onto the low ground, aside from Lego, who did get frozen up, and Prophet was able to find that kill. Little window of opportunity here, perhaps, is OP also going to catch that javelin. Does end up falling. Push into the corner. Tech just completely stuck in place. Another javelin kill. The cart finally moving, but only 10 seconds remaining here with just a window to play through.
There's still a chance that Protect gets back in here. Would be a pretty big rampage if they can do so in a Katsuna rush to help things out. These two men gotta live. Who goes for the touch? Probably gonna end up being Huey. You know he's dead. The spares have been so good from Bellisria today.
I mean, the last three have just gotten kills confirmed, and now somebody needs to go in for this touch. Protect is gonna try to do it, but the pushback off the Javelin is looking very strong.
Oh my god, Bellisria.
Touch just managed to come in. OP gonna be taken down. The Prophet gonna be traded out as Lee finds an elimination. Javelin up on the high ground. Lego gonna be taken down, but so too is Biname. Krillin and Lee Min, the last remaining support to try to keep their teammates in this fight. Terror Surge fully built up. Annihilates Protect. Kill comes in, up into the sky goes Krillin, just trying to get these snipes across and finish off. Who are you? It's inevitable. Bellisria comes up with 2 more crucial kills to go ahead and get the cart pushed through.
It's not even map 5 yet, and Bellisria is already popping off. So, this is getting real at the moment. We got Playoffs Prophet, map 5 Bellisria, all popping off at the exact same time, but specifically Bellisria there. Multiple spare kills. A spear spin as well that just ruins Protect's rampage entirely. And Bellisria, he doesn't care. He'll eat that rampage solo. It's all good. And now we're on to C. The push is still on. There's still a chance. Easy time back on the Bastion.
The aggro push coming through. Overclock popped it from Lil P, but Bellisria again with the Javelin finds an elimination. But Prophet, I think he might have gotten a collat right there as Krillin and Biname both get taken down. The sports hugged up against each other, but still eventually winnable fight here as Bellisria is trying to stay alive, but eventually cannot. OP gets the better of him. Prophet now corralled into the corner. Will just end up falling as, Prophet, let's just go ahead and say his full name this time around. He has earned it for sure. Shuts them down. 34 seconds now remaining. Dynasty still quite far away from all of their ults, and there's a sound barrier that they have to try to get rid of.
We'll see how much more distance they can actually get on C. This is probably not enough. If we're assuming the game goes all the way to C for both sides, you want to be on at least the final push, the final corner. They have the ults to play through. 15 seconds remaining. Sound barrier from Ultra Bus is going to be really good. And they can push forward with that as well. If you can get the blade, a beat blade combo would be really nice.
It's just 4% away from it now. Does get chunked out, but the heals come in. Safe for the time being. Javelin hits Protect. Bellisria as well, getting tagged up. There's the dashboard, there's a blade into the back line, up over the top. Krillin, not in the immortality field, ends up getting sliced to bits, as does Venheim, trying to backpedal his way out, and it seems like that might just be the end. Cart is getting stolen away a little bit, so some added distance going to be found here from the side of the Dynasty, but it seems like that should not lead to too much of anything. OP caught up in the Terror Surge, ends up falling. Rampage across, Prophet out of the ice block, nowhere else to go, ends up falling. Bellisria just trying to delay as best as he possibly can, but it's the revenge kill coming through. He ends up being taken down, and it's on the second to last corner the cart will rest.
Not bad. We got a little bit more. Not as much as you'd really want for Seoul Dynasty. I think the biggest thing that was missing from the Seoul Dynasty attack is this is where I actually would have preferred the Sim 4 Prophet, and specifically because I can evolve the B for this Orisa composition that needs to rotate around the map, that needs to play for high ground control. I can Volder is just geometrically requiring something of the Sim TP for some vertical mobility for what is otherwise a very slow team that can't move around the map, and B was a huge issue for Seoul Dynasty. A was obvious, and talk about this Bellisria moment again, it was just way too good. And this is after, by the way, we didn't even get to see the part of the clip where he ruined Protect's Rampage entirely. We carried the heck out of this fight. So yeah, I mean, we got to see Dynasty go to C because Bellisria clutched up, but I think the difficulties on B could have been solved by Sim.
I agree with you. Let me see, though. Still not going to be getting that symmetry here for the defense. It's going to be Prophet going up into the skies. Given the way that low Prophet has been playing. Still could be very worrisome for him getting sniped, because that headshot accuracy with the rails has been pretty significant for him.
Echo on the defense, which I think is a decent counter pick versus the Jungle Queen, because again, you know what Protect's going to play. He's going to one-trick this hero the entire way through. In fact, those of us are just going to one-trick this comp the entire way through, and one thing this comp does not play well into is the Echo. It's going to come down to the Sojourner Prophet versus the Echo of the other Prophet to be the only sort of ability to shut down the Echo at all. Largely, everything else is going to be the same. Super long range damage. I mean, look at the chunk down of the HP bars on O2.
Yeah, I mean, who are you? Has to just back away. You can't do anything to deflect that beam, so he pulls back, keeps himself safe. Now goes on this left side flank. Bellisria, a couple headshots across, and that's going to be Lil P taken out. Goes in towards Prophet, but not enough to keep him alive. He ends up falling. Push over onto the side. Can't get him off the side of the map. Protect grabs the health pack, backs away, and the heals come through. Manages to stay alive. Scaffold as well, not getting the connection there. Now touching onto the point, the first hit going to be taken here from the side of O2 Blast, and they are looking to have a very fast tempo pickup here on A. Get interrupted for the time being as Belstria occupies the point, keeps this one contested, pushes Protect away once again. Prophet rejoins, comes in, but now Vinheim going to be taken down. Who are you? Finding that elimination, gets on top of Easy Han, finds him as well. Now turns his sights over towards Prophet once more, but instead, he's trying to go for the ult battery here. That is Belstria, who is very far disconnected from the rest of the team. And who are you? We'll clean him up. Party gift kill from Krillin, but otherwise 5 minutes and 8 seconds here from O2 Blast in the attack, and plenty of ultimates built up throughout the fight.
I mean, the Prophet trade actually goes well in the favor of O2 Blast. First of all, they got the closer respawns, but they shoved the Dynasty back into the back room with the high ground there as well. But Dynasty can't really do much in there. They have to slowly poke their way out. They don't have enough damage done. You're waiting for Easy Han to get the turret mode back on as well. And O2 Blast are meanwhile surrounding you. They're starting to cap the point, and it's high pressure for the Dynasty. This B defense is typically when the Dynasty defense starts really good. Can they keep Krillin alive? Because Krillin usually off angles here, but I think versus who are you, Genji, that would be dangerous. So Prophet is going to be the one off angling instead.
Not going to play widely with the rest of the game. Who are you? There's Blade pulled, and this time he will be able to find Krillin. Not going to get shut down mid-air, but as I say that, Easy Han will get a little bit of revenge from beyond the grave. Gets Protect with the nade. Cleanup continues. Lisumin, the last man standing here. Cart going to be halted for the time being.
It might even be just kind of stagnant, Lisumin. You don't want to stagger for too long because he can always TP back to his own team. But, yeah, shutting down Who Are You, who himself shut down Krillin. Didn't see the Captain Sun at all, even needing to deflect it. Often nearly had to duplicate there to save his own life, but still relying on the healing.
Oh, Easy Han getting jumped on the heels coming in, however. Just keeping him alive through the artillery fire, and you falling low, just barely managed to escape. Protect, dead, Prophet, pinned.
Nice.
Yep, there's a cleanup. Belstria just continuing to be excellent when it comes down to these spears.
Yeah, it's really been difficult for Protect to play in this matchup when Belstria's accuracy has been this good. And, I mean, this is the kind of point where I think O2 Blast needs to start thinking about Sim as well. For attacking teams on Ike involved, especially when the defense is this set in. If you don't have the Sim, it's just really hard to really get into position at all.
Force dupe into
the dupe is at least gone.
They managed to break it instantly as well, so ensuring that Prophet's not going to be able to find too much value from that one. Disrupting Shop up onto the high ground, but Easy Han just widely eating that damage once to maintain position. Spear to knock Protect away. They rotate around, want to work their way up on top of the ramparts here. Rushing their way through. Rampage across, managing to find one. Vinheim kind of contained there into the side room. Goes down the immortality field, but it doesn't last very long at all. Who are you? Mentioned to clear that one out. Now the beat going to be dropped in. Lego's still going to be taken out. Prophet finding that elimination. Next under a little bit of fire, but widely looks safe. OP finds Belstria. Prophet will manage to get himself a second elimination, but with Krillin gone, Prophet dead. Push can now continue here from the side of O2.
And largely, O2 have gotten past the difficult part of the map now because that initial high ground is so insane in terms of the distance between where you're on the floor and where the Dynasty are going to be setting up. Now that we get on towards the bridge, it's all flat ground. Dynasty don't get to have this major advantage. You have combos, or you just have ultimates. Generally, O2 Blast have ultimates to play through. Dynasty is just to support ultimates.
Blade Rush could be big. Were you around the back, dashes through, works some low. Krillin already going to be taken down. Prophet able to snipe him out now. Were you looking for a little bit more, but Easy Han manages to gun him down, gets Protect as well to boot, just utilizing this window to absolute perfection. Slide away there from Lil Pete, just trying to stay alive as the rest of the team goes for the reset. He's out into the open. It's yet another spear kill here for Belstria. I would love to see what his efficiency is with this one, because it feels like that and the accuracy has to be through the roof. A minute and 45 remaining. Just a bit shy of point B here, RO2 Blast.
It's the one stat I don't have. Spear accuracy. It's not on the list. So I couldn't tell you, but
Captain Planet,
it feels high. It feels pretty damn high, is what I'll say. Well, you nearly cleaned up that B point there. It's the immortality field from Vinheim that just keeps Easy Han alive, and then while the window is still rolling, Easy Han rips out the damage and trying to do that again with the artillery.
Dupes out here from Prophet, but doesn't have too many targets, given that everyone's zoned back from the artillery. He's just playing up over the top, the drop down. The axe swing finds the elimination. Now will be able to get Protect as well. Pushed away. Lego just trying to get his way out to safety. The beam would have killed, but he just can't quite swing the corner fast enough to actually finish the job. So he managed to make his way out. Now we'll be going over to the Widowmaker to try to really just break something open. Krillin in this position could be vulnerable, but he slides back inside, finding the right timing.
I mean, there's three good targets here. You have the Echo. Okay, no longer the Echo. Prophet's going to go over towards the Sombra instead, which is interesting. Okay, I mean, it will kind of make things more difficult for Who Are You and maybe Protect.
Dead. That could be monstrous. Bellisria, very low. Vinheim is pumping out the heals. Keeps him alive. Krillin. It's a fast run back, but the card again being brought around the corner here. The Dynasty just play this out patiently. Eventually, they're going to have to try to rush through. Notch needing to come in now. Bellisria works his way forward. 4.76 meters left to go. The Terra Surge at the ready.
Krillin.
You dashes in, and yeah, Krillin now getting death cycled. Pushing the corner, though, is Protect. Gets taken down. Not going to be able to use a Rampage. OP taken out. Lisa Min dead. Who Are You down to a sliver, and Lego is gone. This map is over. A couple seconds remaining. The dash forward to get the reset. He grabbed the Mega Pack, but there's just no hope in hell for Who Are You, even with the blade in his hand. He is not a good enough Kenji to make that work, even though he's the best in the world. They will stop them right in front of point B. And the Dynasty will now move up 2-0.
And I don't think anyone should be that surprised. Like, yeah, this is like the Dynasty's best map, man. O2 Blast just, they didn't check the VODs. They didn't check the replays. They didn't see what Infernal had to suffer on this map versus Dynasty. And they had to learn the hard way. Now they're down 0-2. There it is. There's the meme. But for O2 Blast, what a turnaround in terms of how different this series looks compared to either of the other 2 times they've played. I mean, okay, the first time they played was pretty close. Second time they played in this particular bracket that we did see, Dynasty got swept 3-0.
Yeah.
And now Seoul Dynasty are the ones in the league 2-0. Wow.
And Dynasty halfway to shutting down this Contenders squad's playoffs dreams. Another map pick here for the side of O2 Blast, their 3rd one in the series thus far, as we get ready to go to Flashpoint. See if that can be the staging ground for a turnaround for them, or if that match point will be locked in by the Dynasty when we come back. And we are back, and so far, O2 Blast's attempts with their map picks have not borne fruit. They find themselves down 0-2, much as the name describes. Not a position that this Challenger squad wants to be in. They are hungry for that playoff spot. They have the chance to make history, but right now, it is getting away from them. It is slipping through their fingers as the Dynasty have shown up to play.
They're looking good. Looking really good. Australia World Cup champions. Yep, that's what I'm talking about.
Well,
I mean, it's a long shot, but
it's a bold hope.
I think that's one of those moments where you put it all on green. You're at the roulette table. You're like, I'm putting the life savings on green, baby. It's my time.
I would not recommend that anybody do that, but hey, if it hits, you hit big. But you can see now the vibes are already looking good for the side of the Dynasty after the first map. They're looking even better going into map number 3. They find themselves with a very firm lead, and I mean, Bellisria, he's still in, and for good reason. The guy has been pounding.
This is just a different level. You could see the improvement and the evolution of the Dynasty, and also Bellisria over the course of the season. Huayu's got his eye drops out, though, so he's about to level up. That's the secret unlocked, FYI. But that Orisa's been... it's been a menace. You look at O2 Blast, Protect especially, his POV is all just Bellisria in his face. And let's talk about the spares as well, man. He's been getting spare kill after spare kill after spare kill. It doesn't end.
No, it does not. And so neither does this series, at least not yet. Sorvas is going to be coming up here. O2, the third time is going to be the charm to get themselves a map win. Or if it will, in fact, be them put into a reverse sweep position. I believe, I mean, I'm thinking back to once they really started competing in OWL, and I think that they actually did have a pretty crucial reverse sweep. Maybe I'm misremembering, but this would be the ultimate one, but they do not want to be in that position.
Sorry, who's getting reverse swept? You're talking about Dynasty getting reverse swept?
I'm saying if O2 lose this one, O2 have to reverse sweep. I think they pulled one off earlier in the season. I don't
O2
remember
did?
fully. I think so.
I can't quite remember. See, here I was thinking you were trying to do this little curse thing. You could remind people of a certain year and a certain finals between Seoul and Shanghai Dragons. You know what? I'm just going to end there because it might get too triggering. So we'll leave it. Leave it there. As we get into Sorvas. Sorry.
No, I'm just showing that my brain cells are rapidly dying as I age and get ready to turn 31 in 4 hours. But anyway, let's go ahead and focus back into the game.
Didn't touch Bryn. They just didn't touch.
No, they didn't, Sideshow. No, they didn't.
Anyway.
That'll be fun. Let's have a roleplay stream where we're Sideshow. I'll do my worst accent
If there's
possible.
another Widowmaker, you know, I'll wait for it.
All right, fair enough. Already. Little Pink going to be sticking through here with the Sojourn. Good for that headshot. As the slow coming in here on a Protect, drops down to the low ground. Quick on the chase up. The Mega Pack is there. He manages to get bumped back up, but they're still pursuing, and they're going to be able to find him. He gets taken out. Mr. Mini answer one back has been him. Will fall. Not going to be happy. Penelope going to be eliminated. But made Mizzy Han finding his mark. Comes up for the kill. Will you just find it? He's on his toes as he possibly can. Elusive here and pulled up towards his blade as steadily as possible. Easy Han. He kind of given the slip. Can't quite track down the Genji, but either way, Dynasty, they move their way over the point and look at the first cap, which they will get.
Here we go. Finally, the cap comes through. And some ultimates coming online. Krillin as well, 80%. Let's pick up the Sun. Who are you? Low HP.
Ooh. Nice timing there. Perfect. Fine, probably. Instead for an elimination, now Protect again under fire will end up going down to Easy Hunt. Krillin, after Sun, at the ready. Gonna keep everybody alive where possible. Counterflip was in. O2 Blast getting control for a little brief little moment. Taken away just as quickly as they had it. Only 10% gain. He's stunned into the wall. Backs away. Trying to stay alive. Now the line will be held. I mean, another one. Good lord.
Man, again, the accuracy has just been phenomenal today. That's for sure. 55% gone now. O2 Blast finally up on ultimates. This is where it happens. Overclock.
On and Billis Rissa. Overclock is in. Blade as well going to be pulled back up by that sound barrier. Where are you going to be able to come away with one, but 2 kills can be found as Krillin comes in the cap of some. They're still ticking up on the point. Easy Han ends up getting felled by Protect. Lego going low. Another Javelin into Protect.
Terror Surge.
Pushing up onto the point. There's a Terror Surge. go ahead and find both supports. Another pin, another kill. Belosria puts them in the pavement, and you can tell he is singing, he is dancing. This man is a mood.
We found his new hero. It's not just about the ball anymore. We found the new Belosria hero.
Belosrissa, I'm telling you.
Belosrissa is doing all of the work. Well, he's doing the work right now. He's doing plenty of it. He's not doing all of it. Dynasty in general as a team is just on a different level. After that Infernal win, they've looked on top, and O2 Blast are struggling. They do at least get to be able to be on the next point early. So we head over to Paul's Palace. Sooner rush early on. Well, you on the off angle as well.
Who are you?
Oh, he's taking so much damage.
Dashes out the safety. They will be able to top and back up Lego as well. They'll under fire. Now the artillery going to be layered in. See, Lego falling lower and lower, and Krillin eventually does find it. Rampage going to be committed here by Protect, but he only finds Belosria. The Immortality Field is there to try to back him up. Leads him in down to a sliver. It's the roar there from Protect, who is again pinned into the wall, spun to death. And that is just going to be the fight going the way of the Dynasty again off the back of the efforts here from Belosria, who is just destroying. What happened to this guy over the last couple weeks?
He did the fusion dance with Void, and they became one. They're now one person. Bella Void is now the best tank player in Overwatch. Protect didn't get his rampage off again. He rampages, and instantly Belosria has a spare spin ready, just shoves him to the side. Belosria once again, easy, just he'll eat that rampage, no issues, and then he just solos Protect down, and this Jungle Queen is not having any fun in this matchup so far.
I mean, honestly,
another early count soul.
I might be sweating, seeing the way that Belosria is able to handle these Jungle Queen compositions. You're gonna have to potentially play against them in the play-ins. This could be a big worry for you. Now Captain Sun at the ready. Wins it, Moffett already, and Lego. Now, I mean, just, they're all dead. I'm not gonna read the kill feed. It's not worth it. Kills are found. It's a team wipe. Only Vinheim dead. And that should just about confirm the second point cap here for the Dynasty.
There's like a knockback kill that Krillin gets as well. A rare kill feed. And I think this is about it. I mean, can you get a touch at the stage? Pretty far away members.
Beyond Lego.
Unless Lego just dives for it. No, they're not going to go for it.
And they just want to try to find the inside track onto what could very well be the final point. And they will at least be able to get there first again, but I didn't do them many favors here for point 2.
You got to get to the point early. I think that's important. You want to be on the point when you are the Jungle Queen composition. Much better when you're at the point early. Seoul Dynasty, it's going to be harder for them to push in. They want to be the ones defending the points if they can. With these ultimates available, okay, you set up the window, play through Easy Hunt's damage on the turret. You're sort of good to go. O2 Blast needs to close the gap sooner rather than later. Lego's still 11% away, which is unfortunate. His beat Blade is one of the win conditions.
Window at the ready. Blade pulled here from Who Are You, dropping down. Immortality Field is going to get cleaned up by him. He does find Krillin as a bit of a parting gift, but then falls to Belosria's hand. He's a min as well. Tagged up, taken out. Prophet finds the headshot. Lego, I mean, there's just no way in hell that you would want to commit the ultimate here. Have to save for a future fight. In the meantime, Dynasty are going to be ticking up because they've already gotten control of the point.
I mean, what is that, 3 in a row now? The Dynasty just get first cap. The first cap on Flashpoint is incredible because of how fast the point takes up. What do they got left? Tracer now, not Bastion. Bastion versus Bastion. Well, at least they can play through. I mean, if you want to maximize the strength of the Ant Matrix, Offer of the Bastion is a good shout for it. And no one's got TPs here with the Sims, so yeah, it's just kind of pure Bastion with BAF gameplay. Rampage here, but likely I think Belosria just shoves a spear and protects face again.
Alright. There's the artillery around the back, gets a couple tags. He can be taken low. Belosria left out the dry, alone on the point, ends up falling. Lego, however, going to get lower and lower, but now the sound barrier comes in, keeps himself alive for the Captain's Son. Made out from Fett, managing to find Easy Hunt, gets that eliminated. Prophet himself, looks like O2 Blast finally very one-sidedly win a fight. Had to commit everything into it.
Was a really, really well-timed Lego sound barrier there. Although I say well-timed, he nearly dies and he nearly actually Ajax. If the explosion pops off, he's dead.
Immortality Field from Lisa Min kept him in that one.
Oh, that's you, I guess. Well, good team play then. There's another spare just to remind people that Belosria exists in the map. But he was the first target down. I mean, yeah, Hyper Gary gone, Orisa gone. The rest of the map suddenly opens.
A little bit of room to work with here for the side of O2 Blast. OP taken low.
Window time.
Is at the ready. Blizzard as well, nearly there. That'll clear out the point. Flip very good here for the side of the Dynasty, obviously, who are just 3% away from locking down this map and getting themselves up to match point. Who are you? Early damage taken. That forces them off. Overtime now coming through. Artillery to try to clear the way. Profit is going to be going into that ice block, and Who Are You is down early. That's a blade now taken away from them. He was just 7% away. It's a swift and easy cleanup here. No one dead on the side of the Dynasty. The map is over right then and there. Now 3-0 up in the series. Seoul Dynasty are one map away from sweeping O2 Blast out of playoff contention, out of play-ins, out of the season.
That was just swift and comprehensive. I mean, O2 Blast did not look shaken at any of those 3 points. 3-0 on the flashpoint. If this was a regular game, or we just go, first 3 BO5, it's done. It's a sweep from Dynasty. Again, you compare this to the last performance these two teams played. Last time, O2 Blast 3-0 Dynasty. Now, it's currently a 3-0 for the Dynasty. The level up for the Dynasty between that match and this match, it's like twice the level they've gained. They got in twice as good in that short amount of time.
Yeah.
This is a real threat. Dynasty can't even qualify through the knockouts, but they are looking like a play-ins threat.
They absolutely are. I mean, I was talking about, playoffs. This is technically a final of your bracket. And boy, like you said, everybody has just kind of absorbed that playoff profit energy. It is scattered throughout the rest of the members on this team, and they look frightening. O2 Blast now need a reverse sweep. We'll see if they can get done. Yet again, it's their map pick as we get ready to go to push. Let's see if they can get something done there when we come back. Welcome back. We are here now going into map 4 where O2 Blast need to start a reverse sweep if they want to be a Challengers representative in the playoffs. Otherwise, the Dynasty, they may just be able to pull off this 4-0 sweep and lock them out of the season.
I was looking so good for O2 Blast in this bracket when they are the ones that are the highest seed. They get the direct spot in the grand finals because they beat Dynasty in the upper finals. They beat the Dynasty and then they beat the Inferno in the upper finals. They did both Soul teams. O2 Blast were firmly looking like the best team in this bracket. But a rejuvenated Soul Dynasty is currently too much to handle. And there might only be one map left. I mean, these finals so far, outside of the one Esperanza push map that Dallas Fuel won versus Spark, I mean, we could have been looking at 2 4-0 series for both our finals, and maybe there's still a shot that O2 Blast can pull through the push as well, but it's officially match point time, which means it's officially reverse sweep o'clock for O2 Blast if they want any shot in hell of making this journey happen.
Yeah. Toby is back to his old ways. He's having Bellisria in for the entire series, but this time it is working an absolute treat. The guy is just, I mean, screw it. He's player of the match if they win this right here and now. There's just no way around it. It's impossible to select anybody else, just given the way that he's been playing.
100%.
And I don't think that any of you out there would disagree with us. And if you do, you're wrong. And you should feel bad about it. Anyway, Esperanza is the map pick here for O2 Blast. Potential final hurrah here for the squad. Let's see if they can have a Fuel-esque performance here to try to pick up a win.
I mean, that's right. They have to channel the Dallas Fuel a little bit here. It's a very different matchup because they're not playing against a dive that the Hangzhou Spark were playing, but they got to do something versus the Sarissa and the backline. And I think the key to that is actually to bring out the sim. They have spent too long capitulating to, okay, who are you? He's like the best Genji. Give him Genji. But right now, it's just not working. You can't close the gap on the Sarissa team and actually access the backline without some hard flanking. That's been difficult to do as well. There's one way that you can access the backline. You TP into them, you shout, and you just run past the Sarissa. That's the one way you do it. And it's the one thing that O2 Blast have not really played because we haven't seen sim at all. Outside of, okay, you TP out of spawn, but I'm talking about sim in the actual game. And this team of O2 has just refused to play it.
Alrighty, well. Fairly unsurprising, albeit for O2 believers, maybe a bit disappointing. We're not going to be seeing any swaps, at least not yet, with 7 seconds left to go before the gates open up. Just going to be sticking through with this one. Still believing in their ability to pilot this to success, and granted, they have gotten close. They have had close maps pretty much this entire way throughout, other than that flashpoint we just witnessed. But it hasn't been good enough for the win just yet. Prophet still sticking through with his May.
And if you assume that O2 Blast don't change anything and they just keep playing Soulja and Genji again, then May is excellent because you're just slowing them down more. I mean, you talk about what the difficulties for O2 Blast are. As we open the map, guess what? Who are you just instantly greeted by a spare? The difficulty is O2 Blast can't close the gap, and then May just makes the gap closing even worse.
Here onto the high ground. Who are you? Putting some damage in, dashes across, and does manage to find Krillin. Very good opening kill here for them as the bot now going to be moving forward in favor of O2 Blast. Wrap around the flank. Who are you? Just poking and prodding where possible. Get forced back for the time being. Rail shot at the ready. Prophet dodging out on that one as he goes into the ice block, but that puts it on cooldown.
Can they link up with Krillin safely? There he comes now. So Izihan will up a little bit in terms of controlling space. Bellisria now moving forward to stop the payload. Dropped to 25 meters, and that's just free meterage with Krillin down.
Big kind of lack of commitment here from the Dynasty. I'm sure certain what to do, but now they managed to just go ahead and corral him around, protect, take him down.
Nice shot.
Fett able to answer one back here, taking out Easyhan. So are you playing up here in front of Prophet? Takes him low, forces him down low ground, and Lil Pete able to scoop the kill. Flies into the wall. Bellisria, however, not in a position to really find the punish. Just works back into a bit of a more neutral position. The push is not coming through, and he's completely locked Lil Pete into the corner. Still hasn't killed him off, mind you, and actually, some in comes to the rescue, and they manage to get the kill. Overclock now going to be used, swing over the corner, Vin him going to be taken down, as this push can now continue for the side of O2 Blast.
I mean, he nearly killed Prophet there, and if he does, this overclock doesn't happen, but with the overclock actually happening, it's given O2 Blast a little bit more to play through. I think Payload got pushed back a little bit there, so finally reset, gaining some more meters. Bellisria nearly just made the most impressive play we've seen all series, and he's been making impressive plays the entire way through, and that could have been the best one yet. All
right, well, a monstrous fight turnaround there after losing their tank. Doesn't mean that Protect is going to be very slow to try to build up towards this Rampage, but let's see though. Who are you diving forward? Manages to find Prophet. Opening kill with May out of the fight for the delay. Deflection on the Javelin, knocking him back, saying, hey, how do you like this one? Now the checkpoint snatched up here by O2 within the first 2.5 minutes.
They just keep losing players.
Yeah, taken down. They need to fully disconnect here, but I don't think they're going to be able to. Where you will finally be put to an end as the Terror Surge is going to be committed in. Lego gets caught up in the fray. Roar out from Protect, just trying to get that green HP across. Javelin into Lee Min, takes him down low, but the kill is just not going to be found quite just yet. Can't freeze this guy here. Just have to try to slow him up. Protect still staying alive, and the counteraction coming through here. Protect and Prophet find one apiece. Now a second kill. As the May will fall, and the push continues.
It's the Sojin that's doing the most at the moment. I mean, Prophet is really fired up. As he says, it's not over yet. Decent amount of meters. This is looking in a very different way. Ironically, very similar to the Dallas Hangzhou Esperanza, where opening tempo momentum from the team that needs to reverse sweep, the losing team, is looking damn good at the moment. Artillery, just cosmetic, as it usually is.
Not too much of anything there, but there's the overclock and the instant headshot. Benham dead as the window comes through. Zihan still trying to play off the back of this one, but he can't even hound down Lego. It's just bouncing up into his face. Unbury shielding going to be expiring, but it doesn't matter. Everybody here, all 5 players from the set of O2 Blast still standing firmly. As the bot will continue moving forward. I mean, we're not even 4 minutes into this one. They're rounding the final corner.
It's even more one-sided than the Hangzhou Dallas game. It turns out that sky is still blue, water still wet. Esperanza still a good Junker Queen map. O2 Blast, they don't look at all having the same problems they had on the previous maps. Well, you've been able to get around to different flanks. Prophet is on fire with the accuracy on these rails.
Zach's having to back away, and now the Consumer Rush is going to be invested. Prophet goes into the ice block there as the Captive Stun comes across, but it's going to be Vinham who dies first and foremost. Now Blade pulled from Who Are You, jumps up over the top, manages to find his man. That's going to be Krillin taken down. Now EasyHan dashed through. Prophet able to collect a couple kills before falling to Lego, is now the last one standing here for O2 Blast. Here, a rare miss here from the side of Belseria as Lego is just playing elusively around the bot, utilizing it to his own advantage. He's so elusive. Finally gets pushed back against the wall and should get killed off here at long last. He's still going.
Oh my god.
He lives for so damn long. Everybody else has since respawned. They have forward spawns, mind you. And now the bot finally starts moving for the Dynasty.
Lucio confirmed most annoying character to try and kill in the game. And now O2 Blast get a bit of a high ground set up. They can't use the high ground as well as Seoul Dynasty would, but it's still annoying. It allows O2 Blast to instantly drop down and close the gap if they want to, and Seoul Dynasty recognize that. They're going to go for the long flank. Allow Bellassari to push on towards the bridge. Halo contested.
Terror Surge again at the ready here. Does he just go for it? Oh, that pin into the wall. Headshots it out, drags him forward. Won't be able to get anything off of that one. Protect makes his way out to safety. Well, Prophet goes up little P, finding that headshot. Shuts him down. Protect kind of just trapped into the corner. Will eventually fall. Bot still in a neutral position, but can finally start moving forward here as Who Are You will get taken out.
Here we go. First, this is the first amount of meters that Seoul Dynasty have had so far. Easy hand now over towards the Soldier. Yeah, that's crazy. And 120, what? 124, nearly 125 is an insane amount. I mean, at this stage, O2 Blast can just play defense the entire way through. They're nearly onto some good ultimates. The fact that there's a window available, it's not going to be quite as strong. It's going to be EasyHan shooting through it. A little bit of help from Bellassari. Not quite the Bastion levels of damage, but EasyHan just hasn't had the angles to work with the Bastion to find the relevant damage so far.
Barrier at the ready. Bot stuck in position. Rampage across, managing to find 2. Vinham getting clipped. The Immortality Field instantly dealt with, and he falls down. Prophet down to a sliver as well, and it looks like he's just going to end up getting killed off. Peeps looking for more. Comes up with just the 1 kill there, but the cleanup is good from the rest of the squad. Team wipe, only 23 meters established here for the side of Dynasty. It's a 101 meter advantage in the hands of O2 Blast.
Yeah, with very little time left, about a third of the map's time left, less than that actually. So, Dynasty, I'm not saying that it's over yet, although it looks, it's probably actually over, but I'm trying to be charitable here. EasyHan now over towards the sim. I mean, they need to be the ones trying to reclaim a little bit of the high ground themselves because they keep losing map control. Their team is supposed to be good at... If their team can gain the map control, it's good, but they just... Man, they keep losing players like this.
It's just a disruptive shot. Disruptive shot to go ahead and take out Prophet. I mean, OP is just killing off all of the util here.
It's not the first time either. He somehow finds those kills even
hello.
on the nade as well.
Bellisria
And
now
he just
dead.
gets that shot.
Gets another one. Vinheim shuts him down, but then Tech comes in, kills off Vinheim. The bot. They're not even moving it forward right now. They're just kind of hunting for kills. Now they'll go ahead and turn their sights back over to it and start gaining
Gonna
even
get
more
more
distance. Yep. Looking like they should be able to finish this one. If all continues on this base, Krillin spotted around the backside. Goes up into the air, and I mean, Lee Min just great tracking from him. Shuts him down. Does not allow for him to escape. It's a nasty shot though. Prophet just into head, managing to come up with that kill. Looks for a little bit more. Forces OP out of line of sight. Wall to try to get the capture here. On a protector, pushing away from the rest of the team. Now he doesn't have line of sight here to receive any heals. Trying to work his way up here onto the high ground. Pushed back down by the Javelin. Eventually does fall. OP coming away with yet another one here, but an extended team kill comes to fruition for the side of the Dynasty, but they still need to close a gap of 103 meters within the next 2 minutes.
And do that again, but what, like 4 or 5 times more? Well, this time around, at least with the sim, they can get around the map a lot easier. Set up for this high ground. Okay, this is where things should start to look better for the Dynasty. The comp is strong when they can play off the high grounds.
Hello.
Just checking the settings real quick, don't mind me. Payload is moving. Ultra Blasts have gone for a little bit of a flank here. I think we've swapped sides slightly.
Just a bit. Getting ahead of him here. And Prophet dead.
Prophet again.
Behind his own wall, I think. OP able to find that elimination once again. And now, yep, doubles up. Gets Krillin. Easy on gone. And this is looking like a wash. They have the option to just go ahead and cancel out the remaining minute of the gameplay here because it doesn't look like there's any way in hell for the Dynasty to get themselves back into this.
Where's the surrender option? That would be nice right now.
Yeah, this is a GG go next.
You'd be surprised to hear that Prophet on the Sojin on O2 Blast is not deadlifting. It feels like he is. He's 17 out of 38. And part of the reason why he's not deadlifting is because Who Are You is obviously on the Genji, still finding a lot of final blows. Lee Min also adding in there as well. But it's the first picks, man. The Sojin rails, even the disruptor shot, as you say. These first picks coming through, so pristine from Prophet on this map. The Dynasty are scratching their heads a little bit. Bellisria now off the Orisa.
Okay. Onto the Doom. Krillin dead. Sound barrier now. Yep. Opening pick. Gonna be found once more. Deflection in. Who are you? Sending that icicle right back into Prophet's skull. Takes him out. 15 seconds now remaining. Down 2 players. Waiting for the runbacks to come in. OP going to be corralled into the corner. The kill going to be found. A little interruption on there on the feed, but we're right back into the action. This Who Are You finds Vinheim. Looks like that should just about be it. Bellisria completely disconnected from the bot. Killed off. And, I mean, they're still kind of inching it forward, so the touch will be there. Captain Sun going to be coming through from Krillin, but going to have to be the grandest of all ultimates in order to turn anything here. Yeah, not going to make it happen. Ends up getting taken down. Bellisria on the rejoin, puts the fist up. The Rampage goes across. It gets the anti now out onto the Doom Fist, and he's going to be bled dry as Lego manages to find the killing blow. Kunai's flying, overtime bleeding. They get another touch in, but it seems like, yeah, it's just going to be over here. Easy Han will be able to find one. Who Are You, however, able to help clean him up. And there we have it. We do, in fact, have a series on our hands. O2 Blast, finally, with one of their map picks, are able to get a map victory. Close out Esperanza in dominant fashion. And they take the first step out of 4 in what would be a very necessary and an incredible reverse sweep.
That's a very similar story to what we saw from the Dallas Hangzhou game, right? I feel like we're we're just looking at the same thing. It's a complete mirror of what we saw, or a reflection of the same thing. But does that mean we end with a 4-1 scoreline? Because, yeah, that series didn't end up going too good for Dallas even after this win. Can O2 Blast ride this momentum wave, especially off the back of the Sojin play, for a little bit more?
All right, well, still hanging in this series here is O2 Blast. Seoul Dynasty, though, now have their map picks coming up for the rest of this one if O2 can continue to win. We'll see if they can just make it another 4-1 scoreline, much like we saw from the first series when we come back. We're back, and we're not done yet. O2 Blast, very strong performance from them there on Esperanza. They get their win finally on one of their map picks to extend this series at least a little bit further. As you can see, a nice little referential band sign here in the audience. But hanging on still here is O2.
It's
a chance to fight back.
A reference to last week on Nimbani when we had the sprays come through. This time around, I'm afraid O2 are going to need to win a few more maps before they bring the sprays back, because things are still pretty dire, although they have taken the first step. That's the good news, because I want a map. The bad news is we're getting to map 5, and map 5 Bellisria is all I'm going to say about that. If you know, you know.
Yeah. He's still in, playing out, at least for now, this entire series here for the side of the Dynasty, keeping him through, because it widely has been working, aside from, obviously, that last map getting away from him, but the vibes in the team still very good.
Every map has been map 5 for Bellisria so far, except for map 4. Map 4 wasn't map 5, but map 1 through to 3 and map 5 itself is, in fact, map 5.
Oh, and here we go. Dorado, the selection here, the first map selection for the side of the Dynasty in this entire series. They want this to be the staging ground for the finish, for them knocking out O2 Blast.
You remember what happened yesterday on Dorado?
Yeah.
It was a pretty damn good one from Dynasty versus Infernal. Yeah, the Orisa on the offense, the ball on the defense, and both actually worked. So the ball wasn't completely misplaced. Hangzhou couldn't quite make that work versus Dallas, but man, Dynasty really took it to the Infernal yesterday with that ball comp and defense.
Yeah. An attempt at it there from the side of the Spark, but either way, still were able to close things out. Now Dynasty very much looking to do the same. And as we get ready to go into this, very well be the final map, I want to make a proposition for you here, Avril. A way to really just clarify, make it easier for the viewers to know who we're talking about between
you're proposing
Profit
to me.
and
I'm
Profit.
like, you're already married. You're getting greedy at this stage. Like, come on.
It's okay. I can't make the joke I was about to make, but anyway, here's my proposition. We start calling, instead of Lil P, we call him the Kid, or just Kid. Because Profit's the GOAT.
Kid Profit.
What's a tinier GOAT? A Kid. Kid versus Profit.
Lamb.
No.
Or is lamb
goat.
only for sheep?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think from henceforth he shall be known as the Kid.
Well, he might only have one map left, so
exactly.
Send him on office to kids. Oh, boy.
Let me know if you disagree, and I won't read the comment. Anyway, let's get ready for the gates to open.
You know what? If it's only one map, you can do what you like. If it's only one map left.
Who are you? Nearly getting bullied out of the sky by the Wrecking Ball. Now at the spot. Knock up here coming through. Knocks up 2. Who are you? Down to a sliver of HP. Narrowly survives. Trying to play
Matrix coming
elusively here behind some of the terrain. And okay, Vinham going to be taken down. Kid finding 1. Protects Mech though, going so low, and he actually managed to stay in it.
It really was Protect coming through the Matrix to save the day. If it wasn't for that, I'm pretty sure that would have been an opening first blood already, but a second pile drive is still not successful. More pocketing coming on through. Pylon healing, right click from Lee Sumin, more Matrixing. And Ultra Blasts are good.
And Profit here onto the low ground, gonna get taken down. Protect to find that kill. Headshot not quite gonna be found there. It's a shot over in towards Easy Han, who's kind of solo corralled off into the side room there. For now, very slow going from the Dynasty.
91. Lee Sumin as well. Double supports have done really well here on Ultra Blast with the defense. And Lego be isolated, not quite all. This might be bad for Bellisria, but
there's the TP up onto the high ground. D-Matrix helps deny a lot of this damage here from Easy Han. Drop down comes through. So who are you? Now goes for the duplicate and manages to answer back 2 kills. Easy Han dead with the duped Bastion. The cart hold continues here as Krillin going to be dead on the back end there. A team kill going to be found here for the side of O2.
Well, they got their first kill, so something happened there for Seoul Dynasty. It's been a rough attack so far. I'm a little surprised. Like, ball on defense makes sense, but ball on attack seems weird. Like, if you just played Orisa and you TP, you do the same thing Dallas said. You TP into Prophet's Water and you just take them down. You just roll the back line. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, well, maybe he's going to just do that, but yeah, just TP the Orisa instead. But no, okay. We'll see how far this ball can really go. Minefield available.
Taken out. Healing pylons there. Self-destruct lobbed in from Protect. Not going to be able to find anything off that one. Captive stun now thrown down. Look at the try to get rid of this enemy Bastion. Takes him low, but the kill is just not going to be coming through for them. Elsewhere in the meantime takes out Who Are You after Krillin does fall. The cart's going to be gliding forward here with a minute and 40 remaining. The kid re-arriving though gets a headshot through onto Vidhame, taking him down. Artillery fire to try to cover. Time barrier now expiring. Nade getting a bit of damage across here onto the Widowmaker, but it's not going to be finding the kill that they so desperately need. The mech is out. The minefield breaking Protect through out, and now EasyHan able to scoop that elimination. Lego and Lisa Min both going to be taken out here. Who Are You will just be able to get the ball, but cannot stop the cap. It comes in. It's 3:45 remaining now for the side of the Dynasty.
Took a while, but we got there. And that one with the Captive Sun. All remain for a little bit while longer. Again, the option to go back to Orisa is always there. Seoul Dynasty still on match point, looking to see if they can finish this one. We finished our early series on Dorado as well, so Esperanza Dorado seems like the choice for map 4s and 5s today. EasyHan got a match, so Widowmakers. I mean, we saw this in the Dallas Hangzhou matchup. It ended up being a Widow duel.
Slow going for now. Start stagnating. It's EasyHan. I mean, there's just no reprieve. No heals, no support coming his way. Those bombs absolutely destroy him. Now Krillin tucked in does have that pylon.
Lose the pylon.
Aid of Vidhame, they will be able to take him down. Shot across Lee Sumin, going to be forced low on HP. The kill can't be found, however. Balsria crashing through, looking to try to take the high ground, but no, actually wants to wrap around and try to get the catch here. Pylon cleared out. Lee Sumin just having to back away, but he's got Protect there, doing his namesake, keeping him safe.
See what O2 Blast can do with this now. Yeah, that's a nice and easy kill. That's what you expect for sure. And a window place just for this Widowmaker. Body shot, double damage. You love it.
And I mean, the spray down to find Krillin. 3 quick kills going to be spotted there. Taken away. Prophet just staying tucked behind the fountain for now. This pop shot attempt. The kid up into the air. Nothing found. Drops back, but the damage is dealt. His job here is done. Oh, Bellisria.
Slow going for Dynasty. I mean, they need to set some... They can't really... They need to fight for some sort of positioning. Top right.
There it is.
I don't mind that. That's a TP just to get Bellisria there. This is a ball just arrives in Who Are You's face.
Yeah, just crashes in, finds the elimination. Didn't pop the dupe in time to try to keep himself alive. And then, I mean, time is still very much on their side here for the O2 Blast because it's draining down. The cart is just now starting to get pushed forward, so still in a good enough position. Bellisria just trying to make his way out to safety, but he is completely screwed is what he is. That mission is a complete and utter failure.
Bad luck will get him next time. Minefield, though, for next time. And O2 Blast, they're having a great time at the moment because payload is stuck. Dynasty can't really push. You need to establish Krillin onto some sort of positioning where the long range matters. Photon barrier is nice. Okay, probably just he's just chilling behind it.
He sat behind it, letting the turret do some damage. Doesn't find too much of anything though. Protect still going to be in the mech. Now Prophet going to be taken down as the barrier dissipates. The kid, there we go. That's the name I gave him. Ends up coming up with the kill.
Man with
wide impact here on the Widowmaker. Quick little grapple over to the side. They know exactly where EasyHan is at, and they're going to be pursuing, looking for that elimination. Kid now under fire, however. Captive Sun from Krillin managing to take him down. Who Are You with the dupe? Goes for the Alari. It's a build-up of his own as Lee Sumin sends his out. EasyHan taken low, but kept alive. The rally rolling from Vidhame keeps him in this fight. Who Are You still up here? Just zapping away. One more tap would do it. Can he hit the Captive Sun in time? No. Tries to load it into the gun. In the meantime, Prophet and Bellisria bringing the cart forward. Just in front of point B now. 25 seconds remaining. Any further kills found here for the side of O2 Blast should very much help guarantee this hold. EasyHan under pressure in a bad spot. And yeah, the health pack going to be grabbed up, which means that Who Are You wins out the fight as the beam comes in. Bellisria in the meantime just crashing across, trying to find some kind of elimination. Who Are You down low, tucks in behind the cart, gets himself back to full HP. Now turns his sights over here towards the bank. Sticky bomb's going to be deflected, but the touch needs to come in, and there it is. Bellisria makes his way over, but he's still very low and has to make his exit. That heals. Self-destruct available though. Protect can buy so much space here for the side of O2 Blast. Lisa Min going to be taken down. EasyHan re-arrives with the Soldier 76, finds one. Healing pylon taken out. Immortality field already going to be burned. The kid low on HP tries to stay alive, but Prophet hounding him down. Who Are You as well? A sliver. Lego gone. Self-destruct. A Hail Mary attempt here from Protect. Sends it up into the air. They manage to dodge it out and they manage to get the cap. Seoul Dynasty, they keep this push going.
Yeah, all three members crouch behind the payload and you dodge out the self-destruct. Nice tracking. from Easy Han as well to get the baby Diva. And I think this is time to swap off the Diva. The Diva not great on this C point. I mean, he can go up and down, but you need to have some staying power. I would actually like to see Protect go Orisa here. That would be a really strong pick. And also, the ball has value on A and B. On C, not so much. Bellastria, after this minefield, probably needs to swap over towards the Orisa here as well. But plenty of ultimates online just about for Dynasty, and they need to make a good push of it. 1 minute remaining.
Minefield. Want to be online. Prophet with the blade. Captive Sun.
Off the Matrix straight
Yeah,
away.
I mean, Matrix to try to go ahead and deny it. Now sends it, but I don't believe he caught anybody there. Sets up the pylon. X in the meantime trying to stay alive here. Up on the high ground. There you go, just pushing out the heals as best as humanly possible. But now the mech going to be broken. Kid taken down. Get rid of the pylon. Tank's just going to get cut down to size. And Prophet finds him, dashes up into the air, trying to get that slice across over on Elise Min, but it doesn't really matter. Doesn't come up with that elimination. Dupe into iframes, but instantly he's going to be broken out. Who Are You has his work cut out for him here, and there's just nothing that Lisa Min can do to keep him alive from this position. The cart still getting closer. Lisa Min finds a headshot, takes out Easy Con, but they need somebody to be able to touch. They're rushing forward. The pushback from Bellastria is absolutely perfect, and they managed to make it to the end with time left in the bank.
That was really nice. I can't believe Dynasty capped with the ball the entire way through. He didn't swap at all. And he made it work right at the end, played his minefield, didn't die, and in the final moments of the map, boops away. Knock back on the last couple of players from O2 Blast to try and touch. And there it is. As we can take a look at Prophet on that final push in the OT. Isolating Lego. And then there's a tracker from Easy Han. Everyone dodges out the self-destruct. No huge self-destruct player of the match, player of the game. And here it is, the final countdown. 12 seconds even remaining on the clock for Seoul Dynasty as they finish the whole map. And now they get to play their ball defense.
That they do. And then, I mean, it feels like they just decided to run the attack playing hard mode, but they got to the end. Limited time.
Yeah.
But,
the
I mean,
leg weights on and they still managed to cross the finish line.
could be just a similar story to what we saw, you know, versus Fuel v Spark. Get the end, not much. Successful defense comes through. Bing, bang, boom. We'll have to just wait and see. Prophet sticking with the Genji.
So,
a large amount of impact
yeah.
found from that one.
Again, I think the playbook is there, the blueprint. Dallas Field wrote it out. The burn blueprint. I tried. Sorry to blast. They should know what to do here. They're going to do the long TPs. Okay, going to take a while to rotate around. They're not just going to go straight into the face of the Dynasty.
Ooh. First pop shot attempt, looking for Bin-Name, not able to find it. Deflection going to be burned. Prophet makes his way out scot-free. And here comes the ball, looking to push him off the side of the map. Is grapple available? No.
They got each other.
The kid just annihilated, but yeah, it does get traded. At least we've been in position to go ahead and get that punish. The cart for now starting to move forward, rounding the first corner.
It's limited time that you can actually get a free push here as well, because Bellastria on ball can come back very quickly.
Yep.
So it's not like there's a huge advantage for Ultra Blast to play through. They are going to at least make this payload start moving. Ooh, Prophet low. Survives.
Low, but dashes out. Body shot on the Easy Han. Small head hitbox to try to take advantage of that Bastion there. Killing just looking to outside him. Pile driver. Mortality Field going to be coming through, and Prophet there to chase in on the dive. They managed to find Lego, taking him down. Now the kid going to be eliminated as Krillin comes up with the goods. Clark makes its way over towards this underpass, but Who Are You actually winning out the fight against Prophet will end up dying, but Protect is just going to have to back away from this.
Well, the silver lining is the payload's in the right place, so a decent amount of push happened while Ochibus was slowly getting whittled down. That's going to force Dynasty all the way back and see the reposition entirely. Dynasty give up all the space, set up a new pylon. Decent shot coming through from Prophet there. That is still going to be at least a headshot. They need, I think, the window at minimum, but the Kitsuna Rush is a great start.
Oh, Bellastria, you do not want to take this fight now. The beam going to be coming in, and he's dead. A big overstep. Wasn't ready for Who Are You to join in. Bailing out the Widowmaker here. Duplicate now. About to be online.
With the pressure on. OG blasting to go.
Rushing forward, looking for Krillin. He's going to go ahead, burst his way back. Pylon set up now, going to be cleared out, but then help keep Prophet in a good spot and stays alive. Getting rush now through the cart, getting closer and closer. Immortality Field going to be coming in. Who Are You? Able to find one. Protect getting Easy Han. Prophet dashing in, does find Lego, but now 1.82 meters left to go. Prophet dashes up, finds Who Are You. The contest needs to continue, and right now it's Bellastria occupying the point. Sends in the minefield, but he's going to get taken down. Now it's all on Krillin. Pylon set up desperately, trying to stay alive, has the captive sun, but there's just no hope in hell. He will fall, and now it's 4 minutes and 10 seconds in the time bank here for O2 Blast.
Well, Huayu's done such a good job so far on this attack. I mean, he's been the real thorn in the Dynasty side. He's been the one player that's been difficult for the Dynasty to deal with. Velasquez thought about changing there, but it's straight back over towards the ball. And to counter... Actually, not to counter. He's just going to go somber. I was going to say, is he's going to try to counter something? Not quite. We're no more Widows on this part of the map, so we're off the Widow duel for now.
Hanzo instead. So, we'll just be going from one sniper to another. Brother v brother. And he gets the better of him. And shot off the Storm Arrow. Prophet taken down.
Same name brothers. They take each other down.
After Sun goes out, looking for the kill. Lego staying alive despite the hack into the back line. Who are you? Is there with the covering fire and gets rid of Easy Han. Takes a tag, drops down off the high ground, but the cart in the meantime still has been gliding forward. And will continue to do so. And Billstreet is having to wait for the backup here and needs Prophet to dive alongside him as he's going into the back line, looking for the Widowmaker swap off. It looks like for now, Kid's going to be all right.
Halo's been moving. I mean, look at Protect. He hasn't been really active in these fights, but he's moving the objective so slowly. O2 Blast are gaining something this entire way through. His Prophet now tries to win. He's got... Yeah, we'll get him all. I'll get something.
Belisria hoping to go ahead and confirm the kill. Getting a D-Mech here on a Protect would be very nice for them. They're looking for it, and they will be able to find it. He's actually going to use the self-destruct just to go ahead and get back into this one. The Pylon, the casualty, but oh boy, Kid comes up with two. Easy on and Krillin, both going to be taken down. Monstrous picks from him. Now they're right back over onto the cart.
If Protect does the self-destruct there,
yeah,
he has to go back to spawn. Like, he can't go off the map, so he's really stuck. So he has to self-destruct to retain mech, otherwise they're in a lot of trouble. And now with the extra kills coming through, to Blast, threatening the cap, they have the 5 available. They have 2 good support ultimates. Minefield to try and slow it down.
Trying to sway them, but you see they're fairly scattered. Some up onto the high ground, not really occupying the cart space at all. Duke now out. Who are you? Going for that. Stonebro wants to try to build up towards his own EMP here. Force backside of the truck for the time being. He's going to be noted. Belsria just crashes across the high ground there for a brief little moment. EMP at the ready. Out of stealth, and that's just going to be just melted down. Easy on able to one clip him, and now Prophet dead, having since swapped over onto the Tracer. Who are you? Guns him down, beams down. Belisria finds the elimination, and already the cap has come in. 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining here for the side of O2 Blast as they get ready to push on the final stretch.
I mean, they can kill everybody, but they just can't consistently get Who Are You down. That's been the issue. So Who Are You lives and just kind of carries the bottom end of that fight. And for Dynasty, now they're going to go to the Orisa. I think the ball is like okay on A, but the deeper you get in the map, the more you should really just get off the ball and go back on the Orisa. This is how you actually win. And Dynasty are like, all right, I mean, okay, we do want to end this one 4-1 if possible. 2 minutes 40 left for O2 Blast to play through. And Dynasty, they want to lock in.
Okay, looking for the one clip again, this time Prophet. Joining in the fray. Comes up with a kill. Taking down Immortality Field, having to be used to try to keep the Symmetra in the fight here, but Who Are You just manages to get in there deep. Finds the elimination. Lisa Min going to be traded out. Protect being whittled away at here. We're just trying to build up towards the blade. Eventually, the stability is going to be found. Lego building up also quite a bit of ult charge by keeping this D.Va alive. Push back there with the Javelin. Easy Han in position, waiting to pull the trigger here.
He wants more. He doesn't want to solo EMP.
And right now he can go for 3. There's the TP. Catches 2. Self-destruct. Then out from Protect. Baby D.Va going to be killed off. Prophet going to be taken down. Ryu hacked for the moment. The Captive Sun across onto 2. Krillin just doing in to try to get the executions, but yeah, he just doesn't get it. They managed to sustain. Now they turn the fight around as Belisria is going to be taken out, and this is looking like a very good time bank here for the side of O2 Blast.
Absolutely. They look in position to cap for sure. Setting up the window now on the high ground as well will be huge for Lego.
A blade and extended fight.
They can touch though. Dynasty have the respawners.
Window set up, pushing into this one, going to prove to be pretty damn difficult, and Prophet's already going to be taken out. He was playing forward, now he's gone. Who are you? Finding that kill. Blade now online. Easy Han swapping over onto the Soldier 76, but applying some pressure. Who are you? Stunned to the wall, but stays alive for a little bit longer, but no, eventually does get taken out, and the Blade not going to be finding the value that they wanted. Terra Surge committed in, a double kill here for Belisria. That could be knocked out of the mech. The pin coming through on Elise and Min ends up dying to that Sim turret. He can stagger Protect now. He just tries to back his way out. Prophet eventually collecting the kill. Some swaps here as Lego's going to go over to the Ana. Now 55 seconds to defend. The cart's starting to roll back.
Watch the Junker Queen swap. I'm feeling it. I think he's doing it. Okay, he's not. Bellasria though, he landed that javelin in Huayu's face as the blade comes through, just shuts down the whole blade. What a play once more. The difference in impact that Bellasria can make. I mean, look, he is known as Ballless Rhea, but I think the ball needed to be retired on this particular map. And as we get towards the bottom end of the map now, 30 seconds left to go. Photon barrier available. Katsuna rush from the back, maybe?
Trying to go for the flank, and Prophet's going to be taken down. The photon barrier is still in play, however. The clock rolling here from Prophet, but now who are you? Taking out Krillin, finding that elimination. He himself going to be taken low. Easy Han as well, trying to stay alive, but Bellasria is looking to do all the work himself. Finds Lee Soo-min. Prophet down low,
shot.
eliminated. Protect can be broken out of the mech. He doesn't have to self-destruct. He was 2% away. And what a catastrophic way for things to come tumbling down. O2 Blast. They cannot touch. It's Lego dead in the corner as the final elimination. And the Seoul Dynasty, they will eliminate the young challenger squad. They will shatter their hopes and dreams of making it to Toronto. Brothers in arms, brothers in names with this win. Dynasty punched the ticket for the Infernal, who now have the playoffs on lock.
They all know. Look at this. Dynasty, they all gather around Bellasria, who's got the dance going, because that was a hell of a performance. The best performance that we've seen, I want to say, in the 2 seasons, the 2 years that he's played so far. That is by far the best series he's ever played. Incredible.
Absolutely agreed. Just, you know what? The whole team on Esperanza didn't really show up on that map. That was really well played from the side of O2 Blast. But at every other twist and turn, I mean, Bellasria, pretty much perfection from him on the Orisa. Even got to do the hard mode push there on Dorado with the Wrecking Ball. Kind of made it work. Eventually decides, okay, this isn't good enough for the defense. I'm going back to the Orisa. And good God, did he just continue to fry. Player of the match, like I said this after map 3. It was guaranteed. The guy just had one hell of a series.
I think after map 2, after Eichenwalder, I was like, is this a lock-in? Do you just lock it in now? It's really early, but...
Even if the reverse sweep came through, Bellasria might have still won player of the match because of his performances. We would have done the whole, honorary one like Shanghai got back in season 1.
It just wouldn't have been possible because, you'd lock in Orisa for the rest of the series, and surely there is just no comeback at all. So, and that's exactly what this is. So we essentially run back the entire Group A final again. 4-1. We end on Esperanza plus Dorado. Same thing happens here between Dynasty and O2 Blast. And O2, they had still an incredible run through for the season. Still one of the best, if not the best, tennis team of all time. But nothing was going to beat this performance today. This is the level of performance that would honestly scare every other team. And look, just so many play after play after play.
Leads them into the abyss. Disgusting performance here from Bellasria.
This is going to be like a 5-minute highlight reel because it didn't end then. It was like all the time the plays were happening.
Yeah, I mean, try as much as they did. There was just no getting around this performance from Bellasria. Protect was doing his damnedest, but I mean, just had him pinned in the corners at every twist and turn. Just unable to find value outside of that Esperanza map. The accuracy on the javelins, again, I wish this was a track stat because, god damn, it was just beautiful to witness. Bellasria, maybe this was a message over to Mag saying, yeah, keep playing this. You're pretty good at Orisa yourself, Mag. This is the pick you need to be running if you want to be picking up the wins over in Toronto as their ticket is now punched.
I was going to say, Mag doesn't feel too bad about this situation because Infernal still get to go through off the back of the Dynasty win. So, from one Seoul team to another, thank you very much. As the Infernal will be able to make their way through with the Dynasty win. Infernal lose, but they still win. Well, that's what I'm talking about, right? The spare shot onto Huayu on the last map. Oh my god.
Yep. No way to get out of the Terror Surge. It gets the pin there on at least a minute to make sure that he can't try to TP out to safety or anything like that. Just gorgeously played from the side of Bellasria, and I'm sure that there's plenty of very happy Dynasty fans there in the audience, as well as Infernal fans, because we saw people showing up. I think Skewed was in the audience just to be able to watch this one because he was waiting with bated breath to know whether or not he was going to be locked in for the playoffs after this series, and now they are. But we're going to go ahead and dive into our interview here with Unknown on the translation. Let's go ahead and hear from the Dynasty.
안녕하세요.
Hello.
안녕하세요.
승리 축하드립니다. 소감 어떠신가요?
Congrats on the win. How do you feel?
되게 행복하네요.
I feel really happy now.
간결하게 말씀해 주셨는데 승리가 확정되고 나서 이렇게 몸을 흔들거리면서 세레모니하는 모습도 보여주셨습니다. 오늘 즐겁게 임하셨나요?
What a dance for me after that match. Like, did you enjoy the match?
항상
In
즐기면서
total?
합니다.
항상 즐기면서 하신다라는 프로 같은
Not
그런
just today. I
마인드를
always
보여주셨는데
enjoy my
오늘
matches. So
만장일치
yes, I enjoyed
POTM까지
today.
차지하셨습니다. 벨로스레아 선수 오늘 오리사를 주로 플레이하셨죠.
네네.
네,
So an unanimous vote for the player of the match for you today.
마무리하는 모습도 보여주시고 특히나 마지막 도라도에서 이 벨로스레아 엔딩이라고 말할 수 있을 정도로
And you were really impressive on the Orisa today. Like, some people called it the Belostria ending.
그럼요.
Like, did you see the player of the match coming after that
전
performance?
경기들은 번갈아 가면서 뛰어서 많이 안 뛰어서 POTM을 못 받을 확률이 좀 컸는데 오늘은 풀주전이기 때문에 받을 확률이 높다고 생각하긴 했어요.
Yeah, of course, because in the previous matches I shared kind of playtime with Void, so sometimes it's really hard for me to get player of the match even though if I play well. But today I played the entire match. I saw this coming and it was only just
그리고 또
meant to be.
일리아리의 태양 장렬 같은 그런 궁극기를 잘 흘려내고 잘 유도하는 모습을 보여주셨는데 서울 다이너스티 특히 궁 사이클적인 부분에 대해서 준비를
You
많이
also
해오신
seem to bait
건가요?
out a lot of the key ultimates from O2 Blast, like the
그렇게
Dragon
준비를
Blade
한
and the
느낌은
Captive
아니고
Sun. Did you
상당히
prepare
위험한
specifically
궁극기가
for the
있다
ult cycles?
이제 저희 딜라인에서 나 이거 위험해 하면은 그래 막아줄게 하는 느낌이라
Not necessarily. We didn't do anything like pre-match. It's just that our backline was they already knew what was coming, so they kind of warned us preemptively, like, "Hey, this is coming. This is coming. Watch out for this." And I think that was how we, just went through, survived those ultimates.
정말 오를 대로 올랐다라는 생각이 드는 그런 경기였는데요. 플레이인 기대해봐도 좋을까요?
You enter play-ins in great form. Can we expect some great things from
기대하시는
you?
만큼 보여드릴 수 있게 노력 많이 해볼게요.
So, I mean, of course, but definitely we have to put in the effort. I think you can expect good things from us.
다들
And that's-
응원해 주셔서 감사하고
Oh, that's not the end of the interview, actually. Do you have any last message to your fans?
네, 인터뷰 감사합니다. 파이팅입니다.
Thank you for your support, and we'll make sure we can
고맙습니다.
do our
지금까지
best.
서울 다이너스티의
And that is the end of the interview. Back to you, Seth.
Well, thank you very much, Unknown, for the translation. As per usual, it was a 4-1 day of Overwatch here, as the Fuel as well as O2 Blast were only able to get victories on push. Esperanza between the both of them, in fact. But good lord, I mean, unfortunately for the side of O2 Blast, we do not get the historic arrival of a contenders team in the Overwatch League playoffs. They fall shy of the mark, but the Dynasty, they do their homies a solid. They get the Infernal, their tickets over to Toronto, but they also continue to send a message to the rest of the teams that are going to be in the play and saying, hey, we are back in form. It has been a rocky year from us, but it's not about how you start. It's all about how you finish. And given the way that Dynasty are playing right now, they absolutely are in contention to be able to make it to Toronto themselves.
Yeah, really happy to see how I think Fuel and Dynasty definitely looking like the teams to look out for in the play-ins a little bit later on, but Hangzhou Spark, they had already clinched their playoff spot a little bit earlier. They just wanted to play one more game to really tell Fuel how they feel about it. And as you take a look at bracket B, there it is, Infernal, clinch it out. Dynasty versus O2 Blast, one Soul team helping the other one out. Belastria obviously played for the Fusion last year. He gets to help out his old team while also winning for his current one.
4 teams remaining. All of our OWL squads getting that opportunity. I mean, Guangzhou Charge, they started off well. Hasn't been good near the ending, but still an opportunity. Dragons, the Dynasty, and the Fuel, though. Those last 2 teams that I named, those are the ones that have our eyes on. Those are the ones that look like they have the potential to be able to make their way over into the playoffs. But it's going to be one final bracket next week to settle the score.
Yeah, it's a double elim. There's also 2 more games minimum, even if you get 2 rounded. And decent amount of games still to get through. We'll see if Shanghai and Charge are able to do a little bit in the time that's been since they got knocked out of the knockouts to when they play next week in the play-ins. It'll be potentially their last showing if they can't get the act together. However, for 3 of these teams, this play-ins bracket is going to be where the season ends because only a single team from this bracket can actually go to playoffs.
And it's going to be very sought after for all of these squads. Obviously, they want the season to not come to an end quite just yet. But starting things off next week, there will be that Fuel versus Dragons matchup into Charge versus Dynasty, setting the stage for the first elimination for that head-to-head in the second round. And who the hell knows what's going to happen. But Fuel Dynasty, they look like the teams to beat. So Dragons and Charge really need to be on point when they come into those series.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's absolutely going to be a couple of potential Gigabanger games in there. G4 and the G6 matches, which is the upper final and the grand final. So if we're assuming it's going to be Fuel Dynasty, they might match up twice, and that'll be very entertaining. But I would also like to see Charge and Dragons pick up and level up as well, because we've seen it from the other teams. You know, Dallas took a while to get there, but Dallas eventually are now one of the top teams in the region. Seoul Dynasty, they did it as late as basically this weekend. I mean, this weekend is when Dynasty started to really look good, and they were very shaky, even in the same knockout bracket just a week ago.
It is what it is. Like I said, not about how you start. It's all about how you finish. And right now, it looks like the Dynasty are set up for a very strong finish here. If they can make their way through that bracket, I guess it wouldn't be the end, and then they get to go play in playoffs, like actual playoffs. Who knows? Maybe if this is what they're showing for these bracket playoffs, maybe Profit and the Dynasty are going to ascend to an entirely different level if they make it to the real playoffs on LAN. Hard to say, but what a sight to behold it would be. But Fuel, of course, all of the teams are going to be hungry for that position. They want to kind of come up with some redemption, because I think that every single team that we have right here being able to make it over the playoffs, it would be a redemption story based on how this year has gone for them thus far.
Yeah, I think when you look at the teams that have made it in, Spark and Infernal have been the two consistent top teams throughout the year. Now, Dallas have eventually gotten there, but the Dallas Fuel first half of the year was pretty shaky, like extremely so. Yep. Infernal and Spark were the two teams that represented the region in the mid-season madness as well. And they had some very close games versus the Mayhem, in particular with Hangzhou actually beating the Mayhem. So, yeah, they've been our two top teams, and that has remained for the entire season. That consistency has been in there. Infernal obviously still have to work through the fact that they have to integrate a new player in. The Hangzhou look as good as ever. Now it's about who that third spot goes to. And I'm just happy that there is some decent contention for that third spot, where whoever's going to get it, I think they're going to do a good job.
Yeah, but they definitely are going to fight hard for it if they're going to be able to achieve it. Because, I mean, even with the Dragons, even with the Charge, and we always talk about this, you cannot be complacent, despite the fact that those teams have had their struggles throughout the season, especially for the Charge on the back end here. You can't take them for granted. You cannot underestimate. I mean, we just saw what the Dynasty was able to do with basically a week turnaround. So the very much could be said here for the side of the Charge, for the Dragons. You never know when those squads are going to be able to just activate, turn it on, and suddenly start crushing. So I think everybody's going to be doing their prep work, getting geared up for that play-ins. And given that it's double elimination, just like we had here for the knockouts, it is going to be a slog, especially if you lose that first matchup, fall to the lower bracket early. It's such a long road ahead of you. So everybody's going to be giving it their all to try to stay in that upper bracket from the first day.
Yeah, I think there's still so much competition left to go through, so I'm glad that the Overwatch League teams get another shot. It would have been sad to see Shanghai and Guangzhou out super early in the knockout, so play-ins opportunity is still there. But the season will end for 3 teams in this region in the East next week. Just a single weekend left of, the Eastern region before we head into playoffs proper. So, yeah, it's all coming to an end, fellas. We're getting there. But
it very much is.
Last thing I'm going to say before we go, because we're not going to be on broadcast tomorrow, but something special is happening tomorrow. It's going to be Kilios' birthday tomorrow, so happy birthday in advance. And 2 hours for me and like 3 hours for you. It's going to be your birthday, so congratulations, man.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And yeah, I mean, it's going to come to a close next week for 3 of those teams. This was the close for me for APAC. I'm not going to be on for the play-ins next week, but I will see you guys in Toronto. So the season is not over for me yet. I'm just getting ahead of things. I'm right there with the Spark. I'm right there with the Infernal. I'm on the same plane as them.
Dude.
We're flying for first class. I'm qualified. I'm Tony G, if you get that reference. Either way, that's going to do it for us here tonight. Thank you guys for tuning in. APAC will return next week, and NA is going to be coming up in several hours. See ya.